Primordial vengeful spirit. Hanju narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He was not afraid. In any case, the ultimate god of punishment had already said that these primordial vengeful spirits could not threaten him, so they were even less his match. However, existence represented a possibility that could not be ignored. Hanju asked, "There's no way to eliminate the primordial vengeful spirits under the chaos forever?" The ultimate god of punishment shook his head. "I'm also looking. Not for the time being." His tone changed as he said, "I plan to set up a chaotic assembly, and I want to join forces with you. With your reputation and my authority, I will attract the chaotic geniuses to participate. I will provide all sorts of opportunities to reward the outstanding geniuses in the meeting. I'll set this event as 3 stages. The first round is below the chaos. It's ranked by killing the primordial vengeful spirits. In the second stage, we will decide on the 10 absolutes of the chaos. They'll become the 10 absolutes of the chaos through one-on-one battles. They can become great Tao divine spirits and enjoy the great Tao. In the third round, we will decide the eternal peak of the chaos. They can become a divine punisher and obtain a region." Hanju felt that this was a good thing. At least, this could promote the development of the prodigies. Those mighty figures would definitely use all means to nurture geniuses in order to obtain these generous rewards. Please reading on MYB no VL. Hanju asked, "What's the threshold? What's the deadline?" The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "Anyone with a lifespan below 100 million years can participate. It will be held once every 10 million years. How about that?" Hanju narrowed his eyes. 100 great Tao divine spirits will appear every 100 million years? He felt that it was a little fast. The ultimate god of punishment said, "There are indeed very few great Tao divine spirits. They're far from enough compared to the entire chaos. I will grade them and confer them authority, allowing the chaos to establish order." Hanju was impressed. It had to be said that this fellow was indeed ambitious and dared to do it. "I have to go with my main body?" Hanju asked hesitantly. The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "Of course not. Be it clones or will, it's fine as long as you come. Heavenly Sage, you're the strongest person in the chaos. Only your presence can attract geniuses. Of course, it's even better if you're willing to participate. You're very qualified." Hanju shook his head. "Forget it, I won't participate. I can watch the battle." It was fine as long as it was not the main body. The ultimate god of punishment laughed. "I'm just saying. Who dares to fight for the eternal peak of the chaos after hearing that you're participating?" Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you think there are stronger existences above us?" The ultimate god of punishment was silent. Seeing this, Hanju knew that he had already sensed it. "So, I'm not the only one who feels this way. In the past, I thought that the primordial ancestor god was the strongest, but I kept feeling uneasy after he died. The supreme rules are so powerful. What are we in front of them?" The ultimate god of punishment sighed. He stepped forward and recounted his encounter. Hanju's question pulled the relationship between the two sides closer. They chatted for an hour before ending the dream. Hanju also obtained a favorable impression of the ultimate god of punishment, but it was not high, only 3 stars. His will returned to his body. Hanqinger was still arguing with him, wanting to travel to the immortal world. Hanju said, "I'll let you out when you reach the pseudo-sage realm. Before that, I'll teach you some mystical powers." A pseudo-sage was the ceiling in the immortal world. Hanqinger wouldn't encounter danger with this cultivation. Hanqinger's face fell. From a zenith heaven golden immortal to a pseudo-sage, she had to cultivate for at least 10,000 years. Hanju suddenly preached the Tao and covered Hanqinger with the great Tao of extreme origin to let her comprehend the Tao. Hanqinger was unable to resist. In a daze, she entered a state of Tao comprehension and her body instinctively began to meditate. This lecture lasted for 100 years. After comprehending the Tao for 100 years, Hanqinger's temperament had transformed. She opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little unfocused, but they quickly became clear and firm. She said in surprise, "Father, your mystical powers are so powerful." Many mystical powers appeared in her mind. Not only that, but her cultivation level also increased greatly. Hanju felt very comfortable. This girl had always been so rude in the past, but she was respectful to him today. "Now you know how powerful I am. Are you confident in cultivating to the pseudo-sage realm?" Hanju asked. Han Qinger nodded and left like a gust of wind. She was clearly more interested in cultivation after this Tao comprehension. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. This was more like his daughter. She had to have a desire to be strong even if she was a woman. He checked the emails to see what was going on in his circle of friends. It had been a long time since he had read the emails. "Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by an inauspicious evil. X69093682. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has absorbed the providence of more than 10,000 calamity life controllers and become their master. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has comprehended the great Tao of darkness. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the great Tao Divine Punisher X3. Your good friend Yi Tian was attacked by the great Tao Divine Punisher X3. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has transformed his blood essence into descendants and comprehended a great mystical power. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhang Yi, and Lao Dan were still being beaten. Huang Zuintian's opportunity was within Han Ju's expectations. This kid would soar sooner or later. The Evil Heavenly Emperor's commotion attracted Han Ju's attention. Blood essence transformed into descendants? What was he doing? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. The Evil Heavenly Emperor actually created 20,000 descendants and allowed them to control the world that the Heavenly Court had attacked. Felt like he was conferring the title of vassal king. Unknowingly, the Evil Heavenly Emperor had already reached the perfected Freedom Sage realm. The Evil Heavenly Emperor seemed not far from attaining the Tao. Han Ju continued reading the emails with relish. 5 minutes later, he entered his cultivation state again. Year after year passed. Han Qinger's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds while Han Ju was in seclusion. Her cultivation speed soared after being led to the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Qinger was obsessed with cultivation after experiencing the feeling of quickly becoming stronger. Of course, it was not only the profundity of the great Tao of extreme origin. When Han Ju preached the Tao, he also removed Han Qinger's potential seal. She also inherited a fiend celestial Dharma idol in the depths of her soul. As for what it was, she had to comprehend it herself. 50,000 years later, Han Qinger finally stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. She didn't immediately go to find Han Ju. Instead, she was immersed in the comprehension of the pseudo-sage realm. Her divine sense soared and she could already observe the entire universe of stars. She discovered that this was not the heavenly Tao at all. There was no sign of the immortal world inside or outside the universe, let alone the myriad worlds below the immortal world. At this moment, she suddenly discovered that there were two other people in this universe. They were Liu Bei and Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher couldn't hide his figure and aura after being attacked by the inauspicious evil. It was to scare away the experts who wanted to invade the universe. Who? Jiang Juesher's cold shout entered Han Qinger's ears, scaring her so much that her guts almost ruptured and her soul trembled. Han Qinger's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Who was the other party? Just the other party's voice caused her to feel an unprecedented fear. Han Qinger retracted her divine sense in fear. She was so nervous that her body stiffened. She felt like she was in trouble. Would it attract trouble? She recalled what she had seen in the immortal world. A cultivator had said that sometimes a divine sense would attract death if it accidentally provoked a mighty figure. She recalled the terrifying feeling just now and became more and more afraid. She hesitated for a moment but still decided to find Han Ju. She entered the Taoist temple and called out carefully, "Father!" Han Qinger stopped in front of Han Ju, but he ignored her, making her even more anxious. On the other side, In a star. Zhang Juesher asked in surprise, why does this universe have divine sense? Furthermore, I can't even deduce where it is. Liu Bei knew that it was the commotion of the third Dao field. He thought for a moment and said, actually, there's a master in this universe. Zhang Juesher's expression changed drastically. Liu Bei hurriedly said, you don't have to worry. The mighty figure who created this universe is an ascetic. He has surpassed the great Dao Sage realm and is a supreme existence in the chaos. He has already handed the universe to me. I'm the master of this universe. Zhang Juesher's expression softened. What's this mighty figure's name? Liu Bei shook his head. I can't say I can't. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Com. Say. Zhang Juesher frowned. Then, my arrival. Liu Bei said meaningfully, it's all fate. That mighty figure predicted that you would come a long time ago. He said that this will be the place where you will soar. Your future is immeasurable. One day, he will help you reach the peak of the chaos and look down on the endless divine spirits and mighty figures. Zhang Juesher was flattered. He had been here for so long and had not sensed the other party's existence. He naturally would not question the other party's cultivation. As were. The mighty figures in the chaos were immeasurable. Zhang Juesher thought for a moment and felt that he was ridiculous. There was no absolute peace in the chaos. He had been to many places before coming to the universe of stars. They were either barren or occupied by mighty figures. Since this mighty figure admired him, why not stay and rely on him in the future? No matter where he was, he had to have a backing. Otherwise, he could only be a rat running around. Forget it. The coldness on Zhang Juesher's face dissipated. He sighed and continued cultivating. Liu Bei knew that he had let down his guard. So he smiled and did not say anything else. It wasn't good to say too much. Everything depended on time. He believed that Zhang Juesher knew what to do. He had a clear conscience. In the third Dao field, Han Qinger stayed for an hour before leaving, no longer disturbing Han Ju's cultivation. She returned to the tree. Qingwaner opened her eyes and asked, why are you in a hurry to find your father? Didn't I say not to disturb his cultivation? Han Qinger curled her lips and hesitated for a moment, but she still told her what had happened. She was afraid that hiding this matter would cause a calamity. Qingwaner couldn't help but laugh. Han Qinger was furious. Mother, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm lying to you? Qingwaner shook her head. No, I believe you. However, the cultivators in this universe are not enemies. They're actually your father's disciples. Ha! Qingwaner was stunned. Disciples? She was dumbfounded. How terrifying was Zhang Juesher's voice. She even thought that her father might not be his match. She didn't expect him to be her father's disciple? She hurriedly asked, Mother, why didn't father bring them in? He didn't mention them, either. Your father has many disciples. Aren't you uninterested in his story? He has told you many things since you were young, but you always avoid him and argue alone. Blame yourself if you want to blame someone. Qingwaner shook her head with a mocking expression. Han Qinger thought about it carefully and agreed. She became interested in Zhang Juesher and started to ask about him. Qingwaner did not hide anything. The current Han Qinger was already a pseudo-sage. She should know the higher realms. Han Qinger was stunned after she finished speaking. New novels chapters are published in Freedom Sage. 2 realms higher than her. It was a major realm. No wonder she was so afraid. Han Qinger asked excitedly, is he the most powerful disciple under father? This time Qingwaner was in a dilemma. She really did not know. I only know that this Zhang Juesher doesn't know of your father's existence. I believe that your father has other disciples. Back then, there were countless disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River when we went to see your aunt. Qingwaner sighed. Speaking of which, she didn't know Han Ju very well. Han Ju was also mysterious to her. However, he was still her husband no matter how mysterious he was. Hanju had been unfathomable from the first time they met. She was already used to it. Han Qinger continued to ask like a curious baby. Time passed. Year after year passed. Another 100,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. Then he smiled in satisfaction. He was about to break through after another seclusion cycle. He sent a voice transmission to Han Qinger. She quickly arrived. Her cultivation level had already reached the late-stage pseudosage realm and was already close to the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Father! Father! Han Qinger called out excitedly. She went to Hanju's side and started to rub his shoulders with a fawning smile. Hanju said, "You want to return to the immortal world?" "Can I?" Han Qinger asked carefully. Hanju stood up and smiled. "Of course. I'll bring you there today." "Really?" "Yes, go say goodbye to your mother. I don't know when you'll return." "All right." Han Qinger turned around and left. Qingwaner was with her when she returned. "Husband, we can't let her leave. Otherwise, she'll be like Tuor," Qingwaner said anxiously. Han Qinger said helplessly, "Mother, I'm already 200,000 years old. Don't always treat me like a child. You followed my father when you were 20. How can you trap me?" Qingwaner choked, not knowing how to persuade her. Hanju said, "That's all. My children and grandchildren will take care of themselves." "Thank you, father." Han Qinger was extremely excited. Hanju teleported away with her. Qingwaner felt desolate as she looked at the empty Taoist temple. She suddenly understood how her parents felt when they saw her leave. In the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju and Han Qinger appeared and came to the 33rd heaven. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu sent a voice transmission to the will left in the 100-peak Immortal River several years ago, inviting him to the Universal Hall. The father and daughter arrived in front of the Universal Hall. Han Qinger asked, "Why are we here? Do you want to see little you?" Hanju didn't say anything and walked towards the door. It opened, and Han Qinger hurriedly followed him inside. The father and daughter came in front of Heavenly Venerate Xiandu after entering the hall. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu stood up and bowed. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the sages. He looked at Han Qinger and sighed. The Heavenly Sage's daughter is indeed extraordinary. She's already a pseudo-sage. Hanju and Han Qinger looked similar, and their auras were also similar. "This is my daughter Han Qinger. Greet Heavenly Venerate Xiandu." Hanju introduced them briefly. Hearing this, Han Qinger hurriedly bowed. "Heavenly Venerate Xiandu? The leader of the Heavenly Tao Sages?" Han Qinger was shocked. She had heard of the legends of Heavenly Venerate Xiandu and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage when she traveled the immortal world 200,000 years ago. Heavenly Sage's daughter. While Han Qinger was shocked and curious, Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Xiandu sat down side by side. Hanju waved at her, signaling her to stand behind him. One sage after another arrived. Every sage had to bow to Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Xiandu after they entered the hall. Han Qinger was secretly surprised. She was already a pseudo-sage, but she couldn't see through their cultivation levels. What were they if they were not sages? All the sages arrived not long after. Even the foolish sword sage, great sage Void Soul, and Red Fate came. It was rare to see Hanju, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. The foolish sword sage stared at Hanju with flickering eyes. He wanted to challenge him, but he was still not confident when he saw him again. The sages noticed Han Qinger behind Hanju and guessed. Han Qinger was immediately happy when she saw Hanyu. She winked at him, making Hanyu feel quite embarrassed. Long Hao asked curiously, "Master, who is this behind you?" "Master?" Han Qinger's eyes lit up as she sized him up. Was this also her father's disciple? Hanju said, "This is my daughter, Han Qinger. She has cultivated for 200,000 years and has become a pseudo-sage." The sages praised Han Qinger's talent. This was the first time the new sages saw Hanju. They were already in awe. They couldn't help but sigh when they heard that the potential of the heavenly sage's daughter was so terrifying. Achieving the pseudo-sage realm at 200,000 years old was also a top genius in the entire immortal world. For a time, the sages became active. Wouldn't their relationship with the divine might heavenly sage improve if they could take Han Qing'er as their disciple? Heavenly Venerate Xiandu looked around and said, I called you here today for a huge matter that can affect the entire chaos. This is also an opportunity for the heavenly Tao. Indeed, they were all heavenly Tao sages. Then, was her father the legendary divine might heavenly sage who had repeatedly protected the heavenly Tao? Han Qing'er was so excited that she felt unreal. She often heard legends about the divine might heavenly sage when she traveled the immortal world in the past. Divine might guarded the heavenly Tao and Xiandu ruled all living beings. This sentence spread the most. It was enough to prove the divine might heavenly sage's importance and status to the heavenly Tao. It was very difficult for Han Qing'er to associate the divine might heavenly sage with her father. The legendary divine might heavenly sage was peerlessly powerful and domineering. He looked down on all the mighty forces in the chaos. How majestic was that? Han Qing'er couldn't help but look at Hanju. Her father did not look domineering apart from being good-looking. The leader of the divine spirits and our heavenly sage will jointly hold the chaotic assembly. All living beings below 100 million years old can participate and decide the top 10 of the chaos and the top in history. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu glanced at Hanju and slowly said, it was the same as what Hanju had learned from the ultimate god of punishment. The sages were all excited and looked at him. The hall exploded upon seeing Hanju nod. In that case, the leader of the divine spirits has acknowledged that the heavenly sage is on the same level as him? That should be the case. No matter how strong the leader of the divine spirits is, can he be stronger than 20,000 divine authority generals? No wonder the 5 great divine punishers came. So that's their plan. This is a good thing. Once the event succeeds, not only can we choose geniuses and give the juniors a great Tao, but we can also establish the status of the heavenly sage in the chaos, comparable to the leader of the divine spirits. Is there a need to? Who dares to question the strongest in the chaos? The heavenly Tao has so many geniuses. Let the chaos see our foundation. The sages were extremely heroic and became more and more excited. The inner sect of the heavenly Tao was in full bloom. Stunning geniuses would appear every 10,000 years. How could the other worlds and domains in the chaos compare? The strongest in the chaos? Han Qing'er looked at Hanju's back in surprise. Father is so powerful. She also knew that the chaos was endless. To be called the strongest, how strong was he? No wonder his disciple was a freedom sage. Han Qing'er's expression became strange. My father is the strongest, so why should I cultivate? Who can harm me? Han Qing'er thought about Hanju's attitude. Perhaps all living beings thought that he was the strongest, but in fact, there was an existence that made him extremely afraid. It was precisely because of this that he had been in seclusion. Han Qing'er looked at him with admiration and reverence after thinking it through. The father who accompanied her was actually so noble. Thinking about herself, she actually wanted to play? Han Qing'er suddenly found a goal. It was definitely not to have fun. She wanted to become a great existence like her father. The chaotic assembly will begin in 10 million years. The sages can prepare. To participate in such a meeting, a sage will definitely have to appear. It will be embarrassing if we send a pseudo-sage. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said seriously. The sages nodded, and their eyes burned with anticipation. This was not just to win honor for the heavenly Tao. One could become a great Tao divine spirit after entering the chaotic 10 absolutes. The heavenly Tao sage only cared about the heavenly Tao in the end. The great Tao divine spirits cared about the chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, Second, the heavenly Tao has 2 more sage positions. They would have directly decided if it was in the past. But Hanju was here today, so they had to seek his opinion. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu looked at him. Hanju said, a position should be given to Yang Tiandong. Very direct. Han Qing'er was secretly nervous. Wasn't her father afraid of offending the other sages? Although he was the strongest, hidden enemies could always plot in the dark. Wasn't he afraid of being abandoned by everyone? Good. Amazing. That Yang Tiandong is indeed impressive. He managed the order of the netherworld in an orderly manner. The netherworld will probably not be convinced if he isn't a sage. As expected of a heavenly sage, he immediately chose the most suitable candidate. Yang Che clapped in admiration. Su Dudao added, "That's right. Sages don't only talk about talent, cultivation, and achievements. We control the heavenly Tao not because of cultivation, but because of our overall vision and Tao heart that thinks for all living beings." Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Pan Xian, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, and the others began to flatter him. Han Ju's disciples were stunned. They cursed them for being shameless and hurriedly flattered him. How could they let outsiders flatter their own master? The new sages looked at each other. They were extremely uncomfortable, but they didn't dare to question it. The foolish sword sage was calm. He felt that this was very normal. If not for Han Ju, the heavenly Tao would be nothing. He could destroy the heavenly Tao with a single strike. Han Qinger looked at the scene in front of her and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She also saw clearly how important Han Ju was in the heavenly Tao. He was even more important than Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Han Ju only wanted one sage position and let them fight for the remaining one. Sages were sages, after all. They had to be reasonable and would not fight until their faces turned red. After the sage position was finalized, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du mentioned the development of the heavenly Tao. Recently, the three pure sacred world vaguely showed signs of going against the heavenly Tao. Other than poaching geniuses, the cultivators of the two sides conflicted when they wandered in the chaos. The heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world wanted to become the center of this chaotic domain. But two tigers could not share one mountain. The three pure sacred world had great Tao sages and Laozi. Laozi had established the sword Tao and was the Tao ancestor's eldest disciple. Although his reputation was inferior to the divine might heavenly sage, the difference was not too great. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Han Ju and asked, "What if the heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world conflict?" Han Ju said casually, "You're not even afraid of it. Why ask me?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately knew what was going on. The foolish sword sage became excited. Does the divine might heavenly sage want to fight Laozi? Han Ju's words were very casual, but they were domineering in the ears of the sages. This was the divine might heavenly sage. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled and said, "I'm naturally not afraid. The one in charge of the three pure sacred world is the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning. As for my master, he's in seclusion all year round. I'll still choose the heavenly Tao if we really force him to attack." Han Ju nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Then Heavenly Venerate Xian Du instructed some things. The sages dispersed after they discussed and finalized. Han Ju stood up, and Han Qinger followed closely behind. Long Hao, Ji Xianxian, Fang Liang, Han Yu, Qin Ling, and the other sages of the hidden sect surrounded him. They began to get close to Han Qinger. Han Qinger was flattered. She didn't expect so many senior brothers, junior disciples, and even grand disciples to be hidden among the sages. Han Ju snorted. "Take care of her when she appears in the heavenly Tao in the future. Otherwise I'll punish you. None of you can escape." The other sages had yet to walk out of the universal hall. Their expressions changed and they remembered these words. They weren't stupid. They knew that Han Ju was also pointing at them. "Father, I'm a pseudo-sage. Who in the immortal world can hurt me?" Han Qinger refused to listen and said coquettishly. However, she was happy in her heart. It had been a long time since she felt such fatherly love, making her touched and ashamed. She was very ashamed upon thinking of her complaints about her father. Han Ju smiled and didn't reply. The disciples promised. Red Fate twisted her waist and walked in front of Han Qinger. She chuckled and said, "Heavenly Sage, why don't you let me take your daughter as my disciple? I'll definitely teach her all my Tao techniques." With that said, the expressions of the sages who wanted to take Han Qing'er in as their disciple changed drastically, but they did not dare to fight her. After all, Red Fate was a great Tao sage. She could suppress them with one hand. Han Qing'er was stunned by Red Fate's appearance and temperament. She instinctively felt threatened, not for herself, but for her mother. She subconsciously looked at her father. Han Ju's expression didn't change as he said, "Let's see what this girl thinks." Han Qing'er said, "Father, I shouldn't go to the immortal world. I plan to cultivate with you for 1,000,000 years before going out to train." Han Ju looked at her in surprise and saw that she was serious. He was relieved. It seemed that the fortuitous encounter had made her understand. Han Ju waved his sleeve and disappeared with Han Qing'er. Red Fate sighed in pity. The primordial heavenly prison made her loyal to Han Ju, but it didn't erase her thoughts about him. She had always wanted to become Tao companions with Han Ju, but she couldn't force it since she was a servant now. Red Fate shook her head and disappeared. The hidden sect disciples were still discussing Han Qing'er. They were still very curious about this little junior sister. The news would probably spread throughout the hidden sect soon. On the other side, Han Ju brought Han Qing'er back to the third Tao field. "Father, aren't we going to see eldest mother and second mother?" Han Qing'er asked curiously. Han Ju said, "They have to cultivate too. Don't disturb them if you don't have anything to say to them. To us, we don't lack time." Han Qing'er felt that it made sense. She hugged his right arm and said coquettishly, "Father, can you tell me your story again?" She was very curious about her father after this incident. Han Ju didn't hide anything and told her his story again. Unlike Qingwan'er, he still wanted to show off to his daughter. Therefore, he deliberately emphasized their strength when he mentioned those enemies. Han Qing'er sometimes exclaimed. Han Ju finished speaking several hours later. It had to be said that although he had not experienced much, every single one of his experiences was a major event. Any one of them could be written into a novel. Furthermore, he had yet to talk about the Dark Forbidden Lord. Looking at Han Qing'er again, this girl was already full of admiration, making Han Ju extremely happy. "Father, you're so powerful. I want to become someone like you. I want to cultivate well and always be stronger than my enemies," Han Qing'er said excitedly, as if she had found her goal. Han Ju smiled. "That's fine. When your brother comes back in the future, I'll let the two of you fight. At that time, you have to defeat him and let him understand that home is still the best." Han Qing'er said proudly, "Don't worry about my potential." With that, she waved her hand and left. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He sat on the mat and started cultivating. Next was to break through. Under the old tree, Qingwan'er felt a gust of wind. She opened her eyes and saw her daughter standing in front of her. "Qing'er, why are you back?" Qingwan'er asked in surprise. Han Qing'er smiled and said, "Mother, I understand. Cultivating is more important." She didn't explain further. She walked to the side and sat down to cultivate. Qingwan'er looked at her in a daze. For some reason, she saw Han Ju's shadow on her daughter. It was not her looks, but a feeling. She was curious. What method did Han Ju use to change Han Qing'er's personality? In the dark void, a dilapidated huge wooden ship advanced. It seemed like an invisible beast was pulling the ship. The 5 divine punishers were cultivating on the ship. Etian was feeling bored when he suddenly saw Han Tuo smiling secretly. "What are you laughing at? You look so cheap." Etian yawned and asked casually. Han Tuo rolled his eyes and said, "I learned something in the chaotic domain just now. I have a younger sister." Etian immediately perked up when he heard that. "What's our sister's name?" "What sister?" "Hee hee. I'm your big brother." "Hee hee. Tell me." "Her name is Han Qing'er. She was born 200,000 years ago, and she's already a pseudo-sage. She's cultivating beside my father." "Impressive. As expected of Godfather's child. Ask your senior brothers when Godfather will acknowledge me." Etian scratched his head. They longer had enemies after becoming one of the 5 great divine punishers. Any existence would have to humble themselves when they saw them. For a time he lost his goal and felt uncomfortable. He always looked for the other 3 divine punishers to fight. Becoming the divine spirit son of the divine might heavenly sage had become the thing Etion looked forward to the most. Han Tuo snorted. My senior brothers are also wandering outside. How can I ask them? That's true. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Zhang Yi are causing trouble everywhere. Many great Dao divine spirits have already accused them. Speaking of which, they owe me a favor. Etion smiled and rolled his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. Han Tuo was about to speak when the huge wooden ship suddenly trembled. The divine punishers stood up one after another. Han Tuo was the same. He frowned and looked ahead. A huge stone tablet appeared in the darkness. It was riddled with holes. A terrifying wind blew, resisting the wooden ship. What the hell is that? Etion asked in a low voice. There were countless holes on the huge stone tablet, and they seemed to be crawling. They looked like worms and bones, looking ghastly and terrifying. Han Tuo's heart beat faster for some reason. An uneasiness that had not appeared for a long time surged in his heart. Prepare for battle, Han Tuo said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a terrifying black shadow condensed on his body. As if Han Ju was using the grand unity aspect. The other 4 divine punishers were also prepared to fight. Their gazes landed on the huge stone tablet in front of them. Figures were surging from the countless caves. More and more appeared, as if it was an ant nest or a race was hidden inside. At this moment, blood words appeared on the surface of the stone tablet and interwove between the various holes. They were dense and made one's scalp tingle. Chaotic fiend celestial. Very good. You suit me very well. A cold voice sounded. The language was strange, but the 5 great divine punishers were strong and could understand what he meant. Han Tuo raised his eyebrows and shouted, Kill this thing! The 5 great divine punishers attacked together. Dermic powers shook the void. 5 divine lights of different colors collided with the huge stone tablet and emitted a dazzling light that swept in all directions, causing the void to lose all color. In the 3rd Dao field, Han Ju focused on cultivating. The primordial world in the depths of his soul continued to expand. His supreme power strengthened and his understanding of the power of creation deepened. Han Ju was in his 70,000th year of seclusion when he finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. He began to break through. He successfully broke through 5,000 years later. Mid-stage Great Dao Supreme Realm. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom. Please. Han Ju smiled. He finally broke through. He checked the emails. Name, Han Ju. Lifespan, 5,425,122/90, 039, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999,999,999,999,999,999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, mid-stage Great Dao Supreme Realm, perfect sage. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation Great Dao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Dao of life and death, Great Dao of karma, Great Dao of extreme origin. His lifespan had increased by 9 times. Han Ju was in a good mood. It was a surprise as usual. Who would mind living longer? Han Ju began to consolidate his cultivation. 3,000 years later, his cultivation finally stabilized. He began to improve his mystical power next. 500 years later, Han Ju learned 500 new fiend celestial dharma idols. He had 2,449 now. He was already very close to the 3,000 fiend celestial dharma idols. However, there was still no Tao of creation among these fiend celestial dharma idols. Han Ju opened his eyes and started the simulation trial. it was still the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage of the great Tao Supreme Realm was still stronger than the divine authority generals. He was very suitable as a template. Han Ju challenged 10,000 foolish sword sages in one go. Instant kill. As expected, Han Ju's combat strength would increase greatly every time he broke through a minor realm. How terrifying was that when 2,449 fiend celestial Dharma idols fused together. They crushed everything in their path and directly killed 10,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju continued to challenge 20,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju found it difficult this time. He didn't win even after fighting for an hour. He was not discouraged. Instead, he was excited. Only with difficulties could one have fighting spirit. Several days later, Han Ju opened his eyes and was satisfied. His limit was 25,000 foolish sword sages. It was already very terrifying. After all, the foolish sword sage was also a great Tao Supreme. The chaos would collapse if such a battle really happened. The current chaos could not withstand so many great Tao supremacies. Han Ju wanted to curse the enemy to celebrate, but he suddenly didn't know who to curse. The enemies were either dead or hiding. No one dared to provoke him on the surface. Han Ju felt inexplicably regretful. He was afraid of having too many enemies in the past, but now, he hoped that there would be too many. He couldn't use his mystical powers without an enemy. Looks like my Tao heart still needs refinement, Han Ju muttered to himself with firm eyes. He thought about ninth chaos, about the chaotic consciousness, and then about the formless transcendent deity. He still had a long way to go. Han Ju checked the emails. The recent circle of friends was not peaceful anymore. It was mainly Han Tuo, Tao Sovereign, and Huang Zuintian. Han Ju suddenly noticed that the evil heavenly emperor and ancestor Shitian had been very well behaved recently, as if they had disappeared. These two leaders were both ambitious and must be plotting something. Han Ju called Han Qing'er in after reading the emails for a while. Han Qing'er was stuck at the perfected pseudo-sage realm and could not attain the Tao. It was mainly because she had little experience and her Tao heart was unstable. She didn't find her own Tao. Han Qing'er looked depressed after entering the temple. Father, am I not talented? She thought that her father wanted to scold her about cultivation. After all, she had not broken through in so many years. She was angry. Back then, she had said that she wanted to surpass her brother. Now, it seemed that she had been thinking too much. What was potential below the sage realm? She even wondered if she should go out and seek opportunities. VPN. Han Ju smiled. Your potential is already good enough. I'll help you attain the Tao. Really? Han Qing'er was pleasantly surprised. Han Ju said, you just haven't found your own Tao, but you can cultivate mine. My Tao contains the truths of the 3,000 great Tao. Any Tao is compatible with it. Han Qing'er looked at him in admiration upon hearing this. She pounced into his arms and started to act spoiled. Han Ju pushed her away helplessly and said, a woman can't be too close to her father when she grows up. Do you understand? You're no longer a child. You can't be like this in the future. It looks inappropriate. Han Qing'er giggled. What? I'll always be your daughter. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he began to preach the Tao. Han Qing'er immediately entered a state of Tao comprehension once his Tao voice sounded. 100 years of preaching passed in a flash. Han Qing'er opened her eyes and exclaimed, what a powerful Tao! Father, what Tao is this? Great Tao of extreme origin. I see many figures walking on this great Tao's path. Who are they? My disciples. They also cultivate this Tao. Those before you are all stronger than you. So many. Han Qing'er was shocked. At that time, she stood on the great Tao of extreme origin and looked forward. She couldn't see the end, but she could see many figures. The distance between them was greater than the Tao pursuer behind her. She asked curiously, who's the strongest among your disciples? Han Ju pondered for a moment and said, Murong Qi, my grand disciple. Morongqi had always remained in the first tier of the second Tao field after becoming a chaotic fiend celestial. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Freedom Sage realm. After him were the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the Crimson Fox, and the others. Tao Sovereign and the other two were all left behind by a minor realm. Morongqi? Han Qinger had never heard of this name. She had thought that it was Jiang Jesher, but she didn't expect that the terrifying Jiang Jesher could not be ranked first. Where's Jiang Jesher? Him? He's not in the top 10. His cultivation level has not increased all these years. He's still exploring his own Tao creation. Hanju smiled. He was telling the truth. Jiang Jesher had broken through too quickly in this life and needed to settle down. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable. Hanju would personally teach him after some time. At this moment, a black vortex appeared behind Hanju. Han Qinger widened her eyes and was about to ask what this was, when Hanju stood up and struck out with his palm. A hand that had just emerged from the black vortex was slapped away by him. Hanju sensed carefully. The one who used the invocation technique was Han Tuo, but he was chased by the enemy as soon as he used it. It seemed that this kid's enemy was not simple. "Father, what is this?" Han Qinger asked nervously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was extremely nervous. Hanju said, "Go out and wait." With that, he stepped into the black vortex and activated the supreme treasure on his body. When that hand appeared just now, Hanju had already seen the other party's cultivation. Late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Hanju focused his attention to prevent the other party from entering the third Tao field from the black vortex. He stepped out of the black vortex and saw a dilapidated void. Lightning interwove, and a majestic stone tablet appeared in front of him. It was covered in caves, and terrifying things surged in them. The 5 great divine punishers were tied to the top of the stone tablet by chains and could not move. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. Ancestor Shen Yin, perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, chaotic life form, transcendent Tao expert, body of darkness. There was no stronger existence. That meant that Hanju didn't sense anything wrong. Hanju's gaze landed on the top of the stone tablet. A figure stood there. He wore a black robe and his hair was disheveled. His skin was dry like tree bark and his face was cold, like a demon that had crawled out of the netherworld. At this moment, Ancestor Shen Yin's right arm was slowly recovering. The hand that was destroyed by Hanju was his hand. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom. "Please." Ancestor Shen Yin stared at him in shock and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" He glanced at Han Tuo below. He didn't expect Han Tuo to have such a background. Itian roared excitedly, "Godfather! Save us! Godfather!" The other 3 divine punishers were shocked. The legendary divine might heavenly sage. Hanju activated all his supreme treasures, and the divine light was oppressive. In their opinion, his aura was even stronger and more stunning than the ultimate god of punishment. This scene shocked them. Hanju said, "Why did you capture my son?" Ancestor Shen Yin frowned and asked, "Who's your son? Tell me, I can let him go." Hanju could tell at a glance that these 5 were the 5 great divine punishers. He was on good terms with the ultimate god of punishment and these people were all good friends of Han Tuo. He naturally had to save them. "Let them all go. Treat it as a misunderstanding," Hanju said seriously. He left a trace of his will in the black vortex to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Ancestor Shen Yin laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He suddenly stared at him and said coldly, "Don't you find it ridiculous?" Hanju sighed and asked, "Did they offend you?" "No." "Then what do you want?" "I naturally want their bodies." Ancestor Shen Yin raised his hands, and a strange black aura emitted from the countless holes in the stone tablet. At this moment he discovered that Hanju was gone. He did not panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. Hanju appeared behind him and slashed with the primordial judgment sword. Black chi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Ancestor Shen Yin's body. The primordial judgment sword slashed down and the black aura dissipated. Ancestor Shen Yin's body was slashed into two. How can this be? Ancestor Shen Yin's expression changed drastically in disbelief. At this moment, a powerful imprisonment power suppressed him, preventing him from moving. Even his soul could not escape. He was shocked to find that he could not mobilize the power of the great Tao. Impossible. He was a perfected great Tao sage. He was already a top-notch cultivator in the entire chaos. Who was his match other than those ancient divine spirits? A fiend celestial Dharma idol suddenly rose above Hanju's head and grabbed him with one hand, crushing him. Ancestor Shen has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points: 6 stars. Hanju sensed his surroundings and didn't see Ancestor Shen anymore. He had indeed crushed Ancestor Shen to death just now. In other words, this fellow had a life-saving method elsewhere. He clicked his tongue in wonder. How dare they be so arrogant with such strength? He thought that Ancestor Shen had some special method, but he couldn't withstand a single blow. Hanju waved his sleeve and shattered the chains that locked the 5 divine punishers. He raised his hand and put the huge stone tablet into his sleeve, using his dermic powers to suppress it. He could sense that the stone tablet contained countless living beings. It should be a race, but this race was very strange and did not have any life. Itian heaved a sigh of relief. The other 3 divine punishers looked at Hanju in reverence. Han Tuo came in front of him and said with an ashamed expression, "Sorry to trouble you, father." Hanju said, "It's nothing. Leave as soon as possible." With that, he vanished. The distant black vortex shrank. A divine punisher looked at Han Tuo and sighed. "Boss, your father is really powerful. It's too easy." Ancestor Shen, who brought them despair just now, was helpless in front of Hanju. It broadened his horizons. Yes, as expected of the divine might heavenly sage. It said that the leader of the divine spirits and the divine might heavenly sage are joining forces to hold the chaotic assembly. Doesn't that mean that they are equals? This strength should indeed be equal. He can be the strongest in the chaos. Unfortunately, Godfather left too quickly. He hasn't acknowledged me yet. Hearing his companion's words, Han Tuo couldn't help but smile. It had to be said that Hanju gave him enough face. He didn't ask for the reason and didn't embarrass him. Han Tuo sighed. "Actually, I didn't want to invite him. We have to be careful in the future. We were still careless previously and fell into that old fellow's trap. We actually hunted him for 10,000 years. It's ridiculous." The other 4 divine punisher cultivators also looked embarrassed. Itian coughed. Back then, he was the one who said that he wanted to chase after him when he saw Ancestor Shen escape. They chased for 10,000 years. Thinking back, it was indeed very silly. This place is not simple. Should we investigate? A divine punisher asked. Han Tuo scanned the surroundings and said, "Let's leave first and tell this to the leader of the divine spirits." The 4 divine punisher experts had no objections and quickly left with him. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju sat down and the black vortex disappeared. Han Qinger came over and asked, "So fast? What happened just now?" She was hesitating if she should listen to her father and go out when he returned so quickly. How long had it been? Hanju said, "Your brother asked for help, so I went to help him." Han Qinger blinked and asked, "It's settled. Did brother encounter an enemy or is he trapped?" "Both." "What about the enemy?" "He's dead for the time being." "What do you mean for the time being?" "I killed him, but he had a way to revive." Han Qinger was secretly shocked. He could be revived? It seemed that she had to be careful when facing enemies in the future. How could she confirm that the other party was really dead? Hanju said, "Go out and cultivate. Try to attain the Tao as soon as possible." Han Qinger nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Then, what's the enemy's cultivation level? Freedom Sage? Or stronger?" In her opinion, the enemy who could trap her brother was definitely a Freedom Sage. It was impossible for him to be weaker. Stronger, Hanju said. Han Qing'er frowned and left. Hanju was surprised. Why did this girl change her attitude? Shouldn't she be shocked? Sigh. His daughter was older and not as cute as when she was young. Hanju shook his head and laughed. He took out the huge stone tablet after Han Qing'er left. Hanju stared at the stone tablet in his palm. The stone tablet became small under the Supreme Power's control. The dense holes were like countless black spots. It was very strange. His sage sense penetrated the stone tablet. The living beings in the stone tablet were like black worms. Their bodies were surrounded by black mist and looked like ghosts. These living beings did not have intelligence. They surged like ants. The largest of them should be the broodmother, constantly laying eggs. Eh? Hanju suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that the black aura on these black worms could actually devour his sage sense. Although this amount couldn't affect him, it was a fact that it had the ability. He was a great Tao Supreme. Who could stop it if the sage sense of the great Tao could be devoured? Most importantly, these black worms were still young and had yet to mature. He shivered. How terrifying would these black worms' power be if Ancestor Shin Yin nurtured them to a mature state? That was not right. Why would Ancestor Shin Yin bring this tablet to show off if they were so powerful? Hanju asked in his mind, I want to know the origins of this worm. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. It was already equivalent to the value of the leader of the divine spirits. Hanju immediately chose to continue. Turbidine world destruction worm. Born at the beginning of the chaos. It was born from the primordial chaos's remnant will when the 7 supreme rules suppressed the primordial chaos. Can devour magic power and senses. It will never grow up and can only be imprisoned in the stone tablet without the primordial chi. So impressive? Devour magic power and senses. It needed nebulous primordial chi to be nourished. No wonder Ancestor Shin Yin dared to bring them along. The turbidine world destruction worms might not be highly regarded by Ancestor Shin Yin, but this tablet was equivalent to a chaotic supreme treasure. The surface was tightly sealed. A chaotic supreme treasure was equivalent to a great Tao supreme treasure. It was a supreme treasure that even a great Tao supreme wanted. Above that was the ultimate Tao treasure. It was a legendary treasure that all living beings in the chaos did not know of. Hanju returned to the main Tao field and placed the stone tablet in the primordial heavenly prison. It was invisible and formless, but it was fixed here and needed him to activate it personally. He wanted to use the primordial heavenly prison to enslave the turbidine world destruction worm. He didn't know if it was feasible. Hanju left a wisp of will to monitor and then returned to the third Tao field. He directly sent a dream to Ancestor Shin Yin and met him with his true body. In the dream, Ancestor Shin Yin opened his eyes. His expression instantly darkened when he saw Hanju. Although he was terrified, he could sense that this was a dream. Why should he be afraid, then? You took my treasure. This karma has been formed, Ancestor Shin Yin said coldly. Hanju asked curiously, Do you not understand the current chaos? Do you know who you caught? Ancestor Shin Yin said coldly, Isn't he your son? No, they're the 5 great divine punishers appointed by the leader of the divine spirits to supervise the great Tao divine spirits. Your sins are grave. The leader of the divine spirits will not let you go, Hanju said casually. He found it strange. This fellow was a top existence among the great Tao sages. Why was he so rash as if he didn't know anything about the chaos? Ancestor Shin Yin frowned. Who is the leader of the divine spirits? Where did you come from? I. Ancestor Shin Yin hesitated. He wasn't stupid. Perhaps the chaos had already been overturned. Hanju's methods were already extraordinary. How strong was the leader of the divine spirits that he spoke of? However, he had just come out and discovered that there were not many great Tao sages in the chaos. Few could compare to him, so he was fearless and dared to capture the chaotic fiend celestial. Hanju asked, Where are you from? Tell. Me. Ancestor Shen Yin sneered in his heart upon seeing that Han Ju was not arrogant. It seemed that this fellow only had cultivation, but he was only a lackey of the leader of the divine spirits. He had no guts. Ancestor Shen Yin snorted. I've been suppressed at the bottom of the chaos for countless years. I just fought my way out not long ago. The bottom of the chaos again? Then, did this fellow know the ultimate god of punishment? Han Ju wanted to ask, but he decided not to after thinking about it. Karma would form once Ancestor Shen Yin said that he knew the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god would naturally know. It was best to kill him directly. 6-star hatred points was not so easy to resolve. Ancestor Shen Yin sneered upon seeing that he was silent. Hurry up and return my treasure. Han Ju took out the primordial judgment sword and used the dark falling prison to turn the dream of the dark nightmare into reality, pulling Ancestor Shen Yin's body into the dream. In an instant, Ancestor Shen Yin seemed to sense something and his expression changed drastically. Han Ju waved his sword and attacked with all his might. He didn't even need to use the Dharma idol fusion technique. His own supreme power was enough to kill the other party. Ancestor Shen Yin was shocked. Sword Chi flashed and killed him before he could resist. The dream shattered. Han Ju's will returned to reality. He opened his eyes and checked his interpersonal relationships. Ancestor Shen Yin's portrait was no longer there. He was beyond dead. There were no surprises. Han Ju wasn't an ordinary great Tao Supreme. He could kill 25,000 foolish sword sages with his full strength. Ancestor Shen Yin had not reached the great Tao Supreme realm. The bottom of the chaos, Han Ju muttered to himself curiously. Then he continued cultivating. The mid-stage of the great Tao Supreme realm was not enough. He still had to become stronger. The Tao Creator realm was his small goal. The Creator Lord realm was his long-term goal. Surpassing the Creator Lord realm was his ultimate goal. Circular stone platforms floated in the blue sky and white clouds. The 5 divine punishers stood in front of the ultimate god of punishment on the highest stone platform. The ultimate god of punishment sat on a crystal throne. Blood chi surged in the crystal, looking rather sinister. The ultimate god of punishment's right index finger tapped the armrest thoughtfully. Etion was impatient and couldn't help but ask, "Exalted God, that fellow's background is unknown. Such an expert appeared in the chaos and is still capturing chaotic fiend celestials. Could it be that life's forces are running rampant again?" He was furious upon thinking of Ancestor Shen Yin. It had been a long time since he felt so aggrieved. The ultimate god of punishment slowly said, "His name is Ancestor Shen Yin. He's from the bottom of the chaos." Han Tua Etion, haven't you been to the bottom of the chaos? You know how terrifying it is. Han Tua and Etion's expressions changed drastically. Back then, it was a nightmare when they were suppressed at the bottom of the chaos by the primordial ancestor god. Although they survived, they were still cautious. At that time, there was a terrifying aura in all directions. They still trembled in fear even now. The ultimate god of punishment said, "Since the divine might heavenly sage has already taken action, I believe Ancestor Shen Yin can't live. This matter will end here. You're not allowed to step into the lowest level of the chaos before the chaos is strong enough." He had fought his way out from the bottom of the chaos and knew how terrifying that place was. He changed the topic and said, "I'll give you another mission now." Han Tua said, "Go ahead." The ultimate god of punishment narrowed his eyes and said, "I want you to investigate the ancient desolate and send back what you see and hear." Etion asked in surprise, "Can't you deduce it?" Han Tua and the other 3 divine punishers glared at him. The ultimate god of punishment chuckled. That Pangu severed the rules of karma. Most of the chaos can't even be considered a place, let alone the ancient desolate. I'm not going personally because I have something to consider. The 5 divine punishers looked at each other when the ultimate god mentioned Pangu. Pangu had already died several times. Unknowingly, he was no longer that powerful in the hearts of the living beings in the chaos. However, they did not expect Pangu to be able to sever karma. preventing even an existence like the leader of the divine spirits from spying on the chaos. What a terrifying Pangu! All right, you can leave. The ultimate god of punishment waved his hand. The 5 divine punishers bowed and quickly left. The world fell silent. The ultimate god of punishment meditated and cultivated. As he began to cultivate, a wisp of black aura appeared between his brows, making his face look very strange. Ancestor Shun Yin's death did not cause a stir in the chaos because he was unknown. The chaos welcomed an unprecedented peace ever since the ultimate god of punishment took over. The peace was deathly silent and desolate in the past. Now it was lively and prosperous. All the worlds hidden in the past appeared and began to recruit geniuses to fight for domains, resources, and providence. The most lively was the chaotic domain where the heavenly Tao was located. The heavenly Tao was the first world with perfect rules. Before this, the world was only tangible, but there was nothing special. The heavenly Tao's uniqueness made the worlds near it very prosperous. The heavenly Tao had already become the reliance of hundreds of worlds as time passed. However, the 3 pure sacred world created by the Tao ancestors' personal disciples at this moment, the 3 pure sages also rose. Under the domain led by the divine robe Taoist, the heavenly Tao and the 3 pure sacred world had already begun to compete in momentum. Tens of thousands of Taoists meditated in a grand palace in the 3 pure sacred world. They faced a direction, and 2 Taoists with extraordinary auras faced them. One was the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, and the other was the heavenly sect master. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning had an immortal Tao bone and a sharp gaze. The heavenly sect master wore a black robe and looked like a youth, but his body emitted a murderous aura that made people not dare to look at him. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning slowly said, "We can't fight with the heavenly Tao head-on. After all, the heavenly Tao is our home. However, our unfilial disciple betrayed us and controlled the power of the heavenly Tao himself. He offended his superior. I've decided to defeat the heavenly Tao in the chaotic assembly and defeat the heavenly Tao in terms of reputation before devouring it." The Taoists in the hall discussed. The chaotic assembly is a gathering of geniuses. It's indeed important. Although the heavenly Tao's foundation is strong, it has been suppressed for too long. In terms of the heavenly Tao, there aren't many primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. That's right. How can the heavenly Tao compare to us in the 3 pure sacred world? However, we can't avoid the divine might heavenly sage if we want to touch the heavenly Tao. The divine might heavenly sage is powerful, but our grand pure sage is not bad either. The Taoists discussed. They were very happy and couldn't wait to compete with the heavenly Tao. The name of the divine might heavenly sage was indeed thunderous, but they had never seen the power of a divine authority general, much less the divine might heavenly sage. The heavenly sect master snorted. "Divine might heavenly sage. I want to see him." The heavenly lord of primordial beginning smiled and said, "Junior, you can't speak nonsense. The divine might heavenly sage is indeed powerful. Besides, the heavenly Tao and the 3 pure sacred world will fuse together sooner or later. How can we be enemies?" The heavenly sect master glanced at him with disdain, but he did not reply. At this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded. "What's there to fight for? Do we still need to care about the heavenly Tao if we obtain the peak of the chaos?" Everyone turned around. The person who spoke was a white-robed Taoist. He had a fair face and was very young. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. He stood up slowly with an arrogant expression and looked down on all the Taoists present. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning chuckled. "Zhang Gongming, do you think it's so easy to fight for the top of the world? There's so much chaos that even we don't know how big the 3 pure ones are. There's no limit to the number of geniuses." Zhang Gongming smiled. "I attained the Tao at 1,000,000 years old and attained freedom at 10 million years old. I attained the great Tao at 50 million years old. I will definitely dominate the chaotic assembly. Teacher, tell me, is there really someone in the chaos who has a higher potential than me? I've never gone out on an adventure and I have never experienced enlightenment. I've cultivated on my own. Those Taoists who didn't know Jiang Gongming were in an uproar. Great Tao sage. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning shook his head. You're indeed talented, but you lack experience. Many geniuses have appeared in the heavenly Tao recently. For example, the 3 disciples of the divine might heavenly sage are already at the freedom realm before they reach 10 million years old. Although they are affected by opportunities, their cultivation realms are true. Jiang Gongming frowned and asked in a low voice, "Who are those 3? Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Jiang Yi are currently cultivating with the Grand Pure Sage's clone." Jiang Gongming frowned even more. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning said, "Gongming, get to know them and prepare for the chaotic assembly in the future. Remember, don't become enemies. The Grand Pure Sage intends to nurture them, and they might be fellow disciples in the future." Jiang Gongming nodded unhappily. The other Taoists also began to discuss Tao Sovereign and the other 2. This made Jiang Gongming even more unhappy. The heavenly sect master stared at Jiang Gongming and smiled. It was unknown what he was thinking. Third Tao field. Hanju opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased a little after 100,000 years. Although it was not much, he was indeed becoming stronger. He was very satisfied. The expansion of the primordial world still showed no limit so far. The stars in the primordial world doubled in number after breaking through, as many as the lifespan of the origin. The turbid world destruction worm was still in the primordial heavenly prison. It would probably take some time. After all, it was worth 1 trillion years of lifespan. Hanju habitually checked his emails and checked his recent friends. Some were beaten, some obtained opportunities, and new maps were unlocked. Hanju discovered that more and more names of the world appeared in the emails ever since the ultimate god of punishment took over. This fellow was really wise from the looks of. However, was the stronger the chaos, the better it was for him, a primordial fiend celestial? Would the chaos discover his son's bloodline in the future and besiege him even if he surpassed the primordial fiend celestial and his son inherited his bloodline? Hanju decided to deduce. I want to know the future of Xing Hongshuan's son. Yes, let's deduce how he dies. Hanju thought silently. Calculating the time of death was the most direct. It would be a good thing if he couldn't deduce it. 10 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Would he really die one day? Hanju frowned and immediately chose to continue. He entered the illusion. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in a palace covered in bones. There were bones of all kinds of races like purgatory. It was ghastly and terrifying. He saw that the palace was vast. At a glance, there was a huge throne that was 10,000 feet tall 1,000,000 miles away. It was coiled with dragon bones and looked like it was cast from iron. It flickered with a cold light. A figure was sitting lazily on the huge throne. He was 10,000 feet tall and looked like a child compared to the huge throne. This is my son? Hanju narrowed his eyes and sized up the 10,000-foot-tall figure. This child was actually wearing his time Tao robe. His black hair was tied up under a golden pearl crown. He had a handsome face and his eyes were blood-red. He was like an emperor who ruled all living beings as he looked forward lazily and stared indifferently in Hanju's direction. This was the first time Hanju saw his son's appearance clearly. He indeed looked like him. He was more handsome than Han Tuo, but he also had a hint of evilness. This kid had a strong killing intent. Hanju turned around and saw a burly figure walking over with a strong light on his back. His expression became strange after he looked carefully. It was the ultimate god of punishment. Figures appeared behind the ultimate god. Among them were 5 great divine punishers and dozens of great Tao divine spirits. They walked past Hanju and stared at the 10,000-foot-tall figure in front of them. Hanju noticed that the great Tao divine spirits were all very nervous and they were trembling. Han Tuo clenched his fists and his face was pale, as if he was suffering in his heart. Primordial fiend celestial, you will die here today. Do you have anything to say before you die? The entire sky above the palace was covered in dark clouds and thunder rumbled. The 10,000-foot-tall figure looked down at the great Tao divine spirits in front of him and smiled disdainfully. My good brother, are you also going to kill me? Han Tuo's expression turned even uglier. Etian cursed. You brat, you've done all sorts of evil. Your brother can tell right from wrong and won't help you. Instead of blaming him, you should blame yourself for your monstrous evil. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. Ha 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 ha. The 10,000-foot-tall figure laughed sinisterly. Who decides what's evil? All of you? I slaughtered a chaotic domain, but that domain is only a place where cultivators gather. Those cultivators all have negative karma. Besides, have you never killed living beings by mistake? Have you not killed many? The great Tao divine spirits were silent. The ultimate god of punishment said indifferently, We'll let bygones be bygones once the rules are set. We all have to follow the rules. Times have changed, understand? Besides, is this matter as simple as the slaughtering of a chaotic domain? You trampled on the supreme rules and caused chaos in the lives of all living beings. You stepped into the chaotic river of destiny and severed the past of countless cultivators, causing their Tao hearts to be in chaos. Do you have more sins that you need me to explain? You must die today. The 10,000-foot-tall figure stood up and said disdainfully, You want to kill me? You think too highly of yourselves. Ultimate god of punishment. Do you really think you're already the strongest in the chaos? The ultimate god of punishment was moved. The 10,000-foot-tall figure laughed. There are still realms above the great Tao. That's a realm that even you and Laozi can't enter. As the creator of his Tao, my father has long stepped into the Tao creator realm, and so have I. Today, you will witness the power of the Tao creator. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, and the entire palace instantly turned into dust. The ultimate god of punishment raised his hand to block, but the great Tao divine spirits behind him were destroyed one after another, leaving only Han Tuo. Han Tuo forcefully blocked, but his body couldn't withstand it and he was bathed in blood. The 10,000-foot-tall figure rose. His entire body shone with a strong light. He looked down at the ultimate god of punishment and raised his right hand, his palm facing him. The ultimate god of punishment's expression changed drastically. He discovered that he could not move. Ultimate god of punishment, I respect you for your contributions to the chaos, so I didn't kill you. However, you overestimate yourself and actually dared to rally the divine spirits to attack. You're really courting death, the 10,000-foot-tall figure said coldly, his tone filled with killing intent. Hanju was secretly shocked. His son was a Tao creator? His aura was indeed terrifying. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded. The aura of the 10,000-foot-tall figure was immediately extinguished. Everything around him stopped moving. Even space stopped twisting violently. The 10,000-foot-tall figure's expression changed drastically. Who? Primordial fiend celestial, you want to overturn the chaos. Your sins should be consigned to eternal damnation. Your body and soul will be destroyed. Your cultivation will be reduced to nothingness. An indifferent voice sounded. Everything in front of Hanju shattered like a mirror as soon as he finished speaking. He saw the 10,000-foot-tall figure shatter into countless small pieces and turn into dust. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. The last to attack should be the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, or the ninth chaos. No matter who it was, they were undoubtedly Tao creators. Hanju recalled carefully. His youngest son was not completely depraved. At least, he couldn't bear to kill his brother in the end. Instead, Han Tuo followed the ultimate god of punishment to kill his younger brother. Of course, there was probably something else. Hanju couldn't blindly trust everything he saw. One thing was certain. His youngest son was still reckless. A half-step Tao creator dared to act recklessly. In addition, from his son's words, he knew that Hanju had also become a Tao creator at that time. Why didn't he appear when his youngest son died? Could it be that he was stopped by other Tao creators? Hanju directly skipped the possibility of the father and son falling out. He chose to believe the most dangerous possibility, which was that he had lost and was suppressed by the other Tao creators. He immediately felt a sense of danger. He still had to cultivate diligently. Hanju took a deep breath. In addition, he had to educate his youngest son well and tell him not to be reckless after he was born. Hanju wouldn't deny his son because of the future, because that was only a fate in the present. It had never happened and he could still change it. Then he continued cultivating. Time quickly passed. 40,000 years later. Turbid-Een World Destruction Worm successfully enslaved. The Turbid-Een World Destruction Worm has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Hanju opened his eyes and teleported to the main Tao field. He moved the stone tablet into his hand. Soon, he saw the mother worm come out of the stone tablet and wiggle its body at him to show affection. This mother worm was probably the will of the Turbid-Een World Destruction Worm. Hanju used his sage sense to comfort it for a while and let it return to the stone tablet. Then, Hanju began to refine the connate restriction contained in the stone tablet. He used 100 years to refine it into his Dharma treasure. He threw the entire stone tablet into the primordial world and drew the primordial chi into it to nourish the Turbid-Een World Destruction Worm. Then, he teleported to the third Tao field and continued cultivating. Hanju was still looking forward to the Turbid-Een World Destruction Worm. The terrifying insect race that devoured dermic powers and thoughts was definitely a cultivator's nightmare. They were even more terrifying than the inauspicious evil. In the pure white space, there were no other colors other than white. At a glance, there was no end to it. A huge head floated quietly in one corner of this space. Many stiff corpses as tiny as sand could be seen around it. The huge head was covered in long hair that was like withered grass. Its face was crimson and it had 9 eyes. Its 4 pairs of eyes were superimposed on the top of its head, and there was a single eye between its brows. He suddenly opened his 9 eyes. His gaze was extremely cold and emotionless. The aura of time flowed out, heavy and lonely. Who is spying on me and creating my fate? The huge head muttered to itself, I can't deduce the chaos. Could it be that Pangu didn't sever the supreme karma just to resist the divine authority generals? Interesting. There are still variables in the chaos. I want to see who can rise. I'll make this chaos more interesting since I'm going to change. With that said, the eye between his eyebrows suddenly burst out and quickly disappeared into the distance. In the depths of the chaos, 2 groups of cultivators were at odds on a dilapidated continent. On one side were Ancestor Shitian, Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, and the others. On the other side were Huang Zuintian and the others. Huang Zuintian had even more subordinates than Ancestor Shitian. Huang Zuintian stared at him and said, Ancestor, you should join life on account of our friendship with the heavenly Tao. I'm the orthodox lineage of Life Lord and have 1,000,000 calamity life controllers under me. You can't lead these subordinates alone. Shi Dudao and Li Daokong frowned. They had naturally heard of Huang Zuintian's reputation. He had gone from a nobody to a Life Lord. His methods were naturally powerful. At the very least, they could not compare. Ancestor Shitian smiled and said, Huang Zuintian, I didn't expect the heavenly Tao to have someone like you. Your talent isn't in cultivation, but your potential is the same as that divine might heavenly sage. It's immeasurable. Huang Zuintian chuckled. Thank you for your praise, Ancestor. Now, I only want to gather the calamity life controllers and look forward to the future together. Although the chaos is peaceful, we can't escape our fate. We will be defeated one by one sooner or later if we don't unite. We were actually no longer chaotic life forms when we became calamity life controllers. We have to restrain ourselves and unite if we want to survive in the chaos. Ancestor Shitian nodded as if he agreed with Huang Zuintian, but he did not agree to the merger. The atmosphere became solemn and silent. Shi Dudao thought to himself, what's going on? Why hasn't the dark forbidden lord appeared? What's he doing? He suddenly couldn't see through it. He thought that the dark forbidden lord and the divine might heavenly sage were the same person. The dark forbidden lord first supported life and helped the divine might heavenly sage increase his reputation. Now that the divine might heavenly sage was already famous in the chaos, it was time to clean up the mess and unite the life faction to develop into a potential force hidden in the dark. Reading on Mybo XNOVL. Calm, please. Ancestor, have you thought it through? Huang Zuentian narrowed his eyes and asked. His right hand behind his waist secretly gestured. This was the signal to prepare for battle. Ancestor Shitian took a step forward and smiled. We can submit, but shouldn't you prove your strength as the Life Lord? Upper-level methods can't convince the masses. You still have to rely on mystical powers if you want to lead the life faction to prosperity. Huang Zuentian smiled and said, Then please enlighten me, Ancestor. His eyes emitted a cold light. Ancestor Shitian suddenly sensed danger. For some reason, he thought of Hanju's heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. This kid was indeed not simple. No wonder he could become a life lord. Time passed. 100,000 years passed. Han Qing'er was still meditating and cultivating under the old tree. Now, her cultivation level had already reached the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. She had attained the Tao in hundreds of thousands of years. This breakthrough speed was already exaggerated. Qing Wan'er had just finished cultivating and was stretching. She glanced at her daughter and couldn't help but ask, Qing'er, aren't you tired? In any case, Qing Wan'er couldn't continue cultivating. She would stop to rest every once in a while. Han Qing'er didn't even open her eyes as she said, Why would I be tired of becoming stronger? Perhaps you just can't feel your cultivation speed. Qing Wan'er blinked and was stunned for a moment before understanding. She was mocking her cultivation talent. Qing Wan'er slapped Han Qing'er's back. But he did not use much strength, afraid that it would affect her cultivation. She sighed as she looked at Han Qing'er's side profile. Be it sons or daughters, they all yearned to cultivate. She didn't understand it in the past, but now she did because it was passed down from their father. Han Ju's cultivation was even more exaggerated. He had been in seclusion for millions of years. Her scalp would tingle every time she thought of it. Footsteps sounded at this moment. Han Ju walked over. Qing Wan'er stood up in surprise upon seeing him. Husband, why are you here? Han Qing'er also opened her eyes. She stood up and moved in front of him. Father, I want to spar with you. The living beings not far away also opened their eyes. They only looked a few years older after so many years. Hanju smiled and said, I came out to see you. He glanced at Han Qing'er and said, You're not qualified to spar with me. Han Qing'er was not convinced. Impossible. I'm very strong now. Those disciples are not my match. They haven't even stepped into the Tao. They're only cultivating simply. How can they compare to you? So, only you can fight me. How about this? I'll let Zhang Juesher fight you. No, Han Qing'er rejected firmly. Han Qing'er said Dad, next chapter will be a fake, and will be replaced with real chapter after few hours, so don't panic. She wasn't stupid. Zhang Juesher was a freedom sage. The terrifying feeling he gave her back then was still vivid in her mind. Moreover, Zhang Juesher was only a disciple. He wouldn't hold back against her. However, it was impossible for her father to hurt her. Hanju smiled and used the dark nightmare to pull Han Qing'er into the dream. The dream was the chaotic void. Han Qing'er looked around in surprise. She thought that her father had brought her to the void and did not realize that this was only a dream. Hanju said, Since you want to fight, come. Fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed above his head. Every one of them was 1,000,000 feet tall. There were 100 of them. All of them leaned forward and looked down at Han Qing'er. Han Qing'er was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a scene. She looked up and saw that she was surrounded. She trembled in fear. Ant. She suddenly thought of this word. Back when she was traveling in the immortal world, she had seen many children who liked to squat and play with the ants on the ground. They surrounded the ants. This situation was identical. Hanju said expressionlessly, I'll let you see my power since you insist on fighting me. What right do I have to shock the chaos? Watch carefully. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial roared angrily, scaring Han Qing'er so much that she trembled. She subconsciously wanted to escape, but she was imprisoned by a terrifying force and could not move. Even her soul couldn't leave her body. Impossible. Han Qing'er's face was pale. She could only watch as the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched. The killing intent was real. Her father was not joking with her. Boom. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched out, and Han Qing'er's body and soul were destroyed. The dream ended. Han Qing'er opened her eyes and gasped. Her head was covered in a cold sweat and she looked terrified. Qing Wan'er asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The dream was too fast. Hanju chatted with her as he fought, so she didn't notice that Han Qing'er was pulled into the dream by her father. Hanju asked with a faint smile, "Are we still going to fight?" Han Qing'er shook her head frantically. Qing Wan'er's expression darkened as she looked at Hanju upon seeing her so frightened. Hanju coughed. "It's nothing. I just fought with her in my dream and didn't hurt her. She's just shocked. How dare she challenge me with this mentality? She still wants to surpass her big brother." Han Qing'er blushed, but she couldn't help but shiver when she thought of the scene just now. How terrifying. So her father was so terrifying when he was serious. No wonder the sages in the Universal Hall were so respectful to him. Had they been beaten like this in the past? Qing Wan'er knew that it was not as simple as fighting upon seeing her daughter's expression. She glared at him. Hanju felt a little awkward under her gaze and said, "I want Qing'er to participate in the chaotic assembly, so I'm being stricter." Chaotic assembly? Qing Wan'er and Han Qing'er were both interested. Hanju didn't hide anything. After all, Han Qing'er had already attained the Tao. There was no benefit in hiding anymore. Instead, it would attract unnecessary consequences. He only mentioned the information regarding the chaotic assembly and introduced the great Tao divine spirits. He did not mention the rest. Han Qing'er had heard of the chaotic assembly in the Universal Hall. She didn't expect it to be so exciting and grand. She immediately became excited. "I want to participate. I want to participate," Qing Wan'er said worriedly. "The entire chaos is huge. Qing'er is powerful, but can she compare to the chaotic prodigies? It's too dangerous." Han Qing'er seemed humiliated upon hearing this. She said indignantly, "Mother, you underestimate me. Besides, the chaotic assembly is being jointly held by Father and the leader of the divine spirits. Who dares to kill me?" Then, Qing Wan'er looked at her father in surprise. Hanju said seriously, "Don't think like that. You might really die. Justice will be lost if the chaotic assembly is corrupted by the higher-ups. You have to be prepared to die as long as you want to participate." Han Qing'er was silent. Qing Wan'er hurriedly dissuaded her. "No, I want to participate. I'm my father's daughter. How can I be mediocre? My elder brother can wander around and make a name for himself. Why can't I? Also, my second brother is not even born yet and has been nurtured for millions of years. What talent is this? Mother, my second brother will definitely shock the world when he's born. Do you want me to be the weakest in our family?" Han Qing'er said seriously. Her stubborn and strong-minded appearance was quite similar to Hanju's. Qing Wan'er said, "Silly child. If aren't you the weakest, who will be? You're the youngest, after all." Han Qing'er immediately felt defeated. Hanju was amused. This mother and daughter always bickered like sisters. Back then, Qing Wan'er doted on Han Tuo in every way and had never said anything to attack him. Of course, their mother-son relationship was not as close as the mother-daughter relationship. "All right, prepare to listen to the Tao." Hanju waved his sleeve and said. This sentence also entered the ears of all the disciples in the third Tao field. Everyone excitedly gathered. Hanju started preaching on the spot. Once the Tao voice sounded, all living beings entered a state of Tao comprehension. On the barren star, Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei sat on the cliff. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and exhaled. Liu Bei did not open his eyes. "What's wrong?" Jiang Juesher said, "My cultivation has become stagnant. It's very strange. I don't know why." Liu Bei opened his eyes and stared at him. He pondered for a moment and said, "Your great reincarnation creation technique is endless and profound, but it didn't create a great Tao that belongs to you alone. Cultivation is based on the great Tao after attaining the Tao. How can you cultivate without the great Tao?" Jiang Juesher said helplessly, "How can the great Tao be so easy to create?" Liu Bei hesitated for a moment and asked, "Should I ask that senior?" Jiang Juesher narrowed his eyes. That senior was the hidden mighty figure in this universe. Because of his experience in the human school, Jiang Juesher was very resistant to joining others. However, he also knew that he had to have a backing if he wanted to cultivate in the chaos. How strong one's backing determined the distance one could walk. "You don't have to worry. That senior doesn't need you to risk your life. Besides, you're not qualified. He's even stronger than ordinary great Tao divine spirits in the chaos." Liu Bei shook his head and smiled. Jiang Juesher was moved. So powerful? A great Tao divine spirit was almost equivalent to a great Tao sage. Liu Bei nodded. Jiang Juesher struggled for a moment before finally agreeing. Liu Bei immediately closed his eyes and sent a voice transmission to the third Tao field. Han Ju immediately replied, "Let him continue cultivating and wait for my seclusion to end." Liu Bei told him the truth. Jiang Juesher nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was mainly in seclusion, which meant that he did not care about him that much. Thus, he wouldn't scheme against him. Jiang Juesher glanced at Liu Bei gratefully. The latter had given him a residence and a huge opportunity. Such a good brother was rare in life. Han Ju preached the Tao for 500 years. All the disciples of the third Tao field obtained the inheritance. All the disciples were still immersed in a state of Tao comprehension when he stopped preaching. Han Ju left quietly and returned to the Taoist temple to continue cultivating. As for Jiang Juesher, he would wait for a while to prevent this kid from suspecting anything. Another 100,000 years passed just like that. Jiang Juesher was already anxious. He asked Liu Bei again, "How long will that senior be in seclusion?" Liu Bei opened his eyes and said helplessly, "How would I know?" Jiang Juesher sighed. He had been looking forward to it ever since he started thinking about this. But the other party did not appear. He had thought that the other party was after his talent. But it was ridiculous now that he thought about it. In the eyes of mighty figures, he was probably inferior to Liu Bei. Talent was only potential. Cultivation was the true capital. Jiang Juesher had a deeper understanding of the rules of survival in the chaos. How can the path of cultivation be impatient? You endured hundreds of thousands of reincarnations. Why did your personality change after stopping? A voice floated over, startling the two of them. A figure stood on the hill behind. His entire body shone with divine light, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Liu Bei immediately knelt. Jiang Juesher understood that the other party was the mighty figure Liu Bei had mentioned. However, how does he know about my past? Jiang Juesher panicked. Hanju chuckled and said, "I know what you're thinking. It will be as easy as flipping your palm to see through a person's past and future when you attain the great Tao. Your experience might be unique in the heavenly Tao, but it's nothing in the chaos." Jiang Juesher took a deep breath and bowed. "I was rude earlier. Senior, please forgive me. My great Tao contains the principles of the 3,000 great Tao. Are you willing to cultivate it?" Hanju asked. He had already used the supreme power to isolate the universe of stars. No one could spy on him. Perhaps only a Tao creator could. It should not be surprising in the eyes of a Tao creator. Jiang Juesher hesitated. Hanju said, "Many people have already cultivated this Tao. There's no lack of great Tao sages. You don't have to worry. You can also listen to the Tao before making a decision." Jiang Juesher nodded and hurriedly thanked him. Hanju began to preach. This lecture lasted for 10,000 years. Jiang Juesher was different from the disciples of the third Tao field. His talent had already increased to an extremely terrifying level. 10,000 years of preaching was enough for him to comprehend a lot. The lecture ended. Zhang Juesher slowly opened his eyes and looked at Han Ju with reverence. What a profound great Tao! Zhang Juesher was convinced. He had already embarked on the path of the great Tao of extreme origin after comprehending the Tao for 10,000 years. He discovered that the great Tao of extreme origin indeed contained the truths of the 3,000 great Tao. It was endlessly profound and ever-changing. It was very suitable for his great reincarnation creation technique. Thank you for your lecture, Senior. This Tao is indeed impressive. I'm willing to cultivate this Tao. Senior, please allow me. Zhang Juesher stood up and bowed sincerely. Han Ju said, the previous lecture was already enough for you to cultivate for some time. I'll guide you when you attain the great Tao. With that, he vanished. Zhang Juesher was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to leave so quickly. Liu Bei also came to a realization and smiled. To be willing to take out 10,000 years to preach the Tao to you, it seems that this senior still thinks highly of you. I've never listened to the Tao for so long. Zhang Juesher was very happy and was no longer vigilant upon hearing this. He could sense that the other party was indeed not plotting anything. After comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin, he understood that the difference between him and the other party was unimaginable. The great reincarnation creation technique that he was so proud of was probably not worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. No matter how powerful a cultivation technique was, could it compare to the great Tao? Zhang Juesher was no longer worried. He was so vigilant in the past because he was afraid that the other party would covet it. Then, the two of them continued to meditate and cultivate. They were all in a good mood. Zhang Juesher had a beautiful future ahead of him. Liu Bei thought that he was about to complete the mission his master had given him. In a world, the forest rose and fell. The sky was high and the sea was far away. A majestic mountain towered into the clouds. At the top of the mountain was a huge peacock. It was even larger than the entire mountain. The surrounding sea of clouds looked small in front of it. A beam of light sped over and stopped in front of the huge peacock. A burly man in black armor and a phoenix-winged iron crown appeared after the light dissipated. The black-armored man cupped his fists and bowed. Divine Lord, I learned that the 5 great divine punishers have entered the ancient desolate for some time. The huge peacock was Divine Lord Peacock. Divine Lord Peacock slowly opened his eyes and asked, what about the situation in the ancient desolate? There's no movement for now. The phenomenon you mentioned has never appeared, either. Divine Lord Peacock closed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. The black-armored man couldn't help but ask, Divine Lord? What are you waiting for? Divine Lord Peacock said casually, the ancient desolate contains a huge opportunity. Why did the 5 great divine punishers enter? It's because the ancient desolate is powerful enough. I even suspect that the Tao ancestor is hiding there. The black-armored man nodded. The ancient desolate was formed by the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor captured many experts and suppressed them in the ancient desolate in the past. He paused and asked in surprise, but you still didn't say what you were waiting for. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and stared coldly at the black-armored man, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. Just to keep an eye on him. You'll definitely benefit in the future. Divine Lord Peacock said coldly, scaring the black-armored man so much that he hurriedly nodded. Then, the black-armored man bowed and left. Divine Lord Peacock stared in the direction he had left in deep thought. Forbidden Lord, oh Forbidden Lord. I can only contribute like this if you don't contact me. Divine Lord Peacock thought helplessly. He thought that the dark Forbidden Lord was dissatisfied with him. He had attained the great Tao too slowly. Previously, he had even caused trouble and had to be personally saved by the dark Forbidden Lord. Divine Lord Peacock's eyes became firm. He had to obtain that treasure. Why would he worry about not being able to help the dark Forbidden Lord after obtaining it? Although Divine Lord Peacock did not know what the Dark Forbidden Lord's great ambition was, it was definitely related to the entire chaos. More than 10 sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Most sages had their own responsibilities. It was very difficult for all of them to be in the heavenly Tao at the same time. There were already 10 chaotic heavenly roads now. They had established a good trading channel in this chaotic domain. One could obtain the protection of the heavenly Tao upon walking on the chaotic heavenly road. This was something that other worlds could not compare to. The three pure sacred world was also lacking this, so it had always been suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Cultivators were not afraid of being attacked by sages and existences above with the heavenly Tao's protection. Although it was not absolutely safe, they could at least avoid many troubles. I summoned you today to talk about the Ancient Desolate. The Ancient Desolate has become independent ever since the deity realm of the Ruins of End was shattered by the Tao Devils. However, the Ancient Desolate is still a forbidden land after millions of years. Ancient mighty figures will occasionally escape. Not long ago, I heard that a supreme treasure is about to appear in the Ancient Desolate. This supreme treasure can stir up the chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu scanned the sages and said slowly, "Many sages were moved at the mention of the Ancient Desolate. The Ancient Desolate was the most frequently mentioned in the chaos. They each had their own forces. Many disciples wandered in the chaos and naturally had this information. Even sages already had their eyes on that supreme treasure." Pan-Xian smiled. "Heavenly Venerate wants to snatch this treasure?" Heavenly Venerate Xiandu shook his head. "On the contrary, I want to remind you that you can't go to the Ancient Desolate. Also, that supreme treasure can't be stolen." The new sage, Yang Tiandong, couldn't help but ask, why? He had just attained the Tao and had swept away his previous depression. He was filled with motivation and wanted to achieve something, so he also targeted the Ancient Desolate. The other sages also looked puzzled. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu replied, "I've calculated that the Ancient Desolate will cause a calamity. We might endanger the heavenly Tao if we're not careful. Threaten the heavenly Tao." The sages were in an uproar. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate chuckled. "Heavenly Venerate, isn't this too exaggerated? Could there be 30,000 divine authority generals hidden in the Ancient Desolate?" The sages also laughed. "That's right. How could the heavenly Tao be in danger with the divine might heavenly sage around?" Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, "Everyone, don't forget the Tao ancestor. Pangu has revived. As for the Tao ancestor whose fate is unknown, are you sure he's dead? Are you going to give way if the Tao ancestor returns and wants to regain control of the heavenly Tao?" The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive again when the Tao ancestor was mentioned. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate Pan-Xian and Yang Tiandong stopped talking. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was about to speak when a great pressure descended from the sky. It was a pillar of light that pierced through the 33rd heaven and landed in front of the Universal Hall. It passed through the layers of clouds and landed in a mortal world below the immortal world. The sages were shocked. "What's that? What a terrifying pressure! It's a great Tao sage. Wait, why did it fall from above? That pillar of light actually fell into a mortal body." Heavenly Venerate Xiandu frowned. He counted with his fingers and his expression changed drastically. He actually couldn't deduce it. He even panicked. This was a feeling he had never felt before. What happened? 3 figures appeared in the hall at this moment. They were Great Sage Void Soul, the Foolish Sword Sage, and Red Fate. "What was that just now?" the Foolish Sword Sage asked in a low voice. He was also shocked. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu frowned and asked, "You can't deduce it either?" The Foolish Sword Sage was the strongest existence in the heavenly Tao other than the divine might heavenly sage. Red Fate also looked at the Foolish Sword Sage in surprise. The gazes of the sages made the Foolish Sword Sage even more displeased. He snorted. "Why would I come if I could deduce it? That thing just now didn't come from the top of the heavenly Tao but from the top of the chaos. You have to be careful about this. Don't let the enemy scheme against the heavenly Tao again." His eyes became colder as he turned to look at the mortal world. He was a great Tao Supreme, but there was actually something he could not see through. While the heavenly Tao sage was shocked by the mysterious pillar of light, 3 lines of notifications appeared in front of Hanju. Detected that the Tao creator's power has entered the chaos. You have the following choices. 1. Go and destroy this power immediately and promote the dominance of the primordial fiend celestial. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a supreme treasure, and the Tao creator's hatred. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. Avoid the attention of the Tao creator for now. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Tao creator? Hanju's eyelids twitched. This was an existence he could not provoke. Although the reward for the first option was very generous, he could only choose the second option. Hanju silently made his choice. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You temporarily avoided the sharpness of the Tao creator and obtained a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Hanju immediately took out the creation spirit stone and chose a ball of fiend celestial chi to fuse with. His will jumped above the chaos and looked down at it, wanting to see where the power was. Soon he was attracted by the heavenly Tao. There was an extremely bright light in the heavenly Tao. It was the brightest in the entire chaos and was extremely eye-catching. Hanju looked over. The light came from a mortal world. It was a child. The child was just born. His cries were loud and world-shattering. It was even more powerful than when Qin Ling was born. His cries shocked the entire world and terrified countless cultivators. Hanju discovered that he couldn't spy on this child. This child had a powerful force, and there was a golden pattern between his eyebrows like a closed vertical eye. The powerful force came from the golden pattern. Hanju retracted his gaze and asked in his mind, which Tao creator did that child's power come from? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Chaotic consciousness. Cultivation unknown. Chaotic deity. Above the great Tao. Rules and order. Unspeakable name. It was him. The first Tao creator that Hanju learned about. This fellow finally couldn't take it anymore. Hanju continued to ask, why is the chaotic consciousness doing this? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju didn't enter the illusion, for words appeared in front of him. Chaotic change. Chaotic change? What was the meaning of this? Hanju pondered carefully. Could it be because of the recent changes in the chaos? Why didn't the chaotic consciousness target the ultimate god of punishment but throw its power into the heavenly Tao? Could it be that this fellow wanted to arouse the ultimate god's fear? He could hope him in with Hanju around. However, could he really be fearless if there was another Hanju? There was another possibility. The chaotic consciousness hoped that the chaos would be more chaotic. After all, there was still the 9th chaos above him. Hanju thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. In any case, he couldn't go against a Tao creator for now. Thus, he would pretend not to know about this. Currently, he had already gathered 9 great Tao fragments and could create another great Tao mystical power. A great Tao mystical power was not a great Tao level mystical power, but a mystical power equivalent to the profundity of the great Tao. Hanju fell into deep thought. After a long while, he had an idea. He didn't lack strange mystical powers now. It was better to create a powerful mystical power that was convenient to teach to disciples. He could create mystical powers, but he couldn't create a great Tao mystical power. He wanted to create an unparalleled mystical power that could be the signboard of the hidden sect. Others would know that they were a personal disciple of the hidden sect upon seeing this mystical power. Hanju took out the 9 great Tao fragments and fused them. A strong light burst out and illuminated the entire Taoist temple. In the mortal world, dozens of servants knelt in front of a dazzling palace. In front of them was a middle-aged man in a python-patterned golden robe walking back and forth with an anxious expression. At this moment, the palace door opened and an old woman came out with a kasaya. The middle-aged man hurriedly went up and asked nervously, "Is it intact?" His gaze landed on the swaddled baby and he immediately beamed. This baby's skin was fair and cute, unlike the skin of a newborn. Most importantly, the golden pattern between his eyebrows looked especially divine. The old woman smiled. "It's fine. The little prince's cries are so loud. He's really extraordinary." The middle-aged man had also heard it earlier. It was indeed deafening, causing him to panic. He thought that something had happened. He had children before this. When had their cries been so loud? The middle-aged man took his son with a smile. At this moment, a golden light shone down, startling the nearby servants. They crawled back. The middle-aged man was also shocked, but he still pretended to be calm. The golden light dissipated and an old Taoist appeared. He waved his horsetail whisk and smiled. "I'm an immortal god from the heavens. Tao Lord Wu Du, seeing that this child is extraordinary today, I want to take him as a disciple and nurture him to become an immortal and seek the Tao." Everyone was shocked by his words. The middle-aged man trembled in excitement and asked carefully, "Immortal? Are you serious?" Tao Lord Wu Du smiled. "I'm not talking nonsense." Boom. Heavenly lightning exploded, startling everyone so much that they looked up. They saw dark clouds suddenly gather and surge ferociously, making them panic. A green dragon was churning in the thundercloud. It was a spectacular sight. The green dragon stretched out a dragon head that was larger than a palace and said, "This child is fated with our dragon race. He can inherit our inheritance." The middle-aged man was stunned. Tao Lord Wu Du frowned and thought that it was troublesome. However, this was not the end. A white crane came from the east. On the back of the crane stood a fairy. She wore an exquisite Taoist robe and her long hair fluttered. "This child is a destined disciple of our Jie school. Fellow Taoists, please don't fight with us." The Taoist-robed fairy's voice resounded through the world, extremely cold. All the mortals in front of the palace were stunned. They had never seen such a scene. At the same time, in the Universal Hall, the sages saw this scene. Xianxia smiled. "These guys run really fast." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, "I want to see whose disciple doesn't have good judgment and can sit still." The other sages laughed as well. They were secretly informing their disciples to rope in the mortal child favored by the mysterious force. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned and felt uneasy. The foolish sword sage saw through his emotions and said, "I can't see through it. But why worry since even the divine might heavenly sage isn't moving?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du felt that it made sense. How could Han Ju sit by and watch if there was really a threat? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "This child's background is extraordinary. He had to be taught well no matter who obtains him. Don't let him take the evil path." The sages smiled and nodded. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's words meant that he had given up on the opportunity to fight for this child. Great Sage Void Soul couldn't help but say, "In my opinion, we should suppress it and seal it as soon as possible to prevent future trouble." In the third Tao field, Han Ju finally opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. He had successfully created a new great Tao mystical power. He named this mystical power the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. This palm was ferocious. Any power, thing, and even rules could be destroyed. It only had the power to destroy. It was absolutely destroyed and could not be repaired. Han Ju began the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 foolish sword sages. He only used the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. He used his domineering dermic powers and killed 10,000 foolish sword sages with a single palm. It was very easy. He continued to challenge more foolish sword sages. He fought with 20,000 foolish sword sages before finally winning. Han Ju suddenly had a better idea. He used the Dharma idol fusion technique to fuse with 2,449 fiend celestial Dharma idols before using the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. 20,000 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. Han Ju's confidence multiplied. He challenged his limits again. 25,000 foolish sword sages. He killed all of them with a single palm strike after using the Dharma Idol Fusion technique and the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. Previously, he had always used the Dharma Idol Fusion technique to wield the Primordial Judgment Sword. However, the Primordial Judgment Sword was only a Dharma treasure, after all. It was more powerful if he used a Dharma treasure to wield a mystical power. Han Ju decided to create another Great Tao mystical power regarding the Sword Tao next time. He didn't do it this time because the Sword Tao couldn't bypass Laozi. How could the hidden sect base itself on the Sword Tao? Han Ju continued the simulation trial. In the end, he could no longer insta-kill the foolish sword sages when the number reached 30,000. He could only win after a fierce battle. It took him 100 years to create the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm, but the outcome satisfied him. The Divine Might Great Heaven Palm was definitely the most domineering palm technique mystical power he had ever seen. This would be the hidden sect's ultimate technique from now on. Han Ju immediately came to the second Tao field and preached the Tao to all the Fiend Celestials, teaching them the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. The chaotic Fiend Celestials were all people with powerful bodies and were not good at using Dharma treasures. Most of them liked to rely on their physical talent. Thus, they were very suitable for the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. Han Ju directly began to preach the Tao and made the 49 Fiend Celestials enter a state of Tao comprehension as they began to comprehend the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. 100 years later, Han Ju came to the 100-peak Immortal River and asked Han Zuetian to choose 10 geniuses of the hidden sect. Several days later, Han Zuetian brought 10 pseudo-sage geniuses over. They represented the sect's hope. Han Ju encouraged them. The 10 geniuses were extremely excited. They kept kowtowing and paying respects to the ancestor. He also harvested a wave of 6-star favorability, and there were no traitors with low stars or hatred. These geniuses' talent was still a little lacking. They only learned it after Han Ju preached for 1,000 years. Han Ju especially reminded them that this was a secret technique of the hidden sect and could not be taught to outsiders. The 10 geniuses were even more excited, feeling that they had been acknowledged by their ancestor. Han Ju waved his hand for them to leave. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the immortal world and the person who had obtained the chaotic consciousness power. The child had long grown up after more than 1,000 years. He had joined the heavenly race and become a peerless prodigy. Although he was only 1,000 years old, he was already an immortal emperor. Becoming an immortal emperor in 1,000 years. The world was shaken. His name had already spread throughout the immortal world. Azure Heaven Mystic. This was not his original name. He changed his name after stepping into cultivation. He even severed all karma with the mortal world. Azure Heaven Mystic was proud and arrogant. He was famous in the heavenly race. He received high treatment in the 2 worlds with the heavenly race's power. In just 1,000 years, rumors already abounded in the immortal world that Azure Heaven Mystic was comparable to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage had become a sage at 30,000 years old. It was not impossible for Azure Heaven Mystic to do it, too. Han Ju smiled when he learned of this. It would indeed be a waste if this kid couldn't attain the Tao in 30,000 years with a Tao creator's inheritance. Han Ju began to observe Azure Heaven Mystic. The fact that Azure Heaven Mystic had joined the heavenly race was equivalent to going under Han Ju. This was probably the outcome after the sages discussed. Otherwise, how could the heavenly race snatch him? Azure Heaven Mystic was extremely talented, but his personality was also extreme. At first, the sages who did not obtain Azure Heaven Mystic were very disappointed, but they were gloating now. Han Ju saw that Azure Heaven Mystic was bullying his fellow disciples. This fellow challenged 10,000 immortal emperors alone. He even humiliated them after attaining victory. He was extremely arrogant. The humiliated immortal emperors didn't dare to say anything. They couldn't defeat him and could only endure. This was not the first time. Ha 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 ha. You immortal emperors have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and finally entered the cycle of reincarnation. You don't need to cultivate as mortals. Can you really repay the heavenly race for nurturing you? I would definitely demote all of you to the mortal world to prevent you from embarrassing the heavenly race if I were the heavenly ancestor. A blue-robed youth smiled proudly on a vast platform. 10,000 immortal emperors lying within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. All of them were red in the face and trembling. The blue-robed youth was Azure Heaven Mystic. He was handsome and had a tall figure. His waist was wrapped in a pearl ribbon and he wore cloud boots. He wore a vermilion bird headband and looked like an immortal who had walked out of a painting. A group of heavenly race immortals flew over at this moment. One of the fairies reprimanded him. Azure Heaven Mystic, don't humiliate your fellow disciples. Azure Heaven Mystic glanced at her and said disdainfully, You little girl, what are you shouting for? Come down and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Watch as I, the Emperor Realm, trample on your deity realm and let you, a high and mighty fairy, cry for mercy under my feet. The immortals around the fairy were indignant and cursed. Azure Heaven Mystic was not angry. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. A bunch of ants who only dare to curse. Do you dare to come down and fight? See if I don't beat you all until you die. Azure Heaven Mystic laughed wildly. He actually had the upper hand as he bickered with the other party alone. Hanju shook his head and laughed. He couldn't be bothered to do anything. After all, a Tao creator was behind him. He didn't hate Azure Heaven Mystic much. Although this person had a foul mouth and was arrogant, he did not kill his fellow disciples. It was worth mentioning that even though Azure Heaven Mystic was so famous, he did not have a single life in his hands. He hadn't even killed worms or plants. He wouldn't step on flowers if he saw them when this kid was young. He would fly if he could. In a sense, Azure Heaven Mystic was the cleanest person in the world. Hanju stopped looking at him. He teleported to the third Tao field and called Han Qinger into the Taoist temple. Father, what is it? Han Qinger raised her eyebrows and asked in high spirits. Hanju said, I recently created a mystical power. It will be the signature mystical power of the hidden sect in the future. Do you want to learn it? Han Qinger curled her lips. How powerful can a temporarily created mystical power be? Teach me some ancient mystical power. Thinking highly of ancient creations and belittling modern works. This was the same for all races. Hanju smiled faintly. Why don't you try in the dream? Han Qinger hurriedly shook her head. I'll learn. I'll learn. Hanju immediately preached the Tao and taught the mystical power. The lecture ended 200 years later. Han Qinger opened her eyes in shock. There's actually such a mystical power in the world. It's as exquisite and profound as the great Tao. Han Qinger looked at her father in admiration. Hanju was secretly pleased. This palm is too ferocious. Don't use it unless it's a life and death battle, especially against the disciples in the Tao field. Hanju reminded, afraid that she would act recklessly. Han Qinger nodded. Don't worry, father. I know what to do. I'm not an arrogant and reckless person. Hanju smiled and nodded. For some reason, he thought of Azure Heaven Mystic. His arrogance was indeed the highest he had ever seen. He didn't know if it was intentional. He was so arrogant, but there was no karma. It was very strange. Hanju thought for a moment and opened the simulation trial for Han Qinger. Then, he introduced it to her so that she could use it in the future. Han Qinger was very surprised and immediately went forward. The current simulation trial had already copied many experts of all realms, including hidden sect disciples. Several hours later, Han Qinger opened her eyes and said excitedly, Father, what mystical power is this? It's so realistic. It's even more realistic than a dream. Hanju said, It contains either hidden sect disciples or enemies I've encountered before. It's enough for you to use for countless years. Han Qinger nodded and left. She returned to her mother's side and continued to immerse herself in the simulation trial. She looked like an internet addict. Hanju didn't find it funny. After all, his personal disciples were the same back then. They were addicted for hundreds of years or even longer before returning to normal. Visit myboxnovl.com to read, please. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. In the heavenly ancestor palace. Xianxia stared at the immortals in the hall with a dark expression. They were all heavenly race immortals. Although most of the immortals of the heavenly race lived in the netherworld, as Xianxia attained the Tao, they began to return to the 9th level of the immortal world and secretly compete with the heavenly Tao sect. I asked you to teach Azure Heaven Mystic well, but now such a joke has happened. Who's responsible for this? Xianxia asked coldly as he scanned everyone. The immortals looked at each other. No one replied. Xianxia said coldly, "Bring me Azure Heaven Mystic. I want to teach him personally." No immortal god refused. They agreed. Xianxia was annoyed. He immediately waved his sleeve and gestured for all the immortals to leave. Although the heavenly race was huge, they did not have any useful immortals. He couldn't help but think of the hidden sect. Should he ask Li Xian'ao to send him some geniuses? The hidden sect had the deepest foundation in the entire immortal world. There were countless geniuses and their forces covered the heavenly Tao. Xianxia closed his eyes and cultivated after the immortals left. Several days later, an immortal god brought Azure Heaven Mystic into the hall and bid farewell. Only Xianxia and Azure Heaven Mystic were left in the hall. Xianxia sized him up and was increasingly satisfied. It had to be said that this kid was indeed talented. Perhaps he could really catch up to his master. Azure Heaven Mystic said proudly, "Why did the sage summon me? Could it be that you want to take me in as your disciple? I've already acknowledged a master and will never acknowledge a second master. Although the sage is far stronger than my master, I can't forget my roots." Xianxia smiled. "Why should I be your master? I'm your ancestor." Azure Heaven Mystic was stunned. Although the heavenly race had sages, they were not of the same lineage. He didn't expect his master to be the disciple of a sage. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor." Xianxia asked, "You clearly have great kindness in your heart. Why are you so arrogant and trampling on the dignity of others?" Azure Heaven Mystic looked up. "Ancestor, I can't stand those people. They bully the weak and stick together. I like to target geniuses. I want to see who in the world has greater talent than me." His face was still filled with arrogance. Xianxia was helpless. They would have long died if anyone else dared to speak to a sage like this. This kid was the only one who said that others were bullying people because of their strength and talent, but he did the same thing himself. "You'll cultivate in my Tao field for 10,000 years before returning to the immortal world," Xianxia said seriously. He already had a plan. He wanted Azure Heaven Mystic to participate in the chaotic assembly. Although this kid started late, his potential was vast. It was just like his master who had become the strongest in the chaos after millions of years. Azure Heaven Mystic hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, thank you, ancestor." Xianxia waved his right hand and a mat landed in front of him. Azure Heaven Mystic understood and walked forward to sit down. Time passed quickly. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju was still in seclusion, but the Azure Heaven Mystic had already come out. In the past 10,000 years, other than cultivating Tao techniques, Xianxia had also taught him many mystical powers. Azure Heaven Mystic's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the 6th mystic divine origin and was only a step away from the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. This was even after he had spent a lot of time on mystical powers and comprehension. Otherwise, breaking through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm in 10,000 years would definitely not be difficult. Azure Heaven Mystic flew out of the heavenly ancestor palace. He had changed into a white robe and had a heroic figure. His temperament was extraordinary. One could feel the aura of a prodigy just by looking at his figure. He didn't leave the 33rd heaven immediately but wandered nearby. He had come in a hurry and had yet to see the sky that only belonged to sages. The 33rd heaven was vast, with dozens of Tao field. As he flew, he occasionally encountered Tao seekers who looked at him in surprise. How dare a deity realm cultivator come to the 33rd heaven? He was tempting fate. The cultivators who could come here were at least Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Otherwise, they were not qualified to go to the Sage Tao field to seek the Tao. Azure Heaven Mystic didn't know what they were thinking and did not disturb them. Azure Heaven Mystic bent down and rushed towards the immortal world after walking through all the Sage Tao field. A figure sped over and stopped him after passing through more than 10 layers of sky. It was a beautiful woman in a purple-red immortal dress. Her hair was slightly messy, and spots of blood could be seen on her body. She looked terrified. "Fellow Taoist, please save me," the woman said anxiously. Azure Heaven Mystic frowned. The woman said, "I'm a heavenly Tao immortal god. I offended the disciples of the Jie school. They're chasing after me." Azure Heaven Mystic said, "Oh, I'll definitely thank you in the future as long as you can save me. Get lost." The woman in the immortal dress was stunned. At this moment, more than 10 disciples of the Jie school flew over on their swords. "Demon, where are you running to?" shouted angrily the middle-aged man in the lead holding a pagoda. Then, a green light shot out from the pagoda towards Azure Heaven Mystic and the woman. Azure Heaven Mystic's eyes narrowed. He turned around, and a vertical eye opened between his brows. Golden light shot out from his eyes and destroyed the green light of the pagoda. "Who are you? How dare you stop the Jie school?" the middle-aged man asked angrily. The other disciples stopped and waited. The woman in the immortal dress said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist, they are after my Dharma treasure. You have to save." Azure Heaven Mystic turned around and slapped her before she could finish speaking, causing her to vomit blood and fly out, piercing through the clouds. Azure Heaven Mystic said disdainfully, "Nonsense! Don't wander the immortal world if you don't have the ability." He turned to look at the group of the Jie school disciples and said, "I hate people who bully others the most. It's your fate to meet me today. I'll teach you a lesson. Come at me together." The disciples of the Jie school were naturally furious as they faced the unruly Azure Heaven Mystic. They took out their Dharma treasures and cast spells at him. "Good timing. I'll let you see what invincible means today." Azure Heaven Mystic laughed wildly. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened. Shadows of divine light flew out from it at an extremely fast speed, passing through the bodies of the Jie school disciples. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with divine light shadows. The posture of each shadow was different, as if different moves were being disassembled. The Jie school disciples couldn't move. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Azure Heaven Mystic smiled disdainfully and left. He had just descended from the clouds when a blood mist bloomed above his head. Screams sounded. In the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, Hanju slowly opened his eyes. 100,000 years had passed. The primordial world expanded again. The nebulous primordial chi was becoming denser. The fiend celestial chi had already separated and were far away from each other. Perhaps the depths of Hanju's soul would also be the beginning of another era if the primordial world could really become the primordial world and the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials were successfully nurtured. Hanju couldn't help but think of the ninth chaos. Could the chaos he was in be the ninth chaos soul? Visit myboxnovl.com to read, please. That would be too terrifying. Hanju could control every corner of the primordial world and could even use his will to control space and other rules. He could even use the primordial world to kill it with a thought if a fiend celestial wanted to harm him. He had absolute control over his world. I can't rashly offend the ninth chaos or destroy it unless I reach the Creator Lord realm. Hanju thought silently and checked the emails. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by a Tao Devil, X89211092. Your disciple. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuentian has entered the bottom of the chaos. Your good friend Ultimate God of Punishment's soul wandered outside the chaos. He has comprehended the true meaning of chaos and his cultivation has increased. Your disciple Zhoufan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock has entered the ancient desolate. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was cursed by a mysterious curse. His will is trapped. His circle of friends began to stir again. Many people were injured. Hanju was attracted by the ultimate god of punishment's move. He could even comprehend the true meaning of chaos outside the chaos. What was going on? The ultimate god of punishment had finally become the leader of the divine spirits. Why didn't he cultivate in peace and still go out to travel? To be honest, Hanju liked the ultimate god of punishment. The chaos could be peaceful for longer with him around. He wouldn't touch the ultimate god of punishment and continue to let him be the leader of the divine spirits even if Hanju surpassed the Tao creator realm if peace could really last. Hanju inexplicably felt that the ultimate god of punishment would fail. Sigh. He couldn't care less. Hanju continued to read the emails. Divine Lord Peacock had run to the ancient desolate. Why? Hanju remembered it. After reading all the emails, his will jumped to the chaos. Looking down at the chaos, his gaze landed on the ancient desolate. From a macro point of view, the ancient desolate was not far from the heavenly Tao. They were both domains under the divine robe Taoist. The ancient desolate was very mysterious. It was one of the places in the chaos that could not be spied on. Hanju carefully observed the ancient desolate, wanting to see through it. The ancient desolate seemed to be enveloped by a black mist. A tail could be vaguely seen churning, but it also seemed like an illusion. There's something in the ancient desolate that can actually trap the will of a great Tao sage. It's at least a great Tao supreme, right? Hanju thought silently. Couldn't hide the prying of a great Tao supreme if there was no great Tao supreme. Hanju's will retreated to his body after observing for a while. He teleported into the 100-peak Immortal River and arrived at the third Tao field. With a wave of his right hand, he brought Su Qi, Xianxia, Long Hao, Li Xian'eo, Han Yu, Qin Ling, Fang Liang, and Yang Tiandong into the Taoist temple. The interior of the Taoist temple had already expanded and was enough to accommodate so many people. The sages opened their eyes and hurriedly knelt when they saw Hanju. They were shocked. They knew that Hanju was very strong, far stronger than them, but they didn't expect to be caught off guard and moved into his Taoist temple. This was too exaggerated. Hanju said, "I'll teach you a mystical power today. This is a mystical power I created for the hidden sect. Can't be taught to others or your disciples. I'll cripple you if you spread it." The sages promised solemnly. They were looking forward to it. For him to preach so solemnly, it must be an impressive mystical power. Hanju began to preach. The sages woke up 100 years later, and they had already returned to their respective Tao field. They recalled the divine might great heaven palm with shock. What a domineering mystical power. Their hearts burned with reverence for Hanju. On the other side, in the main Tao field, Hanju didn't leave. He looked at the immortal world next. After 100,000 years, Azure Heaven Mystic was already a pseudo-sage, but he had yet to attain the Tao. The reason was that the recent heavenly Tao did not have a sage position available. Azure Heaven Mystic was born in the heavenly Tao and grew in it. He had to rely on the heavenly Tao's providence to become a sage. Hanju was different. He had always cultivated in the Tao field in the past and all his resources depended on the system. The heavenly Tao's providence he received was directly suppressed in the primordial world. Tao Sovereign, Zhoufan, and the others left the heavenly Tao to search for opportunities alone and use their strength to attain the Tao. Azure Heaven Mystic also wanted to leave the heavenly Tao, but the sages did not let him. This fellow was too talented and could not be abducted by other worlds. They comforted Azure Heaven Mystic that the next sage position would definitely be given to him. He had been persuaded several times, but he could only wait. It would take time no matter how fast the new sage position appeared. Azure Heaven Mystic couldn't wait anymore. Hanju happened to see Azure Heaven Mystic changing his identity and heading to Chaotic City, wanting to leave through the chaotic heavenly road. As a pseudo-sage, Azure Heaven Mystic's transformation technique was very powerful. Only sages could see through it. As it happened, sages were staring at him at this moment. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate stopped him and brought him to his Tao field. He chatted with him warmly and discussed the Tao with him to stall for time. It wasn't good for him to slap a smiling face. Azure Heaven Mystic could only force himself to discuss the Tao. Hanju almost laughed upon seeing this scene. Looks like these guys want him to participate in the chaotic assembly. Hanju thought silently. He had no intention of taking in another disciple. This fellow's karma was too great. So great that he didn't dare to tell the sages about this. However, he couldn't let Azure Heaven Mystic dominate the chaotic assembly. In that case, wouldn't it be falling into the chaotic consciousness trap? Azure Heaven Mystic's reputation and status would increase exponentially when he represented the heavenly Tao to become the peak of the chaotic era. He might become the heavenly Tao's leader. Hanju would definitely be discovered by the chaotic consciousness if he used the primordial heavenly prison. Hanju couldn't directly contact Azure Heaven Mystic before reaching the level of Tao creator. So he thought of another way. He wanted Zhang Juesher to step on Azure Heaven Mystic to ascend. Zhang Juesher was far from 100 million years old in this life. He was young enough to participate in the chaotic assembly. Hanju returned to the third Tao field and visited Zhang Juesher in his dreams. In the dream, Zhang Juesher opened his eyes and saw Hanju, who was shining with divine light. He immediately bowed. He had been looking forward to the next lecture ever since the last one. The great Tao of extreme origin was too exquisite, finally allowing him to see the hope of attaining the great Tao. Hanju said, "Your cultivation has been good recently." Zhang Juesher said humbly, "Thank you for your lecture, senior." Hanju asked, "What's your cultivation goal?" Zhang Juesher was stunned. All living beings have spirits. With spirits, they have hearts. With hearts, they have motives and expectations. Their hearts will have motives in advance before doing anything. You're still cultivating now. What do you want? Hanju asked casually. These words struck Zhang Juesher's heart. He said, "I want to reach the highest realm of cultivation. I want to revive an old friend." Hanju said, "Cultivation is endless. Your realm will constantly increase as long as you keep cultivating. As for reviving your old friends, there's a chance now. The chaos will launch a chaotic assembly. If you become a great Tao divine spirit, reviving a person is as easy as flipping your palm." Zhang Juesher's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked about the chaotic assembly. Hanju told the truth. Zhang Juesher's blood boiled after learning the details. This was an unprecedented gathering of geniuses. As expected of the chaotic assembly, Zhang Juesher would definitely hesitate if it was the previous him. After all, he didn't have a backing. He would most likely attract calamity if he stood out. However, it was different now. This senior could be his backing. "Senior, I..." Zhang Juesher hesitated. There were some things he had never said and was embarrassed about. Hanju asked, "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Zhang Juesher secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Be it in the heavenly Tao or the chaos, there was no relationship more stable than master and disciple. It even surpassed that of father and son. Father and son were only karma from birth. Master and disciple formed karma from pursuing the Tao. Zhang Juesher immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Greetings, master." Everything happened smoothly. Hanju received his favorability. Hanju said, "Since you're my disciple, I'll teach you a mystical power. This mystical power is enough to let you dominate the chaos." Zhang Juesher was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Hanju began to preach the Tao, naturally teaching the divine might great heaven palm. The lecture ended 100 years later. Zhang Juesher opened his eyes and smiled. Liu Bei seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and saw his smile. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I've acknowledged that senior as my master," Zhang Juesher said softly. He was extremely excited. What a domineering divine might great heaven palm. Destroy everything. Simple and fierce. They could skip all the fancy mystical powers if they cultivate it to the extreme. No matter how many mystical powers one had, they would destroy them with a palm. Zhang Juesher was even more respectful towards Han Ju. Liu Bei smiled. Congratulations. Zhang Juesher smiled. We're fellow disciples from now on? Senior. Liu Bei shook his head. We're considered fellow sect members, but not fellow disciples. Why? To be honest, I'm actually this senior's clone. He's the main body. In terms of seniority, I'm also a generation older than you. Clone. Zhang Juesher widened his eyes and looked at him with a completely different gaze. Liu Bei was secretly pleased. He had endured for a long time and could finally posture. Zhang Juesher sighed. I see. It's all because of Master's favor. He was still very touched when he thought about it. In order to accept him, his master had first given him a favor and only accepted him after he was willing to acknowledge him as his master. Such magnanimity was admirable. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is my master?" Liu Bei was silent. At this moment, Han Ju's voice entered his ears, allowing him to reveal his identity. Heavenly Tao, Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Have you heard of him? Zhang Juesher was moved. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. This name was like thunder. Especially to the Heavenly Tao life forms, it was even more of a legend. Zhang Juesher also admired the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, but the difference between the two was too great. He knew that he couldn't come into contact with him. He recalled something else. One of the initiators of the chaotic assembly was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. His heart burned. In other words, he could freely display his talent in the chaotic assembly and not be afraid of being plotted against. Who would dare to hurt him in the endless chaos with the Divine Might Heavenly Sage protecting him? Zhang Juesher was touched. He had felt that his potential was enough to match his master, but his master was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, so it was different. This was the strongest person in the chaos. At least that was what most cultivators thought. How could such an expert lack prodigies as disciples? Zhang Juesher took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. He couldn't embarrass the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Becoming one of the 10 absolutes of the chaos was necessary. He still had to try his best to fight for the eternal peak of the chaos. Time passed quickly. Hundreds of thousands of years later, detected that you are 6 million years old and your life has taken a step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju opened his eyes. There was no difference in the reward this time. His heart wouldn't ache no matter the choice he made. He immediately chose the second option. He now had 8 primordial fragments. In other words, he would be able to perform a primordial chaos great creation in 1,000,000 years. Han Ju was excited. Son, you're about to be born. Han Ju suddenly thought that his son might still have a chance to participate in the chaotic assembly. There were still 9 million years until the assembly. His son had 8 million years to catch up. No one had seen a true primordial fiend celestial other than Han Ju in this world. He might not be exposed as long as his son was not arrogant. Han Ju thought of the future that he had deduced previously. It seemed difficult not to become arrogant. Forget it, he would see in the future. Anyway, Han Ju had a safe card to play with Zhang Juesher around. He took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi before continuing to cultivate. He prepared to break through in the next 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years wouldn't be long as he entered seclusion for a long time. Time passed quickly. Under the blue sky, on the stone platform, the 5 divine punishers stood in front of the ultimate god of punishment. Han Tuo reported the information about the ancient desolate. After he finished speaking, the ultimate god of punishment asked casually, "In other words, There's an existence that surpasses the great Tao Sage realm hidden in the ancient desolate. And you don't know his identity? Han Tuo's expression darkened. That's right. If not for us being in the great Tao realm, we probably wouldn't have been able to come out. A great Tao sage called Divine Lord Peacock was forcefully suppressed by that ancient existence and said that he wanted his will to sink there forever. The ultimate god of punishment fell into deep thought. Etian said, "Exalted God, don't ask us to go to the ancient desolate anymore. That place is even more terrifying than the bottom of the chaos. There are too many Tao devils." The ultimate god of punishment frowned and asked, "Tao devils?" Etian nodded. "It feels like the ancient desolate has more living beings than the heavenly Tao. Damn it, I don't know where they came from. Speaking of which, the Tao devils are indeed worth our attention. Some powerful Tao devils are even comparable to great Tao sages. The weakest is at the immortal emperor realm," Han Tuo muttered. The other three divine punishers nodded. Clearly, they had suffered greatly from the Tao devils. The ultimate god of punishment thought for a moment and said, "That's all. All of you can go and prepare for the chaotic assembly. Someone must definitely enter the chaotic 10 absolutes at this meeting. Understand?" The 5 divine punishers bowed. The ultimate god of punishment waved his sleeve, and the 5 divine punishers immediately retreated. The ultimate god's face turned cold after they left. "Tao devil, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're indeed making a comeback." The ultimate god of punishment muttered to himself, his eyes filled with hatred. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The thing he was most concerned about now was still the chaotic assembly. This event had to be done well. This would be the first step to changing the chaos. The 5 divine punishers were only for supervision. He still had to make a huge move if he wanted to truly change the chaos. In the welcoming sacred palace, the foolish sword sage and sect master Tianju stared at Azure Heaven Mystic. Azure Heaven Mystic became a heavenly Tao sage hundreds of thousands of years ago. After that, he was like a wild horse that had lost its reins. He couldn't stop and cultivated crazily. Now, he had already reached the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. At this moment, Azure Heaven Mystic was breaking through to the perfected realm. Sect Master Tianju sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The heavenly Tao will definitely achieve something in the chaotic assembly. The foolish sword sage said, "This kid's potential is indeed impressive. It's not difficult for him to enter the chaotic 10 absolutes. As for the eternal peak of the chaotic era, it's hard to say." Sect Master Tianju asked in surprise, "The heavenly Tao is the most enlightened in the chaos. It's rare for geniuses in the chaos to have an environment as blessed as the heavenly Tao." Foolish sword sage shook his head. "Sometimes potential is enough. No matter how good the environment of the heavenly Tao is, it can't compare to a great Tao." Sect Master Tianju was silent. "Although I often brag about my talent, I've encountered many existences who are more outstanding than me on my path of growth. It's just that they died young and I survived. It's easier for geniuses to grow now that the chaos is peaceful. Perhaps an existence that can shock the world will emerge. Azure Heaven Mystic is one of them, but it's hard to say that he's the most outstanding." The foolish sword sage sighed. There was something he did not say. For example, the divine might heavenly sage. Azure Heaven Mystic's cultivation speed was fast, but that was only his cultivation talent. His combat talent was also important. Just like the divine might heavenly sage, he felt that no matter how many enemies came in the same realm, they were not his match. The foolish sword sage would never forget the scene of Hanju killing 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. Sect Master Tianju nodded. That makes sense. However, being able to become one of the chaotic 10 absolutes can be considered bringing honor to the heavenly Tao. The foolish sword sage nodded. Azure Heaven Mystic was still in the midst of an epiphany and did not hear their conversation. Even in the midst of breaking through, Azure Heaven Mystic still had a proud expression and was in high spirits. This was only a start. Not only the heavenly Tao, but the entire chaos had begun to prepare for the chaotic assembly. The chaotic assembly had already become the most widespread topic in the chaos under the push of all the great Tao divine spirits. The 10 absolutes and the eternal peak of the chaos were already famous before they were even born. In the mysterious world, mist filled the air. Divine Lord Peacock sat in front of a stone tablet. Mountains could be seen in all directions. They were like giant demons under the cover of the fog. At this moment, Divine Lord Peacock slowly opened his eyes and said, "Old thing, how long are you going to imprison me? Let me tell you, I have a backer." His gaze landed on the stone tablet in front of him. The stone tablet was like dead wood. It was bleeding and looked terrifying. No one answered him. Divine Lord Peacock was angry, but he couldn't move and could only give up. He had thought of asking the Dark Forbidden Lord for help again, but he did not dare when he thought of how the Dark Forbidden Lord was already very disappointed in him. The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted him to cultivate well. In order to contribute and be in danger, he had to trouble the Dark Forbidden Lord. Thinking of this, Divine Lord Peacock was even more furious and hated his incompetence. He suddenly realized that it was not unreasonable for him to waste his life. Previously, he had been stuck before the Great Tao realm. His potential was strong, but he had wasted too much time. The more Divine Lord Peacock thought about it, the more depressed he became. He was really useless. No. I can't do this. Divine Lord Peacock adjusted his state of mind. His gaze became firm when he opened his eyes again. Time passed. Universe of Stars, Third Tao Field. Under the old tree. Han Qinger stretched lazily and opened her eyes. "Mother, how many years has it been?" Qingwaner opened her eyes and said, "You've been in seclusion for almost 100,000 years, right?" Han Qinger shook her head. "I'm asking how long father has been in seclusion." She had never left the temple ever since Han Ju taught her the divine might Great Heaven Palm. She would have been worried if not for the fact that she had seen him several times. "I don't know either. It might have been 1,000,000 years. Qingwaner shook her head. She had already attained the primordial chaos Tao fruit after so many years. As time passed, she became used to such a cultivation life. She could understand Han Ju now. Time really lost its meaning after reaching the sage realm. Han Qinger muttered, "What happened this time? Father used to be in seclusion for 100,000 years. Why didn't he exit seclusion after so long? Did something happen?" Qingwaner asked nervously. "What did your father tell you?" "No, I'm just guessing. Don't worry, mother. Nothing will happen to father. I'm talking about what happened. My father is so powerful, he'll definitely be fine. I'm just curious why he's in seclusion for so long. Perhaps he's about to break through." Han Qinger consoled her. She knew her father's identity. He was the strongest in the chaos. Qingwaner could only relax. The mother and daughter quickly entered cultivation again. At the same time in the Taoist temple, Han Ju was still immersed in cultivation. He had never been in seclusion for so long. The primordial world had already expanded several times. Embryonic figures had already formed in the fiend celestial qi. At this rate, Han Ju wouldn't need creation spirit stones in the future to create fiend celestials anymore. The chaotic fiend celestial transformed from the creation spirit stone obtained on his 6 millionth birthday was still in the primordial world. Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased greatly, but there was still time to break through. He discovered that only 800,000 years had passed. He was still a distance away from his 7 millionth birthday. "Son, you can come out in another 200,000 years," Han Ju muttered to himself. He was feeling touched. He was really fighting for his son. He checked his interpersonal relationships. His friends were still around, which meant that they were fine. He continued to cultivate in seclusion and waited for the 7 millionth birthday. The system displayed his origin lifespan. It was useless even if he used the rules of time to speed up the time in the Taoist temple. Therefore, he could only endure it. 10,000 years was a long time for most cultivators, but not for Han Ju. Time passed quickly. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 7 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the blank domain outside the chaos to open the primordial chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the system would stop him and deliberately not give him the primordial fragment. Fortunately, he had been overthinking. The first option changed this time. It was to head to the blank domain to create the primordial chaos. There were no living beings in the blank domain. It was equivalent to death. Hanju was worried that the Tao creators were hiding in the blank domain, so he still didn't dare to go there. Will the Tao creators notice if I go to the blank domain to create the primordial chaos? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Visit MYB0X Novel. Com to read. Please. Yes. Hanju immediately chose the second option. He first took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi. Then, he teleported to the second Tao field and released the chaotic fiend celestial he had created previously and called Murong Chi to receive him. Master, you're finally here. I thought you had forgotten about us. Tao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and pretended to be aggrieved after Murong Chi left. Hanju patted her head and smiled. How can that be? I'm just busy cultivating. As for you, why is the difference between you and Liao getting greater and greater? Tao Comprehension Sword's pretty face immediately collapsed. She said helplessly, how can I compare to Sister Liao? She's too abnormal, just like you. No, she has too much cultivation determination. Hanju's gaze landed on Liao. She was sitting on a mat and staring at him. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt a hint of gentleness in Liao's eyes. Hanju chatted with them for a while before quickly returning to the main Tao field. Nothing else mattered. The most important thing now was to increase his bloodline. He sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and took out 9 primordial fragments. The 9 primordial fragments circled in the air like great Tao fragments and began to fuse on their own. Purple light flickered, causing the light and darkness in the temple to change. Hanju waited nervously. Whoosh! A slight explosion sounded. The 9 primordial fragments fused into one and collided between Hanju's eyebrows. In an instant, his consciousness arrived in a purple space. Endless nebulous primordial chi filled the surroundings. Please choose the primordial chaos great creation you want. This line of words appeared in front of Hanju. It asked him to choose, but there was no choice given. No choice was the best choice. I want my bloodline to evolve. A line of words appeared in front of him. Your bloodline is the stellar primordial body. You are a primordial fiend celestial and will evolve into an unknown bloodline. Do you want to continue? There might be danger since it was the unknown? Hanju asked in his mind. Will I suffer a backlash? The primordial chaos great creation is the supreme power of creation. There will be no side effects. Then continue. Hanju was filled with anticipation. The moment he made a decision, the surrounding purple space suddenly shrank. He felt his will explode and his consciousness fell into chaos. It was like a dream. Hanju dreamed that he was born and moved forward in a confusing place. There was no beginning or end. In the dream, he kept moving forward and never stopped. At the same time, the ground of the third Tao field shook violently. A torrent of spirit chi entered Hanju's body. Not only the third Tao field, but the spirit chi and connate chi of the main Tao field and the second Tao field were also all extracted and poured into his body. In the universe of stars, countless stars trembled, startling Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei, who were cultivating. What's going on? Are there enemies? Jiang Juesher asked in a low voice, but his sage sense could not capture any other aura. Liu Bei noticed that the commotion came from the third Dao field. He immediately knew what was going on. Perhaps your master is breaking through. Don't worry. Jiang Juesher asked in surprise. He's already the strongest in the chaos. He can still break through. Why do you think he accepted you? Is it really because of your talent? No, he just admires your cultivation attitude. Like him, you spent most of your life cultivating and seldom went out to adventure. Felt like seeing his other self when he saw you. Do you get it? Liu Bei said seriously. Jiang Juesher was enlightened and felt deep veneration for Han Ju. He asked himself, could I still cultivate diligently if I was the strongest in the chaos? Heavenly Tao, 33rd Heaven. The sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Divine Might Buddha asked anxiously, what's going on? The spirit chi of the entire heavenly Tao is being absorbed. The other sages also said that it was not only spirit chi. Even the rules of the heavenly Tao and the river of destiny were fluctuating, as if they would collapse at any moment. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stared at the immortal world and suddenly said, the commotion came from the 100-peak immortal river. It should be related to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Everyone, don't panic. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. The sages instantly quietened down, and the worry in their hearts vanished. Long Hao smiled proudly. My master must be breaking through or creating a mystical power. No matter what, the stronger my master is, the safer the heavenly Tao will be. The sages nodded. They would definitely suspect the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's ambitions if it was in the past. However, it was too easy for him to take control after so many tribulations. However, he had never taken the initiative to dominate. Although there were many geniuses of the hidden sect in the sage circle, these geniuses were indeed powerful. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage did not say that he had to join the hidden sect to attain the Tao. Compared to the heavenly Tao ruled by the Tao ancestor in the past, the current heavenly Tao was too free for sages. There were no rules and it was not so obvious to scheme. The sages had to work hard for the heavenly Tao's development. Azure Heaven Mystic couldn't help but ask, what is Divine Might Heavenly Sage's realm? Great Tao Sage. The old school sages laughed. Azure Heaven Mystic was offended and said angrily, I'm a new sage. You don't let me go to the chaos, so I naturally don't understand. The foolish sword sage said, I'm an existence that surpasses the great Tao Sage realm, and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage can easily kill me. What realm do you think he is at? Azure Heaven Mystic was stunned. He wasn't the only one. The other sages were also shocked. This was the first time the foolish sword sage had revealed his cultivation level, surpassing the great Tao Sage realm. Previously, the sages had always thought that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, the foolish sword sage, Red Fate, and great sage Void Soul were all great Tao sages and that there was just a difference in strength between them. They didn't expect that there was a realm above the great Tao Sage realm. On the other side, in the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. The universe of stars and the heavenly Tao returned to normal. At this moment, his entire body emitted a dense purple light. His eyes were cold and his black hair fluttered, making him look otherworldly. In the purple light, Han Ju slowly looked up. He could feel his transformation. His body was sublimating. An unprecedented power was tempering his muscles and bones. The primordial world in the depths of his soul expanded crazily and was unstoppable. Gradually, Han Ju's skin turned purple. His black hair lost its color, and only wisps of white light swayed. His eyes became strange, like two universes with stars. Han Ju felt the changes in his body. He was extremely happy and didn't feel any pain. This was an extreme experience. It was unprecedentedly wonderful, surpassing all joy. His will jumped above the chaos and stood higher than before, looking down at the entire chaos. The chaos became tiny. At first glance, the chaos was surrounded by endless blankness. It was like an ink dot on a piece of white paper, and this white paper was endless. At this moment, the black dot in the chaos began to change. It quickly expanded as if time had accelerated. When the chaos reached a certain size, It suddenly shattered and transformed into countless purple fragments that spread throughout the blank domain. These purple fragments scattered like purple mist and quickly burned through the entire blank domain. Could this be the primordial chaos? Was everything just a manifestation of space-time reversal? After the purple mist filled the blank domain, the entire primordial chaos began to shrink. Even the blank domain no longer existed. Soon, the primordial chaos was as big as before it shrank into chaos, like a drop of purple ink, and the surroundings were absolute darkness. Nothingness. Visit MYB0X Novel. Com to read, please. How was the primordial chaos born? This thought appeared in Han Ju's mind, and he began to look forward to the next change. The primordial chaos was still shrinking. After a long time, it finally stopped shrinking, but Han Ju was shocked. The primordial chaos was actually formed by a human head. It was a hairless purple head with 9 eyes. Its eyes were empty and it had no nose or mouth. What was that? Han Ju was curious. Then, everything in front of him shattered. His consciousness returned to reality. His physical transformation ended. Your stellar primordial body has been upgraded to the Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body? Han Ju checked his attributes list and discovered that the words Primordial Fiend Celestial had become the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial. Above the primordial chaos was the Ultimate Origin. Han Ju was secretly puzzled. Wasn't this a brand new physique? Why couldn't he name it personally? I want to know if there was an Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial in the past? Han Ju asked in his mind. No, it has never appeared. It's just that an existence has raised a hypothesis regarding it. The system evolved and created the physique based on this hypothesis, so it's called the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial. Who made the hypothesis? The previous primordial Fiend Celestial. Han Ju was enlightened. The previous primordial Fiend Celestial had also wanted to break through the limits, but its mystical power was no match for fate and it still failed. WER was no. From the looks of it, the system was related to the previous primordial Fiend Celestial. Could the system be created by the previous primordial Fiend Celestial? Han Ju continued to ask in his mind. No. No? How deep was the system's background? Han Ju could only suppress his confusion. He couldn't ask the system anyway. He began to comprehend the changes in his body. The supreme power had transformed into another even stronger power and was temporarily determined to be the ultimate origin power. His body was condensed from the power of the final essence and had already exceeded the definition of the body. His soul was no longer single. He discovered that he could easily create countless souls that could be controlled by his will. The primordial world in the depths of his soul was 100 times larger than before. It was contained in the depths of his will and not his soul space. The purple light on Han Ju's body began to change and finally turned into a red light. The red light shrank and he quickly returned to his original appearance. However, strange red patterns appeared on his forehead. His pupils were bright red and his white hair fell off. A shrunken sea of stars appeared above his head. It was actually the miniature version of the primordial world. Bald? I became a Buddha? Han Ju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a thought, black hair grew out of his head and the red patterns on his forehead faded. Only the color of his pupils couldn't change. His eyes could release the ultimate origin power. His strength would decrease greatly once he closed his eyes. He naturally wouldn't hide them in order to maintain his peak state. Just like that, Han Ju looked no different from before, but his pupils had changed color. Excited, he entered the simulation trial and started the challenge. 25,000 Great Tao Supreme Realm Foolish Sword Sages. Instant kill. 30,000, insta-kill. 30,000, insta-kill. 50,000, insta-kill. Han Ju kept increasing the number of foolish sword sages. He used the divine might Great Heaven Palm to activate the ultimate origin power and directly destroyed all enemies. The ultimate origin power was so domineering. It completely released the power of the divine might great heaven palm. 80,000 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. 100,000 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. Awesome. Hanju was filled with heroism. He used his full strength every time he waved his palm. It was satisfying, and the endless power of ultimate essence crushed everything. 100,000 foolish sword sages was not the limit. Hanju wanted to continue, but he felt something and suddenly stood up, teleporting to the main Dao field. He followed Xianxia to her Taoist temple. At this moment, Xianxia was holding her abdomen. It was growing larger and was clearly throbbing. Hanju felt a strong vitality. It was his son. His son was finally about to be born now that he was no longer the primordial fiend celestial. Xianxia was originally very flustered, but she immediately felt at ease when she saw Hanju. "Husband, I think I'm about to give birth," Xianxia said softly with a trembling voice. She was already a sage and should not be afraid, but this kid's vitality was really exuberant. He was still accumulating a force that was enough to tear her apart. How could she not panic? Hanju came in front of her and placed his hand on her belly. He wrapped the fetus with the ultimate origin power to prevent the fetus power from injuring its mother. This kid. Hanju was suddenly moved. He discovered that the fetus was becoming stronger crazily and even wanted to absorb his ultimate origin power. However, how could his ultimate origin power be absorbed by the primordial fiend celestial? Hanju had no choice but to weaken his strength and convert a portion of the ultimate origin power into ordinary supreme power for his son to absorb. At the same time, in the third Dao field under the old tree, Han Qing'er suddenly clutched her chest and frowned. Qingwaner noticed her abnormality and asked, "Qing'er, what's wrong?" "Mother, I feel suffocated for some reason. I feel like a calamity is coming," Han Qing'er said carefully, her face turning pale. She was not the only one. In the depths of the chaos, Han Tuo, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. His face was also pale. However, unlike Han Qing'er, he already knew of his younger brother's existence. He first thought of his younger brother whom he had never met. "What's that kid doing now?" Han Tuo muttered to himself. Fortunately, Etian was not at his side. Otherwise, that fellow would start nagging again. On the other side, Heavenly Dao Buzhou Palace. Han Yu opened his eyes and clutched his chest. Beside him, a woman in green was meditating. Sensing his heavy breathing, she opened her eyes and looked at him. "Senior, what's wrong?" the woman in green asked in confusion. Han Yu was a sage, after all, so she didn't expect him to feel unwell. "Nothing. I'm just feeling uneasy," Han Yu replied casually and put down his hand. He suppressed his discomfort. He was puzzled. Why was this happening? He could only wait uneasily. At this moment, he didn't know who to ask for help. Besides, there was no fatal danger. At the same time, in the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju was still helping Xianxia give birth. Her abdomen was already the size of a normal 10-month pregnancy. It was still beating. The fetus was very lively. Every time it beat, it would cause thunder to rumble. It appeared out of thin air and was deafening. Xianxia was surprised. She asked excitedly, "Our son must be impressive. This commotion feels like it's going to burst my stomach." Hanju was speechless. What was this? Xianxia was relieved because of his help, and she even began to look forward to her son's potential. Hanju kept transforming ultimate origin power into supreme power for his son to absorb. It was equivalent to imparting strength. This kid's primordial physique was indeed impressive. Hanju's stellar primordial body was not so domineering. The stellar primordial body was mainly to create the primordial world. Could it be that his son's physique was to absorb? Hanju didn't know and was looking forward to it. "Husband, what do you think our son's name should be?" "Yes, let's call him Han Huang. It means pioneer." "Pioneer? Of what?" Xianxia asked curiously. It was naturally the pioneer who would open the primordial chaos. However, Hanju couldn't say it directly. He only said, "It means he'll explore the world." Xianxia was enlightened. "This name doesn't sound good, but the meaning is all right. I'll listen to you." At this point, his youngest son had a new name, Han Huang. As Han Huang continued to absorb the supreme power, the providence cloud at the top of the heavenly Tao surged violently. It was terrifying, as if a calamity had descended. The sages gathered in the universal hall. They were all flustered. The previous phenomenon had just ended when a new one appeared. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Hanju. "Heavenly Sage, sorry to disturb you. The heavenly Tao is abnormal. You have to see what happened." Hanju replied, "Don't panic. I'm just creating a mystical power. It won't endanger the heavenly Tao." Hearing this, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly told the other sages about this. The sages were relieved. The foolish sword sage frowned. He was really creating a mystical power. No. He couldn't allow him to pull further apart. The foolish sword sage immediately disappeared and returned to his Tao field to cultivate. He seemed to be convinced by Hanju, but he had always had the ambition to surpass him. Days passed. The providence at the top of the heavenly Tao kept surging. Fortunately, it did not affect the myriad worlds. Xianxia was finally about to give birth after 10 months. Hanju was personally responsible for delivering the baby. The process was not difficult. Soon, Han Huang was born. A golden light flashed in Hanju's arms. In the golden light was a fetus. Its body was golden and its eyes were like purple crystals. Its facial features were exquisite, but it looked quite strange overall. Wah! A loud cry sounded like a thunderclap. The entire heavenly Tao and even the living beings in the chaotic domain controlled by the divine robe Taoist could hear it. Hanju was shocked. Why was he crying so loudly? He hurriedly used the ultimate origin power to isolate the 100-peak immortal river. A golden light pierced through the Taoist temple, through the array formation of the Tao field, and shot into the sky, pierced through the 33rd heaven and broke through the top of the heavenly Tao. It rushed all the way up as if it wanted to break through the peak of the chaos. Hanju was helpless. He couldn't stop this kid. 3 pure sacred world. The 3 pure sages were discussing the Tao when they were interrupted by Han Huang's cries. They had just stopped when the cries stopped. The crying just now. The heavenly sect master narrowed his eyes. Laozi counted with his fingers and said, "A prodigy has appeared in the heavenly Tao." The heavenly lord of primordial beginning asked curiously, "What prodigy? How can the cries reach here?" From the sound, "He's just born." That's right, he was just born. His cultivation level. Laozi frowned. After a pause, he continued, "He's born as freedom. It's unprecedented. Born as freedom." The heavenly sect master and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning were moved. In the mysterious palace, the divine robe Taoist, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned at the heavenly Tao. Born as freedom, the heavenly Tao actually has such a figure? Could it be Master's doing? The divine robe Taoist was shocked at first, but then pleasantly surprised. Such a prodigy would definitely achieve good results in the chaotic assembly. At that time, he would be proud if he said it. After all, the heavenly Tao was in his domain. He was filled with admiration for Hanju. As expected of Master, he made up his mind to meet that new prodigy in the future and build a good relationship with him in advance. On the other side, in a dark domain, the evil heavenly emperor was meditating. In front of him was the formless transcendent deity shining with a strong light. The heavenly Tao has changed. Someone was born as freedom. An impressive existence is about to appear. The formless transcendent God suddenly said, startling the evil heavenly emperor. This place was too far from the heavenly Tao. The evil heavenly emperor did not hear Han Huang's cries. "You mean?" The evil heavenly emperor asked carefully. The formless transcendent deity replied, "A newborn fetus. He was born as freedom. a feat that has never been seen since ancient times. He's Han Ju's son. Born as freedom. Han Ju's son. The evil heavenly emperor was shocked. Han Tuo's potential had already stunned him. He didn't expect Han Ju to give birth to an even more exaggerated prodigy. Born as freedom. How high was the upper limit? The evil heavenly emperor's heart beat faster and his eyes burned. He wanted to help Han Ju raise his child. The formless transcendent deity added, "This child will change the chaos. I wonder what kind of change it will be." The evil heavenly emperor said, "I'll teach him personally." Hehe, you want to teach him? That might not be the case. Why do you say that? He's born as freedom. The way he looks at everything will be different from all living beings. His birth destined the difference between his extraordinariness and all living beings. If there is a natural-born God, it will be him. No existence has been born as freedom since ancient times. The formless transcendent deity's words caused the evil heavenly emperor to fall into deep thought. In the 100-peak immortal river, the golden light dissipated. The 10 million disciples were still shocked and discussing curiously. Xian Qingjun, Fairy Xixian, and Chang Yuer rushed over. Han Ju didn't ignore them and let them in. The three women were surprised to see the baby in his arms. Was the commotion caused by this child? "Let me hug him," Chang Yuer said excitedly. Han Ju shook his head. "No, this kid is already a freedom sage. He can easily hurt you." Freedom sage. The three women were stunned. This child was far stronger than them from the moment he was born. They were all dumbfounded. At this moment, Xianxia tidied her clothes and walked over. She stared at Han Huang and frowned. Why are his eyes so ugly? The purple eyes looked strange. As if sensing his mother's disdain, Han Huang's eyes quickly returned to white with black pupils. His skin also returned to the appearance of a normal human child, but it was slightly pale and immediately became pink and cute. "Wow! He can understand you?" Chang Yuer shouted in surprise, looking at Han Huang with fondness. This kid was indeed cute. As if understanding Chang Yuer's words, Han Huang actually flew out of Han Ju's arms. Unfortunately, he grabbed his foot and pulled him back. Han Huang frowned and reached out to grab him. "This kid is quite fierce." Xian Qingjun laughed. Han Ju slapped Han Huang's butt loudly. He could sense that Han Huang's intelligence was not high. It was at most like a 2- or 3-year-old. However, his physical talent was high and he could instinctively control the changes. Han Huang didn't cry after being beaten by him. Instead, he stared at him with a very angry expression. Han Ju was amused and slapped him again. This kid still didn't cry after 10 consecutive slaps. He still stared at him. "Oh my, what are you doing?" Xianxia took Han Huang and glared at him. Xian Qingjun and the other two also started to blame him. Han Ju was helpless and didn't dare to refute. Xian Qingjun and the other two left after playing with the baby for a while. Han Ju brought Xianxia and her son to the third Dao field to see Qingwaner and Han Qinger. "My second brother was born?" Han Qinger shouted in surprise. Then, she went in front of Han Ju and looked at the swaddled Han Huang. Her eyes instantly lit up and she reached out to take him. Qingwaner held Xing Hongshuan's arm and asked about the delivery. Han Ju reminded her, "Be careful. Your second brother is a freedom sage. He might hurt you." "What? Freedom? Wasn't he just born?" Han Qinger was shocked. The hand holding the swaddle trembled. After all, it has been nurtured for so many years. But this is... Han Qinger couldn't accept it. She had always thought that she was extremely talented, but she was simply inferior compared to Little Second. Han Huang seemed to be amused by her expression. He chuckled and raised his 2 small hands, wanting to scratch her face. Han Qinger could only forcefully calm down upon seeing how cute he was. She began to tease Han Huang. Qingwaner exclaimed, "Born as freedom. He should be the number 1 in the chaos, right?" Xing Hongxian smiled. Probably. Speaking of which, my cultivation level is also thanks to him. During the period when Han Huang was about to be born, her cultivation level also increased rapidly. Sister is really lucky. No, Qing'er is so obedient. Although this kid is talented, he will definitely be a restless person in the future. Bring him over if you have nothing to do in the future. I think Qing'er likes him very much. I'll stay here and see this kid grow up. That's great. Han Ju ignored the two women's conversation and looked at Han Huang. Han Qing'er raised him in the air and made him laugh even more. The newly born Han Huang was already like a 2-year-old. He looked innocent, but Han Ju felt that this kid was strange. Not to mention the future he saw in the illusion, he didn't cry when Han Ju hit him earlier. Instead, he stared at him without fear. That gaze was something. This kid would probably scare others until their legs went weak when he grew up. Han Ju thought silently. He decided to accompany Han Huang as he grew up. He wouldn't cultivate first. Anyway, 20 years was the blink of an eye for him. Qingwan'er brought Han Huang to the other disciples to play. In the end, not long after, Han Huang accidentally injured a disciple. Fortunately, Han Ju was there. Otherwise, that disciple would have been slapped until his soul dissipated. Han Ju was even more surprised. Could it be that this kid could already tell his family apart? Facing Han Qing'er, he was like an ordinary baby. Facing other disciples, his movements were heavy and he subconsciously wanted to use his connate dermic powers. Han Qing'er was shocked by Han Huang's attack and did not know what to do. Han Ju raised his hand and sucked Han Huang over. Han Huang bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He was very dissatisfied to be grabbed by Han Ju after returning to his arms. Xianxia walked over and frowned. Husband, you have to discipline this kid well. She had also seen the scene just now. If not for her son, she would probably be as shocked as Han Qing'er. Han Ju said, I know. He looked around at the nearby disciples. All of them looked terrified and did not dare to approach. Han Ju was helpless. Indeed. This kid was really a little overlord. It was impossible for all children to be gentle towards him. Just like that, Han Ju began to personally take care of Han Huang. Xianxia pulled Qingwan'er to the side of Han Ju's Taoist temple and prepared to open a new Taoist temple. She couldn't always cultivate under the tree. In any case, Xianxia did not like that. Time passed quickly. 2 years passed in a flash. Han Ju had always been staring at Han Huang, afraid that this kid would hurt someone. He did not restrain Han Huang and usually let Han Qing'er play with him. After 2 years, Han Huang looked to be 3 or 4 years old. He spoke in human language and his intelligence had reached the 10-year-old mark. He could communicate normally. On this day, Han Huang and Han Qing'er were under the old tree. Han Qing'er recounted what she had seen in the immortal world. Han Huang lay in front of her, holding his cheeks with both hands and shaking his legs. The 2-year-old Han Huang wore a golden silk white robe. His pupils were purple and he was cute and divine. After growing up, he saw that Han Ju's pupils were red, so he no longer hid his purple eyes. Han Huang was puzzled upon hearing the story. Qing'er, why does that person want revenge? Han Huang asked. Han Qing'er smiled. If someone kills me and our parents, would you want to kill that person? Han Huang tilted his head and said, How can anyone kill you guys? Han Qing'er was stunned. What if? That's not possible. Why? Because I will protect you. There are many people stronger than you in the chaos. Besides, you can't stay with us forever. Then, I'll kill all the chaotic life forms. This way, no one can kill you. You! Han Qing'er was so angry that she raised her hand to hit him. However, on second thought, he was the elder brother. How could a younger sister hit her elder brother? She then said, You already want to kill without grudges, let alone him who has a blood feud. No, he's not worthy. Why not? He's so weak. Why does he want to kill someone stronger than him and want others to help? What nonsense are you saying? Should the weak be bullied by the strong? What else? Hee. Then what if you're bullied by stronger people? No, no one can bully me. Han Qinger almost died of anger. This kid was asking for a beating and had a problem with his brain. At this moment, Han Ju walked over and said, "Huanger, are you bullying your sister again?" Han Huang hurriedly jumped up and scratched his head. "No way. How can I bully her? She's the one who bullied me." He was most afraid of his father because only he dared to hit him. He couldn't fight back and it hurt every time. "I bullied you? You're so powerful. Who dares to bully you?" Han Qinger snorted. She really had no choice when it came to this brother of hers. It was always very infuriating when they interacted. However, Han Huang would always be the first to look for her after the two of them fell out. He would stare at her seriously, making her heart soften easily. They were more like elder sister and younger brother. Han Ju picked Han Huang up. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Han Huang struggled with all his might. He waved his hands and wanted to resist, but his arms were too short, and he couldn't touch Han Ju. He had freedom dermic powers, but he didn't know how to use a mystical power. Han Ju said, "You brat, don't always bully your sister. You even said that you wanted to protect us. You don't even dare to admit that you bullied her." Han Huang shouted, "I'm not bullying her. I'm just chatting with her normally. I'm saying what's on my mind. I'm not scolding her. How is that bullying? Aren't we talking about others?" Han Qinger said angrily, "Father, this kid actually wants to slaughter all the living beings in the chaos. He thinks that he's born superior to others. Don't you think it's infuriating?" Han Huang said aggrievedly, "What's wrong with that? I think the disciples in the Tao field are all very weak. Am I not just a few levels higher than them? It's already like this here. Could it be that the living beings of the chaos are stronger than me?" Han Qinger choked. He was born as freedom. Who could compare to him? She suddenly realized something. She really couldn't think of Han Huang as a mortal or an immortal. Han Qinger couldn't help but feel tiny as she looked at his expression. Han Ju carried Han Huang and asked, "Do you want to go to the immortal world?" Han Huang's eyes lit up. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, father. Bring me there." Han Qinger was also interested and looked at him expectantly. Han Ju waved his sleeve and brought the siblings back to the main Tao field. He sealed Han Huang and Han Qinger's cultivation levels. A freedom sage couldn't enter the heavenly Tao. Then, he entered the immortal world with his soul fragment. His transformation methods were unfathomable, so Han Qinger and Han Huang didn't sense anything when he switched to his soul fragment. The family of three traveled the immortal world and went to places with many people and demons. Han Qinger was very excited and kept introducing the various things along the way to Han Huang. At first, Han Huang was also very excited, but he calmed down not long after. Several days later, Han Huang interrupted Han Qinger and said impatiently, "That's all. It's not fun at all. Father, when are we going back?" Han Ju pretended to be surprised and asked, "Why not? Don't you find it interesting?" Han Huang shook his head. Han Qinger also looked at him in confusion. She had also come to the immortal world when she was young. After wandering around for 10 years, she was still filled with interest. Why was this little brother so different? Han Huang curled his lips and said, "It's not new at all. They only look like us, but they're actually different. They're no different from the flowers and insects by the roadside." Han Ju frowned. For some reason, he saw a hint of loneliness in his eyes. This kid is interesting. Such emotions at such a young age? Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. He was the only primordial fiend celestial in the world now. Han Huang was very excited at first. He only wanted to find the aura of his own kind. However, after walking for so long, he did not encounter the aura of the primordial fiend celestial. He was naturally disappointed. Han Qinger was not a primordial fiend celestial. In the end, she was still a human. Looking up, they were all of the same race, so everything was naturally new. Han Huang felt especially uncomfortable and even disgusted. Han Ju smiled and waved his sleeve to bring the siblings back. Back in the third Tao field, Han Qing'er left the Taoist temple regretfully, but Han Huang did not. He stood in front of his father and lowered his head. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Huanger?" Han Huang looked up and stared at him. "Father, why is my aura different from yours? Am I really your child?" Han Ju smiled. "Of course. Your mother nurtured you for millions of years before giving birth to you. How can you not be our child? Then my aura and yours. I was like you in the past. Later, I became stronger," Han Ju explained simply. He had to remind Han Huang about the primordial fiend celestial after he grew up. Anyway, Han Ju wouldn't let him go out alone for now. The primordial fiend celestial's identity was too sensitive. At the very least, this kid had to have the ability to protect himself. It was best to cultivate beside him until he achieved the great Tao Supreme Realm. Han Huang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He even patted his chest, looking very cute. He didn't have the terrifying appearance of the primordial fiend celestial at all. Han Ju raised his hand and pulled him into his arms. "Huanger, you are indeed extraordinary. But remember, many people are stronger than you in this world. When you grow up, you have to cultivate well and not slack off." Han Huang looked up and asked curiously, "Father, how strong are you?" Han Ju smiled and said, "I'm stronger than you." "Indeed. When you hit me, I couldn't even resist." "What? You still want to resist?" "Hee hee." Han Huang scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Han Ju couldn't help but pinch his face. It was strange. Han Huang's personality was stranger than Han Tuo's and Han Qing'er's. But he inexplicably liked him the most. It was not because of potential but affinity. The father and son began to chat. Such opportunities were rare. Han Huang felt that his father was even gentler than usual and liked him very much. After chatting, in his heart, Han Ju's status had already surpassed Han Qing'er's. As for Xianxia, she was busy cultivating. He rarely saw her. Several years later, having just turned 10, Han Huang began to cultivate on his own. However, it was a little humiliating for the primordial fiend celestial's potential without an orthodox cultivation technique. Han Ju called him over and taught him the great Tao of extreme origin. Under the old tree, Qingwaner sat beside Han Qing'er and sighed. "Huanger started cultivating at such a young age. Men are really different. Back then, your father had to force you to cultivate." Han Qing'er curled her lips and said, "Second brother has good potential and a high sense of achievement from cultivation. He naturally likes to cultivate." Qingwaner rolled her eyes at her, knowing that this girl was teasing her again. At this moment, Han Huang ran out of the Taoist temple and stopped in front of them. "Qing'er, I just learned a mystical power. Do you want to spar?" The primordial fiend celestial's potential was extraordinary. In less than half a year, he walked the great Tao of extreme origin and even learned a mystical power. The 10-year-old Han Huang was already a handsome youth with an imposing appearance. Han Qing'er asked angrily, "Are you bullying me?" This kid was a freedom sage. How could she defeat him? For some reason, Han Qing'er thought of Jiang Juesher. He was also a freedom sage. She didn't know if he could deal with Han Huang in this universe. Han Huang sighed. "No one can fight me. I don't even know how strong I am. The disciples in the Tao field are too weak. I'm afraid of killing them." Han Qing'er said, "You want to find an opponent? One of Father's disciples is outside the Tao field. His name is Jiang Juesher. He's also at the Freedom Realm. Go beg my father to let you fight him. Only one chapter today, next chapter will be posted maybe in few hours or tomorrow." "Father has such a powerful disciple?" Han Huang asked in surprise. He had never seen a hidden sect disciple before. Han Qing'er nodded impatiently. Now, she was annoyed when she saw Han Huang. Comparisons were really infuriating. Han Huang immediately ran back to find his father. Han Ju felt that it was feasible. Han Huang wasn't Jiang Juesher's match, and he was only 10 years old now. It was enough to shock Jiang Juesher and give him a sense of danger. Han Ju's body emitted a divine light. Han Huang widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He imitated it, and his body emitted a purple light. Then, he sized himself up and was extremely happy. Han Ju waved his hand and moved Zhang Juesher into the Taoist temple. Zhang Juesher was meditating and cultivating when he suddenly sensed Han Huang's aura. He couldn't help but open his eyes. Han Huang was staring at him with a burning gaze at this moment. He saw Han Ju and hurriedly knelt. "Greetings, master." Although Han Ju had never revealed his true body, his figure was unforgettable. Han Ju said, "I called you here today to let you spar with your junior. This is my son, Han Huang. He just turned 10. Zhang Juesher was stunned. He was asked to spar with a 10-year-old child? He was suddenly moved. He stared at Han Huang in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you Freedom?" Han Huang said proudly, "That's right. I was born in the Freedom realm." He naturally had some understanding of cultivation realms after stepping into the great Tao of extreme origin. Hearing this, Zhang Juesher's pupils dilated as waves surged in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Han Ju. Han Ju said, "This child was born after being nurtured in his mother's womb for millions of years. He was indeed born as Freedom." Zhang Juesher was silent. He was still shocked. If he calculated the time it took to be nurtured, then with his potential accumulated over 10,000 years, he was still inferior to Han Huang. He suddenly understood Liu Bei's words. Han Ju really didn't care about his potential. Come, let's fight. I've wanted to fight ever since I was born, but no one dares to fight me," Han Huang said excitedly. With that said, he waved his fist at Zhang Juesher, but he was frozen the moment he attacked. Zhang Juesher frowned. He didn't expect this child to not care about morals. On second thought, the other party was only 10 years old. How could he know so much? Han Ju said, "I'm not asking you to fight here. I'll pull you into an illusion. You can use your full strength and won't really hurt the other party there. In addition, you can choose other opponents in this illusion. They're all opponents I've encountered in my life. They're of various realms." With that, he gave Han Huang and Zhang Juesher the authority to enter the simulation trial and pulled them into the battle. He sent a voice transmission to Zhang Juesher. "This kid is still immature. Go all out. Don't hold back." Zhang Juesher was originally hesitant, but he immediately understood when he heard this. So Master wanted to train little junior brother. It made sense when he thought about it. How arrogant was he to be born as Freedom? If he didn't discipline him well, he would definitely cause a huge commotion in the future. Zhang Juesher felt proud. He believed that it was rare for him to encounter an opponent at his realm, let alone a young child. The battle quickly began. The first to attack was naturally Han Huang, who was then immediately suppressed. Han Ju watched the battle. He accidentally discovered that Han Huang's body was very strong. Zhang Juesher couldn't kill him instantly even if he beat him. Han Huang finally lost after 10 breaths of time. The two of them opened their eyes. Zhang Juesher had a strange expression. He felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. This kid's body was not simple. Han Huang stared at him and gritted his teeth. Again, Zhang Juesher glanced at Han Ju. He agreed to continue sparring upon seeing the latter's nod. Several hours later, Han Huang had already been defeated 50 times, but he lasted longer and longer after every fight. Zhang Juesher looked at him as if he was a monster. Han Ju said, "Let's end it here. Zhang Juesher, you can cultivate here and continue to use the simulation trial to train yourself. I'll let you go back when you don't want to train your combat experience anymore." "Thank you, master." Zhang Juesher cupped his fists and bowed. Then he walked to the side and sat cross-legged to meditate. Han Huang kept staring at him. His eyes were not fierce or afraid, but very serious and cold. Zhang Juesher inexplicably felt that he was prey and couldn't help but be afraid. He had to work hard in the future. He couldn't let this kid catch up. Han Ju stared at him and said, "What? Can't afford to lose." Han Huang came back to his senses and looked at him. "I didn't lose. Give me time. I'll defeat him sooner or later. Will the enemy give you time to surpass him if you offend an enemy in the chaos? Hanju said coldly. Han Huang became silent. After a moment of silence, he said, Father, teach me a mystical power. I want to defeat him in 5 years. Fortunately, Jiang Juesher had already entered the simulation trial. Otherwise, it was unknown what his expression would be. Hanju stared at him and asked, What if you can't do it? Han Huang said in a low voice, I can definitely do it. He's stronger than me now, but I feel that he's just inferior to me. He's only a powerful worm. Hanju said, A fellow disciple is the same as your family. How can you describe him as a worm? I know. It's just that the difference between us. Father, hurry up and teach me your mystical power. Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly, Han Huang pounced into Hanju's arms and started to act cute. Hanju smiled and started to preach the mystical power. Soon, Han Huang sat in front of him and started to listen carefully. The primordial Fian Celestial's comprehension was very strong. He had grasped the divine might great heaven palm that Han Qinger had used 100 years to learn in a few months, let alone other mystical powers. 3 years later, Hanju was still preaching when a line of words appeared in front of him. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? Accept. Hanju thought silently and started to multitask. He preached the Tao and entered the dream. The dream was still the same forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The evil heavenly emperor laughed when he saw him. Hanju, you gave birth to another good son? Hanju knew that Han Huang's actions back then would definitely be caught by many mighty figures. He didn't hide anything and just said, Just a brat. I know that you're usually busy cultivating. You can leave him to me if you don't have time to take care of the child. Isn't this too? It's no trouble. The evil heavenly emperor took a step forward, his eyes glowing. Hanju was speechless. Why are you always thinking about my sons? All right, his son's potential was indeed impressive. Hanju said helplessly, You might not be able to accept this kid. The evil heavenly emperor asked in surprise. Why? He already has a master. Hanju explained Han Huang's personality and ideas. In other words, the evil heavenly emperor couldn't subdue Han Huang. Unlike Han Tuo, Han Huang had a high starting point and was not convinced by anyone. The evil heavenly emperor was silent. That's right. He was born as freedom and was unprecedented. How could he take in such an existence just because he wanted to? Then can I come and see him? The evil heavenly emperor asked, still unwilling to give up. Hanju said, Of course. The evil heavenly emperor was a rare good friend of his. The evil heavenly emperor had also done his best to help him on his path of growth. Hanju naturally would not neglect the evil heavenly emperor now that he was stronger. I'll come to the heavenly Tao soon. With that, the dream ended. 5 years passed quickly. Han Huang couldn't wait to wake Jiang Juesher up. You want to challenge me again? Jiang Juesher frowned at the youth in front of him. You want to defeat me after cultivating for 5 years? You're too arrogant. Han Huang said, Come. I promised my father that I would defeat you in 5 years. The time will expire if I wait any longer. Jiang Juesher looked at Hanju. He could only agree upon seeing that he didn't say anything. However, Hanju's voice secretly entered his ears. Try your best to defeat him. Jiang Juesher looked at the excited and expectant Han Huang and couldn't help but mourn. Jiang Juesher was the first to speak after entering the simulation trial. Little Junior, your potential is indeed powerful. If it was any other freedom, you might really surpass me in 5 years, but it's impossible to surpass me. I've never met a match in the freedom realm. Han Huang suddenly waved his palm. Divine might great heaven palm. With a palm strike, space shattered. It was unstoppable. Jiang Juesher drew a circle with both hands. He first used the Reincarnation Great Creation technique and then used the Divine Might Great Heaven palm. His power far exceeded Han Huang's. The two palms collided. The world would instantly turn into dust if they were in the immortal world. The battle ended very quickly, in less than 20 breaths of time. Han Huang opened his eyes with a dark expression. Jiang Juesher felt a little ashamed. After all, the other party was only a 15-year-old youth. Han Ju said, "This is the end of your spar. Jiang Juesher, continue cultivating. Ignore him." Jiang Juesher stood up and said, "Master, I should go back and cultivate. Little Junior's potential is indeed unheard of. I'll definitely lose if he's given another 5 years. I have to go back and cultivate to attain the great Tao as soon as possible." Han Ju nodded and waved his hand to send him back. Han Huang's expression did not ease upon hearing Jiang Juesher's words. He was still shocked. He had said that he would defeat Jiang Juesher in 5 years, but he did not. This was the first blow he had suffered in his life. Han Ju retracted his divine light and sighed. "Huanger, do you understand what father means now? That Jiang Juesher looks like a worm, but he has great providence. In a sense, his potential is not inferior to yours." Han Huang looked up and asked, "What is great providence?" "You will understand in the future. Your level is too low now. You won't understand even if I say it. I just hope that you won't doubt yourself and underestimate all living beings." Han Huang took a deep breath and nodded slowly upon hearing his father's gentle words. The father and son chatted for a while more before Han Huang walked out of the Taoist temple and came to Han Qinger. Han Qinger clearly felt that Han Huang had become stronger after not seeing him for 5 years. His aura shocked the disciples in the distance. "What's wrong? You seem very unhappy," Han Qinger asked. She could tell at a glance that Han Huang was in a low mood. She was quite unhappy. "You have such good potential, why aren't you happy?" Han Huang sat in front of her and said, "I can't defeat Jiang Juesher." Han Qinger was shocked. She indeed thought that Jiang Juesher was stronger, but she was still shocked when she heard this outcome. After all, in her heart, her second brother was a monster. Han Qinger consoled him. "It's fine. After all, Jiang Juesher has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. You've only cultivated for a few years." Han Huang said, "No, he's indeed powerful, but I'll surpass him. I'm here to tell you that I can't play with you in the future. I'm preparing to cultivate in seclusion, just like father before." Han Qinger stared at him in surprise and discovered that this kid was serious. She was now curious about how strong Jiang Juesher was. He could actually make this kid so agitated. Han Huang turned around and left. He went to visit Xing Hongxian and Qing Wan'er to tell his two mothers about this. After all, he was still young. This was the first time he was entering seclusion and felt that it was a major event in his life. Xing Hongxian and Qing Wan'er found it funny, but they still reminded him seriously. Just like that, Han Huang returned to Han Ju's side, and the father and son cultivated in seclusion. 7,435 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at Han Huang, who had already grown up. His eyes were filled with relief. His son had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the late stage of the freedom realm. It was not impossible for him to attain the great Tao within 30,000 years. In this aspect, he had already surpassed his father. "Huanger," Han Ju called out softly. Han Huang opened his eyes and asked, "Father, what is it?" He stretched lazily. The father and son had not spoken ever since he had entered seclusion. He was also immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. The feeling of becoming stronger was wonderful. "I'll bring you to see someone," Han Ju said, and teleported Han Huang into the 100-peak Immortal River before jumping to the 33rd heaven. The current 33rd heaven could already allow great Tao sages to enter and leave, but only those below the sages. Han Ju brought Han Huang to the Universal Hall. At this moment, the evil Heavenly Emperor was talking to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Han Huang followed behind Han Ju and was secretly curious. What was this place? After entering the Universal Hall, Han Huang's gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and the evil Heavenly Emperor. He could sense that the two of them were very strong and should be at the Freedom Realm. The evil heavenly emperor's gaze landed on Han Huang first, and his eyes instantly shone. The evil heavenly emperor and heavenly venerate Xian Du immediately stood up. "Ha! Hanju, this is your son? He really looks like you." The evil heavenly emperor sighed. Heavenly venerate Xian Du looked at Han Huang, and his heart palpitated. Freedom Realm. Was this the person who caused the phenomenon thousands of years ago? The divine might heavenly sage's son? He was so strong in less than 10,000 years? Hanju stopped in front of the two of them and smiled. "That's right. His name is Han Huang. Huanger, aren't you going to greet the two seniors? This is the evil heavenly emperor. He helped me when I was young and is my benefactor. This is heavenly venerate Xian Du, father's good friend." Heavenly venerate Xian Du, who had always been indifferent, beamed at the words good friend. Han Huang greets the two seniors. Han Huang cupped his fists and bowed, but his expression was not very respectful. Regarding this, the evil heavenly emperor and heavenly venerate Xian Du were not unhappy. Instead, they warmly took out Dharma treasures as greeting gifts. The two of them were very generous and took out chaotic numinous treasures. They did not have many of such supreme treasures. The evil heavenly emperor glanced at heavenly venerate Xian Du and felt threatened. Heavenly venerate Xian Du felt heartache, but he knew that this treasure no longer affected him much. After all, he didn't need to go out and fight. It was better to rope in the future peak of the chaos. That's right. Han Huang was already at the peak of history in heavenly venerate Xian Du's heart. Even Azure Heaven Mystic was far inferior to him. This was the first time Han Huang had obtained a treasure. He had seen a Dharma treasure when he fought Jiang Juesher, so he was very happy. "Thank you, seniors." Han Huang took the Dharma treasures and said in surprise. His gaze became gentle as he looked at the evil heavenly emperor and heavenly venerate Xian Du. Hanju and the other two sat down with a smile and started to chat. Not long after, the topic landed on Han Huang. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and said, "Huanger, do you want to follow me into the chaos? Your brother also followed me back then." "My big brother used to follow you?" Han Huang asked curiously. He had long heard of Han Tuo, but he had never seen him before. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and nodded. Han Huang shook his head. "Forget it. Although you treat me very well, you're not strong. I don't want to follow you. No one in this world is worth following other than my parents." The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. Heavenly venerate Xian Du's expression became subtle. The evil heavenly emperor said, "It's good to go out and broaden your horizons. Your father is busy with seclusion and doesn't have the time to take care of you." Han Huang said, "I also want to enter seclusion. Cultivation is the foundation. I won't go out if I don't cultivate to be the strongest." The evil heavenly emperor couldn't help but look at Hanju. Hanju smiled and said, "This is his own idea. I brought him to the immortal world previously. He lost interest in a few days and wanted to go back." Han Huang nodded. "I've already mastered the sage sense and observed the chaos. Although I don't know everything, the chaos doesn't interest me for now." The father and son sat side by side, looking like brothers. The evil heavenly emperor smiled helplessly. "Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. The next time I meet Han Tuo, I'll definitely tell him to come back to see you." Han Huang smiled. He was indeed looking forward to meeting his brother. Heavenly venerate Xian Du asked, "There's an additional sage position in the heavenly Tao. Should we let Han Huang?" Hanju shook his head. "There's no need. With his personality, it's impossible for him to manage the heavenly Tao. Let him stay by my side. As for the sage position, you can arrange it yourself." Curious, Han Huang asked, "What is the sage position?" "It's none of your business," Hanju replied casually. Then, the evil heavenly emperor pulled Han Huang to the side as if he was an elder concerned about a junior. He asked about his father's well-being while Hanju and heavenly venerate Xian Du talked about the heavenly Tao. Now that the chaos was peaceful, the heavenly Tao could develop freely. The immortal world was only so big. The number of things that could be interfered with by sages was limited, so after new sages appeared, They were all responsible for opening a chaotic heavenly road. There were already 15 chaotic heavenly roads that led to all directions of the chaos. Because the chaotic heavenly road could protect living beings below the sage realm, more and more chaotic living beings joined the heavenly Tao. This was something that the three pure sacred world could not compare to. The three pure sacred world had also opened the three pure heavenly road. Unfortunately, the rules were not stable. They would be rejected by the chaos if they were too strong. They would also be easily shattered and become a joke if they were too weak. The current situation was that as long as the two sides did not fight, the heavenly Tao would sooner or later surpass the three pure sacred world. This was already the consensus of the chaos. Han Ju was satisfied with heavenly venerate Xian Du's conclusion. He praised, "The heavenly Tao is truly fortunate to have the heavenly venerate. Come to my Tao field if you have the time in the future. I will preach the Tao for you and help you embark on the great Tao as soon as possible." Heavenly venerate Xian Du was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. His contact with Laozi had decreased ever since he had chosen the heavenly Tao. As for being taught again, that was almost impossible. He was also too embarrassed to mention it. Several hours later, Han Ju, Han Huang, and the evil heavenly emperor walked out of the universal hall. The evil heavenly emperor looked at Han Huang and smiled dotingly. "Don't forget our agreement." Han Huang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll be the first to find you if I go to the chaos." He looked so heroic that Han Ju wanted to laugh. The evil heavenly emperor left after exchanging some pleasantries. Han Ju then brought Han Huang back to the 100-peak Immortal River. He thought for a moment and then brought him to the second Tao field. Li Yao and Tao Comprehension Sword were still cultivating in the Taoist temple. Sensing Han Huang's aura, they immediately opened their eyes. Their eyes lit up and they immediately stood. "Wow, is this your second son?" Tao Comprehension Sword approached Han Huang, scaring him away. Han Ju smiled. "That's right. His name is Han Huang. Huanger. These two are your third and fourth mothers." "Fourth mother?" Tao Comprehension Sword's face instantly turned red. Han Huang bowed. Although he was proud, he was still very polite to his own family. Li Yao and Tao Comprehension Sword had already learned of Han Huang's potential in the Myriad Worlds projection. They were not the only ones. The personal disciples were the same. They had long wanted to see him. They were naturally happy to see him today. After a conversation, Han Huang also began to call them third mother and fourth mother. Then, the four of them walked out of the Taoist temple. Han Ju gathered all the Fiend Celestials. Currently, there were 51 chaotic Fiend Celestials in the second Tao field. There was also one being nurtured in the primordial world. The scene was spectacular after the Fiend Celestials gathered. Han Huang narrowed his eyes and sized them up. "Is this the second young master? He does look like master." The black hell chicken was the first to smile. However, the others felt inexplicably uncomfortable. This feeling was very strange, as if they had encountered their natural enemy, especially Han Huang's gaze. Han Ju saw through everyone's thoughts, so he said, "Yes, he's my second son, Han Huang. He was born as freedom and has a special bloodline. Your bloodlines have already been raised to the top level of the chaos. It's easy for you to be hostile to each other, but this is only a conflict between bloodlines, so I'm letting you know in advance. In the future, you still have to support each other on the path of cultivation." The Fiend Celestials immediately felt relieved and nodded upon hearing this. That was indeed the case. Not to mention Han Huang. They already disliked each other. Fortunately, they had interacted for a long time before completely integrating. This was also the main reason why the 3,000 chaotic Fiend Celestials fought. Morongqi took a step forward and smiled. "Grandmaster, why don't you let him stay with us for a period of time?" The other Fiend Celestials hooted. Han Ju said, "That's my intention." With that, Han Ju turned around and returned to the Taoist temple, leaving Han Huang surrounded by everyone. Guanbubi stared at Han Huang and said, "Junior, you're very strong. Shall we spar?" Han Huang glanced at him and shook his head. Then, He walked in front of the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial and said, "You're the strongest. Let's spar." This scene surprised everyone. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial was indeed the strongest. He had been suppressed by Murongqi in the past and had only recently surpassed him. Guan Bubi curled his lips and looked unhappy, but he did not dare to refute. He had always been tortured by the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial and was already a younger brother. Only he was stubborn in the second Dao field. He dared to keep fighting the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. As they fought, he developed feelings. "All right." The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial agreed readily. The two of them directly entered the simulation trial and began sparring. The current Han Huang was no longer the youth who had been tortured by Jiang Juesher. In the past thousands of years, other than his cultivation, his combat talent had also been completely awakened with the help of the simulation trial. Several dozen breaths later, the simulation ended. The two of them opened their eyes and frowned. Guan Bubi smiled. "How about it? Little junior brother, you should spar with me." Han Huang ignored him and stared at the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. "You're very strong. Stronger than Jiang Juesher." The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial took a deep breath and said, "I'm not your match." Everyone was shocked. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial was defeated? Oh my God! What kind of pervert has Master given birth to? He isn't even 10,000 years old yet, right? The Black Hell Chicken shouted, expressing everyone's thoughts. "I'm indeed not 10,000 years old. But you're not bad either. At least you've impressed me. You seem to contain different powers. Come, let's spar one by one." Han Huang scanned the Fiend Celestials and smiled. The Fiend Celestials had no objections to this. In any case, they wouldn't die in the simulation trial. It just so happened that they wanted to test Han Huang's strength. Just like that, Han Huang quickly became friends with the Fiend Celestials. On the other side, Han Ju was preaching to Liao and Dao Comprehension Sword in the Taoist temple. He left with Han Huang 10 years later. The Fiend Celestials were all convinced by Han Huang's talent. Han Ju estimated that if he abdicated in the future, the position of sect master of the hidden sect would probably go to Han Huang. At least, Han Huang had the support of the 51 chaotic Fiend Celestials. Back in the third Dao field, Han Huang curled his lips and said, "Why must you bring me back? I want to stay there." Han Ju scolded jokingly. "Of course, you find it interesting that you bully them every day. Think about it. Would you find it interesting if you were always defeated by Jiang Juesher? He's definitely not my match now. Call him over." Han Huang said angrily. His pride also had grown as he grew up. The defeat back then was his only humiliation. Han Ju said, "What? You still hate him? Are you so petty?" Han Huang snorted. "Of course not. How can I hate him since we're fellow disciples? I just can't accept that I lost. Go out and find a place to cultivate. Don't stay beside me in the future. From today onwards, I will resume my seclusion. My seclusion lasts for 100,000 years every time." Han Ju waved his hand. 100,000 years? Han Huang's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He immediately bowed and walked out of the palace. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally cultivate in peace. Although Han Huang had grown up well, his son was still becoming stronger. What satisfied him the most was still his own strength. Han Ju only believed in one principle, which was to rely on himself. Han Ju still didn't know his limit ever since he had evolved into the ultimate origin Fiend Celestial. Previously, insta-killing the 100,000 foolish sword sages was not his limit. Now was a good time to try. Han Ju entered the simulation trial. He directly fought 150,000 foolish sword sages. How terrifying were 150,000 great Dao supreme experts. At first, Han Ju was suppressed, but he gained the upper hand not long after. In the end, he used 5 minutes to kill all 150,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju continued to challenge. He could kill 150,000 foolish sword sages in 3 breaths after hundreds of times. This was already the limit. After all, a great Tao Supreme was not immortal. It would be even harder to kill all 150,000 great Tao Supremes if this was reality. After all, a great Tao Supreme would escape. The opponents in the simulation trial would only die in battle. Han Ju was in high spirits and continued cultivating after confirming his strength. He could instantly kill 150,000 foolish sword sages if he broke through. The sea of clouds surrounded the mountains and overlapped like steps that led to the sky. On a mountainside, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhang Yi, Lao Dan, Han Tuo, and Etian were drinking and chatting in the pavilion. In that case, that kid called Han Huang will reach the Great Tao realm soon? TSK. His potential is indeed ridiculous. Why isn't Han Tuo so powerful? Etian swirled his wine and clicked his tongue in wonder. Han Tuo smiled helplessly. My father's cultivation level was worlds apart from when he gave birth to me and my younger brother. There's naturally a difference in our potential. Lao Dan sighed. Such potential is no longer ridiculous. It's truly unprecedented. Zhang Yi smiled. Little Junior has such a start. I wonder if he can cultivate patiently. The others discussed. Han Huang became the main topic. Han Tuo smiled. Although he had never seen Han Huang, he liked his younger brother very much. How could he not like the fact that this little brother was a topic to brag about ever since he was born? Not long after, everyone put down the topic of Han Huang and started to talk about serious matters. You want to go to the bottom of the chaos? Han Tuo frowned. Lao Dan smiled and said, Don't worry. Just let us in. We won't trouble you later. Dao Sovereign nodded. Zhao Shenyuan sighed. I feel like I'm going to be in trouble again. Dao Sovereign glared at him, signaling him to shut up. Etian said, The bottom of the chaos is very dangerous. We almost died there. Even the leader of the divine spirits is afraid of that place. Lao Dan smiled leisurely. Don't worry. My main body has been there before, but it's been sealed recently. I can't find the entrance. I want to seek opportunities for these three brats. After all, the chaotic assembly is getting closer and closer. Chaotic assembly. Now, this meeting had already attracted the attention of the entire chaos. Even the 5 great divine punishers had to participate and represent the ultimate god of punishment to prove themselves. Han Tuo glanced at the 3 of them and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Dao Sovereign and Zhang Yi smiled. Zhao Shenyuan sighed. Etian suddenly asked, Will Han Huang participate in the chaotic assembly? If he obtains the eternal peak at a few million years old. He was especially interested in Han Huang. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. They wanted to say that it was impossible, but Han Huang was born with unlimited possibilities. For a time, the pavilion fell silent. They suddenly realized that Han Huang might be the strongest opponent. Time passed quickly. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes. Surprise flashed across them. What a domineering ultimate origin fiend celestial. His cultivation speed far exceeded that of before. It was at least 10 times faster. At this rate, he would soon break through to the late-stage Great Tao Supreme Realm. His bloodline was 2 levels higher than the top geniuses in the chaos, so his cultivation speed was naturally the fastest. Han Ju glanced at Han Huang in the Taoist temple next door. This kid was actually a great Tao sage already. He needed to step into the door of the Great Tao after attaining the Great Tao. Would this kid cause trouble? Han Ju was busy cultivating, so he ignored the chaos. He pinched his fingers to deduce and smiled. The divine robe Taoist is not bad. It turned out that before Han Huang broke through the door of the Great Tao, the divine robe Taoists had arrived behind the door to help him. With him around, naturally, no great Tao sage or great Tao divine spirit stopped Han Huang. Han Huang broke through very smoothly and even became friends with the divine robe Taoist. The 2 of them agreed to meet when they had time. The divine robe Taoist was very sensible. Han Ju suddenly thought of something and asked in his mind, Other than me, does anyone know that Han Huang is the primordial fiend celestial? 3 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. On second thought, it made sense. With the rampage of the divine authority generals, the legend of the misfortune of the primordial fiend celestial had long collapsed. All living beings thought that the primordial fiend celestial was fabricated. As for Han Huang's potential, all living beings could understand it with the divine might heavenly sage's reputation. Now, it depended on what the Tao creators thought. The Tao creators would not make a move as long as Han Huang could not threaten the entire chaos. In the eyes of all living beings, they did not know the existence of the Tao creator at all. Not to mention the great Tao supreme realm, they thought that the great Tao sage realm was the apex. Will Han Huang be targeted by the Tao creators if he participates in the chaotic assembly? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Hanju silently chose to continue as he looked at the line of words in front of him. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly became interested in the Tao creator's perspective. What kind of danger could make them unable to sit still? Previously, the chaotic consciousness still did not make a move when he killed 20,000 divine authority generals. This could only mean one thing. The difference between the great Tao supreme realm and the Tao creator realm was unimaginable. It was precisely because the difference was too great that the Tao creators felt that everything was certain. Hanju stopped thinking about this question. He would naturally understand when he reached the Tao creator level. He opened the emails and checked them. It had been a long time since he had read them. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has obtained a huge amount of faith power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian received guidance from your good friend Pan Gu. He has learned a great Tao mystical power. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren has entered the ancient desolate. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His Tao soul was damaged. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock has been deprived of his connate origin. His intelligence has been sealed. Your son Han Huang has comprehended the primordial true meaning and created a great Tao mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Tao Sovereign has entered the bottom of the chaos. The recent emails were very harmonious. There were no large-scale attacks. Hanju's attention was attracted by Divine Lord Peacock. This fellow had been suppressed for a period of time and had yet to escape. It seemed like he couldn't hold on much longer. No matter what, this fellow was the Dark Forbidden Lord's pawn. He couldn't fall behind. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Divine Lord Peacock's intelligence had been sealed, but that was only because it couldn't fuse with his body and not because his rationality had been erased. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock saw the Dark Forbidden Lord and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked ashamed. All these years he used all sorts of methods, but he still could not escape. He had wanted to seek help from the Dark Forbidden Lord countless times, but he was afraid of losing face and could only endure. Hanju asked, "Why did you go to the ancient desolate? Who suppressed you?" Divine Lord Peacock did not dare to be careless anymore and told him everything. He was even more ashamed. He didn't know who the other party was. Hanju said, "Just wait." He removed the dream. Hanju began to use the derivation function. He sent a dream first to tell Divine Lord Peacock that he was the one who helped him and affirm his loyalty. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A trillion years of lifespan. It was equivalent to lousy. He didn't expect such an existence to be hiding in the ancient desolate. Continue. Hanju thought silently. If the other party was too strong, he could only give up on Divine Lord Peacock. There was no need to risk everything for him. He had already saved Divine Lord Peacock before, but this fellow was useless. Hanju would have long given up on him if not for the fact that he had contributed to pestering the Curse Fiend Celestial. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind and a line of words appeared in front of him. Ancestor Tian Su, perfected great Tao supreme realm, transcendent Tao expert, world creator, connate life form of the chaos. He once created the first world of the chaos and was suppressed by the Tao ancestor in the ancient desolate, never to transcend. Indeed, his cultivation level is the same as mine. Such an existence was actually suppressed by the Tao ancestor. Could the Tao ancestor be a Tao creator? Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. The portrait of the Tao ancestor was still black and his cultivation was still unknown. Han Ju asked in his mind, is the Tao ancestor a Tao creator? Unable to capture the karma. Perhaps it doesn't exist. What a Tao ancestor! Is there a Tao ancestor among the 5 great Tao creators? Unable to capture the karma. Perhaps it doesn't exist. Han Ju could only give up and focus on Ancestor Tiansu. Can I insta-kill Ancestor Tiansu? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. That was fine. Han Ju immediately sent a dream to Ancestor Tiansu in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He would talk first. He would consider destruction if that didn't work. It wasn't easy for everyone to cultivate. It was fine as long as the karma could be resolved. Han Ju didn't want to be stained with hostility. In the dream, covered in black, Han Ju saw Ancestor Tiansu. Ancestor Tiansu had white hair and wore a tattered gray robe. Although his clothes were ragged, his temperament was still extraordinary. Especially his eyes. They were filled with dignity, as if they could see through everything in the world. Ancestor Tiansu frowned in surprise upon seeing him. The other party could actually forcefully pull him into a dream. He was quite capable. However, he didn't know the Dark Forbidden Lord. He sighed at the rise of the younger generation. He had been suppressed by the Tao ancestor for a long time. It was not surprising that a new mighty figure had appeared in the chaos. Han Ju was the first to speak. Fellow Taoist, my subordinate accidentally entered the ancient desolate and offended you. He was suppressed by you for so many years and has been punished. Why don't you let him go? He's only a great Tao sage. He's not worth mentioning compared to your perfected great Tao supreme cultivation. He won't have what you need either. Patriarch Tiansu narrowed his eyes and asked, who are you talking about? Divine Lord Peacock. Oh, so it's him. This little peacock keeps saying that he has a backing. But I didn't see anyone. I thought he was bluffing, but it's true. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Ancestor Tiansu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Han Ju, thinking about something. Han Ju was not in a hurry. After a long while, Ancestor Tiansu asked, what's your name, fellow Taoist? I'm Ancestor Tiansu. Perhaps you've never heard of me. Han Ju said, all living beings call me the Dark Forbidden Lord. As for your name, I naturally know it. Otherwise, how can I visit you in your dreams? As the founder of the heavenly ruins divine world, you created the first world in the chaos, but your fate is not good. Patriarch Tiansu sighed. I didn't expect a cultivator to remember me. Fine, I can let Divine Lord Peacock go. Remind him that this ancient desolate is a scam when he returns. Don't come again. Han Ju asked, is it related to the Tao ancestor? Ancestor Tiansu was moved and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly flew into a rage. Tao ancestor? Ha ha ha. What sort of Tao ancestor is he? Don't mention him anymore. That's all. I'll send that little peacock out of the ancient desolate. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes. He didn't expect Ancestor Tiansu to be so emotional. However, he shouldn't go back on his word since he didn't hate him. Since he had nothing to do, Han Ju continued to visit his dreams. This time, his target was Huang Zuentian. He used his main body this time. In the dream, it had been a long time. Huang Zuentian had already changed his attitude. His aura was not weaker than the divine robe Taoist. Huang Zuentian was not excited to see Han Ju. He asked, I have an opportunity. Do you want it? Han Ju rolled his eyes. No. Huang Zuentian immediately knelt excitedly. Han Ju asked about his recent situation. Huang Zuantian didn't hide anything and told him everything. Huang Zuantian had already taken charge of most of the Calamity Life controllers. Even Ancestor Shitian, Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, and the others were under him. Han Ju had no choice but to size him up again upon hearing that Ancestor Shitian and the others were also subdued by him. Unknowingly, Huang Zuantian was already powerful enough to break Han Ju's impression of him. Before this, in Han Ju's heart, Ancestor Shitian was definitely stronger than Huang Zuantian. Han Ju suddenly wanted to calculate his future. Huang Zuantian talked about his experiences in high spirits. He was no longer the mortal who had crawled around in the Jie school. To Han Ju, time passed very quickly, but to Huang Zuantian, time passed very slowly. He looked extremely glorious now, but in fact, he had paid an unimaginable price and effort. He felt tired when he recalled it. Scheming, power struggles, persuasion, and so on. He took every step very carefully, afraid that he would fail. Huang Zuantian changed the topic and suddenly said seriously, "Master, my subordinates discovered something recently, something unusual that might endanger the chaos." Han Ju didn't say anything. This fellow actually learned to keep people in suspense. Huang Zuantian was very good at reading people's expressions and immediately said, "This place is in the ancient desolate. There is a forbidden land in the ancient desolate that leads to an unknown domain. The Tao devils ran out of it. More and more Tao devils appeared in the ancient desolate recently. I'm afraid it will become a huge problem." Han Ju narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Could it be that Ancestor Tiansu was brewing a plan to take revenge on the Tao ancestor? It was very likely. The ancient desolate is a forbidden land. Some time ago, many mighty figures died inside, so no one is paying attention to it anymore. It was after this that the speed at which the Tao devils in the ancient desolate increased far exceeded before. Such an increase in power must be for a reason. Most importantly, I didn't find out the mastermind behind them. I only know that the ancestor Tiansu who created the first world in the chaos was also a Tao devil and was the strongest one. Huang Zuantian said with a solemn expression. He seemed to have fought with Ancestor Tiansu before, and his eyes revealed fear. Han Ju's expression changed slightly. Ancestor Tiansu was a Tao devil? Could it be that there was someone else behind this? Han Ju said, "I'll pay attention to this matter. How does life plan to become independent?" The great Tao divine spirits no longer chased after the life faction after the primordial ancestor god died. This gave them a chance to rest. Huang Zuantian said, "I plan to establish a lineage and live in seclusion. I'll make plans when the lineage is perfected. The current chaos looks peaceful, but I feel that there are undercurrents." Han Ju nodded. It's indeed time to settle down. Time will erase everything. The two of them chatted for a while more before he removed the dream. This dream was mainly to tell Huang Zuantian that he still cared about him. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "I want to know who's behind the Tao devils? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" 100 trillion years was equivalent to 100 times stronger than Laozi and 10 times weaker than a Tao creator. It was not Ancestor Tiansu. Han Ju immediately chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind. His body was like green flames and he wore a white bone mask. His black hair fluttered wantonly like countless tentacles. It was ghastly and terrifying. Ancient desolate divine spirit, perfected great Tao supreme realm, half-step creator, transcendent Tao expert, spirit of heaven and earth, lord of negative karma, lord of Tao devils, heavenly Tao evil spirit, half-step creator. How impressive! Han Ju was attracted by the words, heavenly Tao evil spirit. Was this fellow related to the heavenly Tao? It made sense when he thought about it carefully. The ancient desolate was formed by the shattering of the primordial world. Most of it had transformed into the ancient desolate, and the remaining transformed into the immortal world. The ancient desolate spirit was naturally related to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao did not seem powerful in the chaos, but it was deliberately suppressed by the Tao ancestor. In fact, the heavenly Tao was ancient. They could cultivate to the top of the chaos if it was any other living being. Can I insta-kill the ancient, desolate, divine spirit? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju was a little disappointed. However, on second thought, it made sense. After all, the other party was already half-step into the creator realm. He wasn't someone a great Tao Supreme could kill. Hanju didn't think too much about it. He would wait for Divine Lord Peacock to escape. Then, he would directly inform him and let him worry. After all, the Lord of Chaos was the ultimate god of punishment. Not him, the divine might heavenly sage. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Under the old tree, Han Qing'er stared at the distant disciples in boredom. She yawned and muttered, "Why isn't second brother out of seclusion yet? Is seclusion so fun?" At her side, Qingwaner smiled and said, "Your second brother has great ambitions. How can he be like you? Cultivating diligently like your father one moment and feeling bored the next." Han Qing'er rolled her eyes and said, "In the past, I also had great ambitions, but I knew that there would be no place for me by father's side in the future the moment second brother was born. I might as well be a little darling enjoying life in peace. Why do I have to be competitive?" She believed that any prodigy would lose their confidence when they saw Han Huang, especially when this fellow was her biological brother. Qingwaner covered her mouth and laughed. At this moment, Han Huang's Taoist temple suddenly opened. A figure slowly walked out and arrived in front of them in a few steps. Han Qing'er looked at the person in front of her and was stunned. Qingwaner's eyes lit up as she praised him. "You're really becoming more and more like your father." It was Han Huang. He was handsome and tall. His eyes were filled with arrogance. His white robe fluttered and his black hair was tied behind his head with a thin rope. Not only was his talent unparalleled, but so was his temperament. Han Qing'er snorted. "You still remember how to come out?" Han Huang smiled. "Qing'er, I've already attained the great Tao and even created my own mystical power. Am I powerful?" "Impressive, impressive," Han Qing'er said perfunctorily, but she was shocked inside. She knew that Han Huang was monstrous, but she didn't expect him to be talented to this extent. Great Tao. Han Qing'er's heart ached. She was like a mortal in front of her second brother. Han Huang smiled. "I'll bring you out to travel the chaos when I cultivate for another 1,000,000 years. No one in the chaos can hurt you with me around. At that time, I'll accompany you wherever you want to go." Han Qing'er immediately beamed. The sorrow in her heart vanished. She punched Han Huang's chest and scolded him jokingly. "At least you have a conscience." Han Huang said, "Of course." Han Huang had liked to stick to Han Qing'er ever since he was young. The two of them had never left home, so their relationship was naturally not distant. Han Huang chatted with Qingwaner and Han Qing'er for a while before bidding farewell to visit his mother, Xianxia. It was mainly to show off his gains. However, Xianxia was indifferent, making him secretly angry. It was still his third mother who gave him face. Eldest mother was Xianxia, second mother was Xian Qingjun, third mother was Qingwaner, fourth mother was Liao, and fifth mother was Tao Comprehension Sword. This was a relationship that Han Ju later sorted out. Han Huang made up his mind to visit Qingwaner instead of Xianxia in the future. He walked out of his mother's Taoist temple and was about to return to cultivate when he suddenly looked up. At this moment, countless sailboats were sailing over from outside the universe of stars. Every sailboat carried thousands of living beings with different postures. They looked like humans and demons. Sailboats followed the same direction in the vast void. On the deck of a huge sailboat at the front stood a middle-aged Taoist. 10 palm-sized stone slabs circled around his body like a puzzle, mysterious and unfathomable. The middle-aged Taoist stared at the beautiful starry universe ahead and frowned. A living being with a snake body and human head beside him smiled and said, "I didn't expect such a heavens beyond to be hidden in the chaos. It's very suitable for us races to survive." The middle-aged Taoist said, "Something's wrong. There are no powerful restrictions nearby. and there's no aura of living beings inside. Why aren't there any other races here? The snake-headed man said, the chaos is endless. It's normal that it's not discovered by living beings. That's true, but it's better to be careful. The middle-aged Taoist hesitated. The snake-headed man nodded and went down to pass the order. At the same time, in the third Tao field, Han Huang looked at the races outside the universe with a happy expression. Freedom Sage, you can give me a chance to practice and eat. Han Huang muttered to himself. He jumped and wanted to rush out. Boom. The invisible Tao field array formation in the sky blocked him. The sky rippled, startling all the disciples in the Tao field. Han Qing'er was surprised. What was this kid trying to do? She looked up and quickly saw the mysterious race outside the universe. Second brother, don't worry. There won't be any danger with Zhang Jieshe around, Han Qing'er shouted. She had previously witnessed Zhang Jieshe taking action to resist the enemy. Han Huang frowned when he heard that. He didn't continue to fight the Tao field array formation. He turned around and flew in front of Han Ju's Taoist temple. He wanted to enter and asked him to let him out, but he couldn't open the door. Han Ju was busy cultivating and couldn't be disturbed. Han Huang was moved. He was already a great Tao sage, but he couldn't open this door. He knew that his father was very strong, but he didn't expect him to still be so strong that he couldn't even tell how much. He was already a great Tao sage, but he couldn't even open the door of a Taoist temple? Han Huang didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and continued pushing, using all his strength. However, he couldn't open the door no matter how hard he tried. Even using the divine might Great Heaven Palm was useless. Han Huang let go and left. He returned to his Taoist temple to cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, Zhang Jieshe moved out of the universe. Han Qing'er began to watch the battle. Zhang Jieshe was already invincible in the Freedom Realm. The leader of the other party's race was only a Freedom Sage, so he was naturally not his match. The battle did not last long. Zhang Jieshe easily won. Han Qing'er sighed. No wonder he can suppress second brother. He's indeed powerful. She was very respectful every time she watched Zhang Jieshe's battle. Qinghuaner also witnessed the battle and praised him. As expected of your father's disciple. He should be your father's most proud disciple, right? Han Qing'er shook her head. Not necessarily. I heard from second brother that Zhang Jieshe is at most in the top 10 under father. Qinghuaner shook her head and laughed. Han Qing'er glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, Mother, you don't seem to be curious about father? Be careful not to let father find a few more women. Qinghuaner smiled. So be it. Your father has been filled with mystery ever since I met him. I like him to be mysterious. Reviving is already something I didn't dare to think about in the past. How can I disturb your father's cultivation? Han Qing'er curled her lips. She couldn't understand her mother, but she didn't say anything. Everyone had their own choices. Besides, her father was indeed perfect. Be it his looks, cultivation, personality, or bearing, she felt that no one could compare. Han Qing'er wondered how heroic her husband would be. At least compared to her father. No. Her father was the strongest. It was fine as long as he was 80% as good as him. Another 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. His cultivation had improved greatly. He first sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock and confirmed that he had escaped. Divine Lord Peacock kept kowtowing to him in the dream. He was completely convinced by the dark forbidden lord now. He naturally had to cling to such a backing if he could save him without attacking. Han Ju sent a dream to the ultimate god of punishment next. He told him about the ancient desolate divine spirit. I already know about this. The ancient desolate divine spirit is very powerful. I'm not his match, the ultimate god of punishment said with a solemn expression. This was also why he did not dare to personally go to the ancient desolate. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. He knew that the ultimate god of punishment was not the ancient desolate divine spirit's match. The difference in value was huge. He only wanted him to prepare early. The ultimate god of punishment said helplessly, Fellow Taoist, You should be able to see that there are many areas in the chaos that can't be spied on. The mighty figures hidden are immeasurable. After all, the chaos has existed for a long time, so long that it's impossible to calculate the time. Hanju remained silent. Why did he feel that the ultimate god of punishment was weaker now? Weaker after becoming good? On second thought, it made sense. In the past, the ultimate god of punishment had challenged high-level figures and had far fewer enemies than the primordial ancestor god. Now that he was sitting in the primordial ancestor god's position, countless eyes were staring at him. The pressure was far greater than before, and he did not dare to act recklessly. I will be careful about this matter. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. You don't have to worry. I also have a certain understanding of the ancient desolate. It can't harm the chaos for now, the ultimate god of punishment said seriously. His tone was sincere, as if he was touched by Hanju's gesture. Hanju didn't believe that he would be touched and immediately chatted with him. He opened his eyes after ending the dream. From the ultimate god of punishment's words, could this fellow have a good relationship with the ancient desolate divine spirit? He should be uneasy even if he couldn't win, but he was so calm. It was very likely that they were on good terms. Hanju didn't have the urge to spend his lifespan to derive it. It was fine even if he didn't guess correctly. In any case, he was on good terms with the ultimate god of punishment, which was equivalent to being on good terms with the ancient desolate divine spirit. It had nothing to do with him who was the boss in the chaos as long as they didn't provoke him. He could hide in the Tao field even if they wanted to provoke him. No one could barge into his Tao field in the entire chaos, including the Tao creators. Hanju began to check his emails and paid attention to the recent developments in his circle of friends. Fog covered the sky in a dark world. The ground was flat and vast. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Zhang Yi sat together. Lao Dan stood not far away and looked around. There's no danger, right? I already told you. Don't worry, my treasure is reliable. It will definitely inform us if any dangerous aura approaches. Zhao Shenyuan smiled. Lao Dan snorted. Your treasure might work elsewhere, but not here. Zhao Shenyuan shook his head and laughed. Zhang Yi said, I really feel like something is staring at us. Could it be the fellow who hunted us earlier? No way. How long has it been? We've been recuperating for 1,000 years. Zhao Shenyuan frowned and felt uneasy. It was difficult for them to predict good things, but one would be more accurate than the other if it was something unlucky. The more Zhao Shenyuan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He suddenly stood up and looked around, afraid that an enemy would appear. Zhang Yi sighed. I'm already prepared to be injured. Fellow Taoist, why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Yi looked at Tao Sovereign and asked. He couldn't help but be moved. Tao Sovereign closed his eyes and frowned. Killing intent flowed between his brows, and he was in a strange state. Zhao Shenyuan and Lao Dan turned around and also sensed that something was wrong. Lao Dan flashed in front of Tao Sovereign and tapped him. However, no matter how he cast his spell, Tao Sovereign could not wake up. Zhao Shenyuan asked nervously, will something happen to him? They were all freedom sages and had not been affected by such evil for a long time. Lao Dan said with a solemn expression, something's wrong. Something's too wrong. He's not injured at all. There are no abnormal dermic powers in his body. His soul is also here. How can this be? He went behind Tao Sovereign and continued to check his body. At this moment, Tao Sovereign opened his eyes and suddenly stood up. He kicked Lao Dan away and disappeared into the mist. Zhao Shenyuan and Zhang Yi were shocked. They immediately assumed a posture and prepared to fight. Tao Sovereign turned to look at them. At this moment his eyes had changed. His pupils were like two black snakes connected head to tail. It was abnormally terrifying. Fellow Taoist, what's wrong? Zhao Shenyuan asked seriously. He had never encountered such a situation before. Zhang Yi said, is his will occupied by something? Tao Sovereign smiled sinisterly. Two little children. Their potential is not bad. It just so happens that I need chaotic lifeform servants. At this moment, Lao Dan appeared in front of the two of them. He stared at Dao's sovereign and asked, "Who are you? Why are you occupying my disciple nephew's body?" Dao's sovereign stretched his neck and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm him. If you obey me, there will be great opportunities in the future. Have you heard of the legend of the ancient desolate? Legend of the ancient desolate?" Lao Dan frowned. Zhao Shenyuan and Zhang Yi looked at each other. They were thinking about how to attack. Dao Sovereign said, "I am the spirit of the ancient desolate. From now on, I will summon endless Dao devils and the ghosts at the bottom of the chaos to overturn the chaos together. If you assist me in advance, you can avoid death and obtain a transcendent status in the new chaos." Lao Dan smiled faintly. "You make it sound so tempting, but do you really understand the chaos? Why do you want to destroy the chaos?" The previous 20,000 divine authority generals all fell in front of the heavenly Dao. The divine authority generals are equivalent to great Dao sages, and are first-rate great Dao sages. Dao Sovereign revealed a strange smile. "I naturally know about this. Even so, I have to be completely confident, and the heavenly Dao is the target I want to trample on." With that said, the surrounding mist began to churn like flood dragons. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. Lao Dan narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists in his sleeves. Dao Sovereign slowly rose and spread his hands. He smiled wildly and said, "Do you know that the great Dao sage is at the great Dao primordial chaos realm? Above this great Dao primordial chaos realm is the great Dao supreme realm." The three of them were moved. Zhang Yi asked in a low voice, "Are you a great Dao supreme?" Dao Sovereign laughed wantonly. His laughter filled with disdain. "I've long surpassed the great Dao supreme and reached a higher level. The great Dao sages are no different from mortals in front of me. So what if there are more of them? If the divine might heavenly sage can destroy 20,000 divine authority generals, I can destroy 200,000. Were?" Zhao Shenyuan, Zhang Yi, and Lao Dan were shocked. Even Lao Dan did not know that there was a realm beyond the Great Dao Supreme Realm. After all, his main body was only at the Great Dao Supreme Realm. If what this fellow said was true, it was really possible to change the chaos. Zhang Yi asked angrily, "Why are you trampling on the heavenly Dao? Are you chaotic mighty figures crazy? You always find trouble with the heavenly Dao." Dao Sovereign looked at him coldly. The terrifying killing intent locked onto him, making him cold and nervous. Although he was afraid, Zhang Yi's arrogance still made him glare at Dao Sovereign. Zhang Yi was also the #1 prodigy who had suppressed the world in the heavenly Dao. Dao Sovereign suddenly smiled. "Humph, seeing that you're a junior, I won't bicker with you. Why is the heavenly Dao suffering so much? That's because the heavenly Dao has done too many sins. The Dao ancestor pretended to disappear and really thought that he could let everything go? Impossible. Let's see if that Dao ancestor can still sit still when I flatten the heavenly Dao." Loudon asked in confusion, "You told us so much. Do you really think highly of us?" Dao Sovereign smiled and said, "Think highly of you? I'm just giving you a chance. My will is spread billions of times throughout the various worlds. Talking to you here will not waste my time. Understand? You have nowhere to run. Either follow me or wait for death." He suddenly glanced at Zhao Shenyuan, his eyes flickering. At this moment, Zhao Xuanyuan's consciousness had already entered the myriad worlds projection. "Something bad has happened. The heavenly Dao is threatened again. The three of us have been captured." Zhao Shenyuan shouted anxiously. At this moment, there were only a few people in the myriad worlds projection, including the Black Hell Chicken. The Black Hell Chicken yawned. "If you want help, so be it. Don't brag. No one can save you. Either that or ask Master for help." Zhao Shenyuan gritted his teeth. "The other party is from the ancient desolate and claims to be able to kill 200,000 divine authority generals. I don't dare to rashly summon Master. 200,000 divine authority generals." The Black Hell Chicken trembled in fear. Before it could speak, Zhao Shenyuan suddenly disappeared. The Black Hell Chicken left the myriad worlds projection and gathered all the chaotic fiend celestials to report what Zhao Shenyuan had just said. Morong Chi frowned. Is there another commotion in the chaos? Guan Bubi snorted. That's normal. The chaos is endless. In addition to the long years, there are naturally countless hidden mighty figures. The other fiend celestials had solemn expressions. There were already divine authority generals in the simulation trial. They had all challenged them before and could not even defeat one. They were all insta-killed. Let's wait for Master to come to the Dao field, or let Master's wife tell him. Sun Chang'an pondered. His words were agreed by the fiend celestials. Currently, they were not strong enough to resist a great Dao Supreme. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial said unhappily, "Our growth speed is still too slow. 3 Fiend Celestials must attain the great Tao in 1,000,000 years. Understand?" He scanned the others. Most of them did not dare to look at him. The great Tao was not so easy to attain. Even a chaotic Fiend Celestial needed time. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and let Xing Hongxian and Han Huang in. "Husband, something bad has happened. The heavenly Tao is facing another calamity. Your disciple has been captured," Xing Hongxian said anxiously. Han Huang's expression did not change, but he was very curious. Han Ju said, "Tell me slowly and clearly." At the same time, he pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that the karma of Tao Sovereign and the other 2 had indeed disappeared. He checked their interpersonal relationships. Their portraits were still there. Xing Hongxian recounted what she had learned from the Black Hell Chicken. He could kill 200,000 divine authority generals? From the ancient desolate divine spirit. He did not expect them to take action so quickly. Hanju said, "I already know about this. I'll think of a way." Han Huang couldn't help but ask, "Father, I just fought a divine authority general to a draw not long ago. Can you really kill 20,000 divine authority generals with one strike?" "I was just lucky. I attacked before the 20,000 divine authority generals made their move, so I killed them in one go," Hanju muttered. Han Huang was enlightened. Just one divine authority general was enough to make him feel unshakable. How terrifying was the scene of 20,000 divine authority generals combined. Han Huang asked, "Then, are you going to save your disciples? They are all my senior brothers. Bring me along." Hanju glared at him. "The other party can kill 200,000 divine authority generals. How can I deal with them? You can't be rash about this. Don't go and die." "Go and die?" Han Huang was stunned but soon understood what he meant. Hanju was mocking him for overestimating himself. "Father, I also want to help you. I'm a great Tao sage now. Although I can't defeat the enemy, I won't be a burden," Han Huang said angrily. How powerful was the great Tao sage? He could observe the entire chaos and know the past and present. He was not restricted by the 3,000 great Tao. Even if he was inferior to that enemy, he was still a threat. Hanju said helplessly, "I have a junior who has unparalleled talent in the chaos. After attaining the great Tao, he was suppressed by a mighty figure for hundreds of thousands of years. If not for me, he would probably have died. His potential is not worth mentioning in the chaos. His current cultivation and strength are what he relies on." Han Huang frowned. Hanju stared at him and asked, "Do you really want to go out? If you do, I can let you out to train. However, your identity is special and you will definitely encounter an endless stream of powerful enemies. Sai Hu asked me to be your father. When the time comes, I will definitely be busy saving you." Han Huang was agitated and snorted. "I didn't say that I wanted to go out. I still have to cultivate and come out when I'm invincible." With that, he turned around and left. Xing Hongxian covered her mouth and chuckled as she watched the father and son fight. The father and son were completely different. One was extremely timid, while the other was extremely arrogant. However, they did not like to fail. Hanju was afraid of failure, so he fled the battle. Han Huang was afraid of failure, so he did not act on impulse. Xing Hongxian spoke to Hanju for a while before quickly leaving. She knew that he needed to think alone. Xing Hongxian didn't dare to raise any objections. She couldn't help either. The only thing she could do was not to cause trouble for him. Hanju was the only one left in the temple. Not worried, he started to check the emails. With his experience, as long as the three of them were not dead, they would not die in half a day. The enemy had already suppressed them. They would have killed them long ago if that was their intention. Hanju was already used to his disciples being caught. If they really couldn't take it, they would use the invocation technique on him. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was possessed by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has spied on the true meaning of chaos. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhoufan was attacked. X90. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren cut away the 3 corpses and created the evil Buddha. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil. X1097832222. Your good friend Yi Tian was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil X1087822221. Your disciple Jiang Juesher has comprehended the Great Tao and wants to cross the door of the Great Tao. He was stopped by a mysterious mighty figure and failed to attain the Tao. Hanju showed a frown. Jiang Juesher had even begun to break through to the Great Tao. He failed? He pinched his fingers to deduce. So it was a Great Tao divine spirit who stopped Jiang Juesher from attaining the Tao. Jiang Juesher did not have a powerful background, at least on the surface, so it was very easy for him to be suppressed by a mighty figure. The more Great Tao sages there were, the worse it was for them. Previously, Han Huang had successfully broken through because the divine robe Taoist had personally protected him. Even the Great Tao sages had to give him face. Hanju looked at Jiang Juesher. At this moment, his disciple was meditating and cultivating. He did not seem affected. Hanju didn't find trouble with that Great Tao divine spirit. Instead, he sent a dream to the divine robe Taoist and told him about Jiang Juesher's relationship with him, asking him to take care of him in the future. Although the universe of stars was not under the divine robe Taoist jurisdiction, he could protect Jiang Juesher at the door of the Great Tao. After that, Hanju sent a dream to Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed when he saw Hanju, who was covered in divine light. Hanju said, "Why didn't you tell me that you failed?" Jiang Juesher said in shame, "I'm ashamed. How can I ask you for help? I tried my best but couldn't open that door. I even suffered a backlash." Sigh. Hanju said, "Someone is blocking the door. I've already instructed a mighty figure to protect you next time. It's not difficult for you to attain the Great Tao with your potential. Don't be discouraged." Hearing this, Jiang Juesher was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt to thank him. Hanju waved his sleeve and said, "You still need to work hard after attaining the Great Tao. Your goal is to participate in the chaotic assembly. Not only you, but my other disciples will also participate. Don't be careless. Your potential is impressive, but you might not be the best in the entire sect." Jiang Juesher nodded. He had long recognized this. Not to mention the others, he only knew 2 people. Not to mention Liu Bei, just Han Huang made him feel ordinary. "Master, what's little Junior's cultivation level?" Jiang Juesher couldn't help but ask. Hanju didn't hide anything. "He's already attained the Great Tao." Jiang Juesher was moved. He felt a sense of urgency that he had not felt for a long time. This was the sense of urgency he had before he comprehended the great reincarnation technique. His Tao heart was still stable. He was not a prodigy to begin with. He only had great opportunities and talent. Moreover, Han Huang's potential was top-notch in the chaos. He couldn't compare to natural existences. "Will little junior brother participate in the chaotic assembly?" Hanju smiled. "Of course." Jiang Juesher's eyes lit up. He could suppress Han Huang previously, but he would do the same to him in the future. Hanju didn't say anything else and removed the dream. He began to cultivate. He had to break through first. It might not be safe to deal with the ancient desolate divine spirit now, but his strength would definitely increase when he broke through. He was not far from breaking through. He could do it in, at most, 100,000 years. The cultivation speed of the ultimate origin fiend celestial was very fast. In the ancient desolate, dense mist filled the air, and mountains rose and fell. There were countless rivers and lakes. It was like a desolate ancient world. At this moment, in the sky of the ancient desolate, the ultimate god of punishment stepped on the clouds. The ultimate god of punishment was still wearing blood-stained divine armor. His aura was oppressive, and the airwaves around him were like long dragons. Soon he arrived in front of an endless lake. It was like an ocean. The surface of the lake was filled with mist, as if there was a terrifying beast hidden inside. The ultimate god of punishment said, "Fellow Taoist, we meet an old friend. Aren't you going to show yourself?" A cold voice sounded. "Since you're here, you should indeed appear. However, you're the leader of the divine spirits now. I wonder if you still remember our past relationship." The ultimate god of punishment said, "You want to take revenge on the Tao ancestor. I only want to protect the chaos. There's no conflict, right?" The world fell silent. The ultimate god of punishment said, "Could it be that you also want to touch the chaos?" "Of course not, but I want to ask you, ultimate god, can you control the power of a supreme divine authority like the divine authority general?" The other party asked coldly. The ultimate god of punishment was silent upon facing the question of the mysterious existence of the great swamp. Although he was the leader of the divine spirits, he did not control the great Tao Providence divine authority like the primordial ancestor god and could not mobilize the divine authority generals. From this point of view, he was not the true leader of the divine spirits. He had been trying to control the great Tao Providence divine authority, but he did not succeed. Therefore, he felt that there was a higher existence behind the great Tao supreme divine authority. "Ultimate God, join forces with me. I will give you the authority to truly become the leader of the divine spirits when I absorb the providence of the chaos and surpass an unprecedented realm. You have already reached your limit and can no longer become stronger." The mysterious existence's voice sounded again. The ultimate god of punishment sighed. "But can I believe you? You obtained the chaotic cheese providence. Will you treat the chaos well?" This mysterious existence was the ancient desolate divine spirit. The ancient desolate divine spirit said faintly, "If you believe me, help me. If you don't, I will also insist. Ultimate God, I don't have many good friends, and there aren't many who survived. Can even be said that only you are left. I've been suppressed for so many years. I can't do anything if you still don't believe me." The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. I came to see you because of our relationship. It's just that I have to be responsible for all the living beings in the chaos now. If you haven't forgotten the agreement in the past, I naturally believe you." The ancient desolate divine spirit sighed. "The agreement of the past was really long ago. Fellow Taoist, please believe me. I can sense that there are mysterious existences above the great Tao divine spirit. We can only join forces to truly break through the old situation of the chaos." The ultimate god of punishment nodded. "I often feel that I'm being spied on. I even feel that the primordial ancestor god might not really have died. Perhaps his origin will is still hidden in the divine authority and waiting for an opportunity to reappear." The surface of the lake stirred up 2 rows of huge waves that slapped in the opposite direction, causing a valley in the middle to open. The ultimate god immediately walked into the air. Time passed quickly. More than 70,000 years later, Hanju finally broke through and reached the late-stage Great Tao Supreme Realm. He checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 7,381,785/1, 099, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: Ultimate origin fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation. Late stage Great Tao Supreme Realm, Perfect Sage. Technique. Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering, Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. His lifespan doubled again. Hanju couldn't be bothered to calculate. He could feel the ultimate origin power transforming crazily. This power was too obvious. It far exceeded the feeling of breaking through previously, as if it was breaking through a major realm. A true transformation. Was this the ultimate origin fiend celestial? Hanju was overjoyed. He wanted to see how many foolish sword sages he could fight now. 3,000 years later, Hanju's cultivation finally stabilized. He began to cultivate his mystical powers. 500 years later, there were 500 new fiend celestial Dharma idols. Currently, he had grasped 2,949. He was already extremely close to the 3,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols. He would definitely be able to control 3,000 fiend celestials as long as he broke through to the perfected realm. Hanju was already looking forward to that day. At least before the chaotic assembly. At that time, he would better protect his disciples and let them show their talent. Hanju opened his eyes and started the simulation trial. He directly challenged 200,000 foolish sword sages. The Great Tao Supreme Realm Foolish Sword Sage claimed that he could fight 100 divine authority generals. Hanju was equivalent to fighting 20 million divine authority generals. Indeed, Hanju's strength advanced by leaps and bounds after breaking through a minor realm. The increase in strength of the ultimate origin fiend celestial could not be reflected by cultivation. Hanju used his full strength to kill 200,000 foolish sword sages with the divine might Great Heaven Palm. He added another 10,000. No problem. Instant kill. 220,000 foolish sword sages. Hanju had no choice but to use the primordial judgment sword to insta-kill them. The number of opponents continued to increase. The limit of Hanju's insta-kill was 250,000 foolish sword sages. He could still kill them all if he faced 300,000 of them. But he couldn't insta-kill them. He only cared about insta-kills. In his opinion, as long as he was not insta-killed, the enemy would have a chance to escape or even counterattack. Fighting in reality was far more complicated than the simulation trial. Of course, he would not try his best at the beginning like in the simulation trial. Hanju began to challenge the divine authority generals. He directly challenged 30 million in one go. However, he discovered that the number of divine authority generals no longer meant anything to him. Couldn't be compared to the foolish sword sage. There was still a difference in cultivation level. It was also easy for him to challenge 50 million foolish sword sages. Hanju no longer fought with the divine authority generals. Can I insta-kill the ancient desolate divine spirit? Hanju asked silently. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju was a little disappointed. The ancient desolate divine spirit said that he could kill 200,000 divine authority generals. But that did not mean that that was his limit. After all, he didn't have a simulation trial. This could only mean one thing. The ancient desolate divine spirit did not care about the divine authority generals. Hanju hesitated for a moment and asked, "If I'm serious, can the ancient desolate divine spirit kill me?" This question and the previous question were both related to the cultivation of the ancient desolate divine spirit. There should be no need to deduct his lifespan. After all, the two questions were asked one after another. The cultivation of the ancient desolate divine spirit did not change. No. That was good. In other words, they were evenly matched. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a dream to Zhao Shenyuan. The dream was the 100-peak Immortal River. Zhao Shenyuan opened his eyes and saw Hanju. He was immediately excited. "Master, are you coming to save us?" Zhao Shenyuan hurriedly asked. Hanju said, "Did Laozi save Laodan?" Zhao Shenyuan shook his head. Hanju asked, "Who led the way this time?" Zhao Shenyuan was stunned. I said that there was an opportunity at the bottom of the chaos, but the one who insisted on coming was Dao Sovereign. He understood what Hanju meant. He was suspecting Lao Dan. Hanju asked, "How's your situation? Can you wait any longer?" Zhao Shenyuan nodded. "We'll pretend to submit and be fine for the time being. It's just that Dao Sovereign has been possessed and his safety is unknown. Master, we're fine. You can save us if you're confident. After all, the enemy is mysterious and powerful this time." Hanju said meaningfully, "You can send news in the Myriad Worlds projection if Laozi makes a move." Zhao Shenyuan hurriedly agreed. Hanju left the dream. Then he flashed into the Universal Hall. At this moment, other than Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, there was another person in the hall. It was the prodigy that the Heavenly Tao had finally nurtured with all its might, Azure Heaven Mystic. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du saw Hanju and hurriedly stood up to bow. Azure Heaven Mystic turned around and saw Hanju. He was puzzled. Who was this person? Hanju nodded and asked, "Can we talk?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Of course. This is the new sage of the Heavenly Tao, Azure Heaven Mystic. This is the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Aren't you going to bow?" Hearing this, Azure Heaven Mystic stood up and bowed to Hanju. He looked at him with a burning gaze. Hanju glanced at Azure Heaven Mystic and didn't say anything. He didn't want to have anything to do with this fellow. After all, a Tao creator was behind Azure Heaven Mystic. This kid was only a pawn. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du waved his hand and gestured for Azure Heaven Mystic to leave. Azure Heaven Mystic stared at Hanju and hesitated. In the end, he was forced to leave by Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's gaze. Only Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du were left in the hall. The two sages sat down. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled and said, "That Azure Heaven Mystic is the most talented person in the Heavenly Tao now. We have decided to nurture him to make a name for himself in the chaotic assembly. I wonder if you have any intention of taking in another disciple." Hanju shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. If I accept him again, it will seem like I'm plotting something. I have to leave some prodigies to you so that the Heavenly Tao can be passed down." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled. He was only being polite and naturally wanted to recruit the prodigies of the world. "Heavenly Sage, why are you here? The Heavenly Tao is facing another calamity." "What?" "This calamity comes from the ancient desolate." Hanju recounted what he knew. He was not afraid that the ancient desolate divine spirit would deduce that this fellow had captured his disciple and still wanted to flatten the Heavenly Tao. There was no room for negotiation. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's expression was extremely ugly after he finished speaking. To dare say that he could kill 200,000 divine authority generals. Such an expert was indeed terrifying. He looked at him and asked, "What are your chances of winning against the ancient desolate divine spirit?" Hanju shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's heart sank. Hanju said, "Make preparations early. I think the ancient desolate divine spirit is also related to the leader of the divine spirits. Of course, it's only a guess. I mean that the Heavenly Tao can only rely on itself. Understand?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du nodded. Hanju asked, "By the way, what kind of existence is the Tao ancestor?" He discovered that the Tao ancestor's past was complicated. An existence who was powerful enough to suppress a perfected Great Tao Supreme was afraid of the Great Tao Divine Spirit and suppressed the development of the Heavenly Tao. It was really strange. In Hanju's opinion, the primordial ancestor god was not the Tao ancestor's match. As for the 5 Tao creators, they transcended the chaos and did not care about it at all. Why would the Tao ancestor be afraid? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "I actually don't know the Tao ancestor very well. In the past, I only listened to the Tao in the Purple Firmament Palace. Ever since the Tao ancestor disappeared, I discovered that my impression of him slowly dissipated. I can't remember his appearance or even his words. I can only remember that he once existed." Speaking of this, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had an extremely strange expression. Hanju showed a frown. The Tao ancestor's concealment technique was so powerful? He erased all living beings' memories of him? Hanju shook his head and stood up. He left after saying, "Then prepare to fight the enemy. I don't know when the Ancient Desolate will attack. You can deploy to the Ancient Desolate in advance and guard against the commotion at any time." With that, Hanju disappeared. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu did not move and frowned. He sighed heavily. Why were the tribulations always coming one after another? He thought that he could enjoy a long period of peace. After thinking about it, he felt that it was all the Tao ancestor and the first-generation sages' fault. They would either disappear or directly become enemies of the heavenly Tao. He was filled with resentment. These seniors were too unreliable. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Come in." Azure Heaven Mystic, who was waiting outside the hall, transformed into a cool breeze and instantly arrived in front of him. "Where's the divine might heavenly sage?" Azure Heaven Mystic looked around and asked in confusion. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, "Of course, he's already left. Otherwise, how can I let you come in?" Azure Heaven Mystic said unhappily, "Why can't I see him?" His talent had already been recognized and was world-shattering. If not for the sages stopping him from going to the chaos, he would very likely shatter the legend of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's Tao attainment speed. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is busy. What right do you have to see him? No matter how powerful your potential is, it's only potential. Even I can't see him anytime I want. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu shook his head. Azure Heaven Mystic was silent. Although these words were a little hurtful, it was the truth. If it was anyone else, he would definitely not be convinced, but the other party was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. He had no choice but to be convinced. He had always heard legends about the Divine Might Heavenly Sage during his cultivation. Ever since he was young, he had worshipped the legend of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage turning the tide. He was determined to become the second Divine Might Heavenly Sage. However, after reaching the Sage realm, he knew that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was already the strongest in the chaos. He worshipped the Divine Might Heavenly Sage even more. Of course, it was only admiration. He had always wanted to surpass the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. One day, he would definitely challenge the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. It was not for life and death, but for strength. Heavenly Venerate, I think it's time for me to go to the chaos. The Heavenly Tao has already made it difficult for my cultivation level to advance. Qing Tian said seriously. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu's expression did not change, but he was very hesitant. He was afraid that Azure Heaven Mystic's existence would be found out by other worlds, especially the three pure sacred world. However, he thought of Hanju. How could he be poached if he really belonged to the Heavenly Tao? Hanju didn't even care about Azure Heaven Mystic. Why was he so worried? Besides, the more he suppressed this fellow, the easier it was for something to happen. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, "All right, you have to be careful on this trip. If you encounter trouble, come back at any time. Don't be afraid that the other party has a powerful background. The Heavenly Tao can afford it. The current Heavenly Tao is no longer afraid of any force in the chaos." Azure Heaven Mystic smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not a rash person. Besides, I'm the kindest and won't slaughter the innocent." Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said helplessly, "Yes, but you like fighting. This is a disaster." "I understand. I'll change." Azure Heaven Mystic waved his hand impatiently. He hated preaching the most. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu ignored his attitude and continued to remind him. Several hours later, Azure Heaven Mystic was finally freed. Before he left, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu even gave him a supreme treasure, making him secretly touched. Azure Heaven Mystic also understood that the sages were afraid that he would betray the Heavenly Tao, so they did not dare to let him go to the chaos. He didn't hate this. Instead, his heart warmed, but he did not say anything. This attitude showed his status and importance in the Heavenly Tao. This was what he wanted the most. In the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, Hanju looked at Zhang Juesher and Han Huang for a while before checking the emails. He saw that Tao Sovereign was often tortured. He hesitated to use the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune was strong, but it might not be able to curse the ancient desolate divine spirit to death. It might even alert it. Hanju wanted to destroy him in one go and not give him a chance to escape. He would copy his cultivation first. Hanju immediately sent a dream to the ancient desolate divine spirit. The dream was the chaotic void. The ancient desolate divine spirit was completely black and vaguely humanoid. Its eyes were red and he looked like a peerless demon in the void. It was terrifying. He looked at him and asked, "Who are you? You can actually forcefully pull me into a dream. Your methods are impressive." Hanju said, "I'm Cao Cao of the Wei Divine World. You captured my disciples. Can you let them go?" Cao Cao of the Wei Divine World? The ancient desolate divine spirit seemed to be deducing. This fellow has already possessed my disciple, but he's still calculating. How pretentious! Hanju thought disdainfully. The ancient desolate divine spirit asked, "Who are your disciples?" Hanju said, "Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan Jiang Yi." As for Lao Dan, he did not mention him. After all, it was Lao Dan's suggestion to go to the bottom of the chaos. He couldn't rule out a trap. Leave Lao Dan to lousy. The ancient desolate divine spirit chuckled. I have some impression of these three. Their potential is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid I can't return them to you. Hanju smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist, you're really willful." He directly used the dark forbidden zone and turned the dream into reality, quickly scanning the ancient desolate divine spirit's cultivation. The ancient desolate divine spirit said meaningfully, "The dream has turned into reality. The divine might heavenly sage is indeed impressive. It seems that if I want to flatten the heavenly Tao, I have to eliminate you first." Hanju had already activated all his supreme treasures. Why must you deal with the heavenly Tao? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Can't you look for the Tao ancestor? Besides, the heavenly Tao and the ancient desolate share the same origin. You're equivalent to fighting among brothers. The ancient desolate divine spirit was actually equivalent to a heavenly Tao divine spirit, but it was separated. The ancient desolate divine spirit smiled. Fellow Taoist, you really know a lot. However, why are you so naive? Or are you pretending not to know? The Tao ancestor has long fused with the heavenly Tao. He didn't disappear. He only transformed into the heavenly Tao. The Tao ancestor was in the heavenly Tao. The ancient desolate divine spirit smiled disdainfully. Since you want to fight, let me see how powerful the divine might heavenly sage is. He suddenly raised his hand, and a black aura transformed into a fog that drowned Hanju. The fog was filled with terrifying negative karma and resentment. It was extremely cold. In a daze, it was as if there were billions of ghosts wailing and roaring. Hanju immediately used the divine might great heaven palm. The power of his final essence poured out and transformed into a domineering palm force that destroyed all the surrounding fog. He used the great Tao of traversal and the great Tao of space to quickly escape. How fast was he? Divine might heavenly sage, you are indeed very strong. However, it's impossible for you to escape me. The heavenly Tao will be flattened when I create 8 quadrillion Tao devils. The voice of the ancient desolate divine spirit entered Hanju's ears. His tone was filled with joy, as if Hanju was the Tao ancestor and he was taking revenge. The ancient desolate divine spirit has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Hanju ignored him and quickly returned to the heavenly Tao. He jumped into the 100-peak Immortal River and went to the 3rd Tao field. The reason why he took a detour was that he was afraid of harming the universe. Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and heaved a sigh of relief. It had to be said that the ancient desolate divine spirit was indeed powerful. It had given him a very dangerous feeling just now. However, it was only a dangerous feeling. The pressure did not turn into despair. Hanju began the simulation trial and challenged the ancient desolate divine spirit. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes with an extremely solemn expression. The ancient desolate divine spirit was amazing. Hanju finally saw the Tao devils. The ancient desolate divine spirit's Tao devil mystical power was similar to the 3,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols. It contained different great Tao powers, but there were 1,000 types. It was not as many as him. In the end, Hanju still successfully killed the ancient desolate divine spirit, but it took him 5 minutes to fight with all his might. This was a simulation trial. The ancient desolate divine spirit attacked with all his might, only attacking and not retreating. If it was in reality, the ancient desolate divine spirit could completely stall for time and hide if he couldn't win. Once Hanju was restrained and the 8 quadrillion Tao devils stepped into the heavenly Tao, it would be like a wolf amidst a flock of sheep. Hanju had heard that there were also great Tao sages among the Tao devils. Who knew how many great Tao sages were hidden among the 8 quadrillion Tao devils? Most importantly was the ultimate God's attitude. Hanju felt that the ultimate God of punishment was related to the ancient desolate divine spirit. He could guess from the previous conversation that what he had said to the ultimate God had very likely been told to the ancient desolate divine spirit. Hanju continued the simulation trial and tried to find a way to insta-kill the ancient desolate divine spirit. Several days later, Hanju stopped the simulation trial. It would take at least 30 breaths of time to kill the ancient desolate divine spirit. 30 breaths was too long. Something would definitely happen in the meantime. It would be bad if the ultimate God of punishment also joined in. I want to know how long until the ancient desolate divine spirit attacks the heavenly Tao? Hanju asked in his mind. From the ancient desolate divine spirit's words, it would probably take some time. As long as he had time, he could continue to become stronger. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. About 2.8 million years. It was neither long nor short. Compared to the previous crises, 2.8 million years was too little time for a great Tao sage to improve, let alone a great Tao supreme. But it was different to Hanju. He was the ultimate origin fiend celestial that surpassed all living beings by 2 bloodline levels. He might be able to break through again in 2.8 million years. Hanju perked up and his eyes flickered coldly. Ancient desolate divine spirit. You're dead. Hanju decided to use the Book of Misfortune to stall for time in the future. In the depths of the ancient desolate, a huge palace sat at the bottom of the lake. The ultimate God of punishment looked at the ancient desolate divine spirit and asked, "Is it the heavenly Tao's divine might heavenly sage?" The ancient desolate divine spirit said, "That's right. He's indeed very strong. As expected of the chaotic fiend celestial's potential. He's even stronger than Pangu back then." The ultimate God of punishment said, "Of course. Even Pangu was stomped under the feet of a divine authority general. How can it compare to the divine might heavenly sage? Are you really confident in dealing with him?" The ancient desolate divine spirit stared at him and said, "Of course I'm confident. He's indeed powerful, but he's not my match." The ultimate God of punishment hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Can you let him live and create a great cause together?" The ancient desolate divine spirit was silent. The ultimate God of punishment said, "If you want to break the old situation of the chaos and reconstruct the rules, you and I alone might not be able to succeed. Didn't you say that a mysterious existence above the chaos is spying on it? We don't even know what that is. It's enough to show the difference between us. He might even control the power of the 7 supreme divine authorities. We can be more confident with the divine might heavenly sage's help." He still had a good impression of the divine might heavenly sage and even felt that he could become his confidant. The ancient desolate divine spirit said faintly, "If you can persuade him, you can naturally do it. However, I will definitely make his cultivation go to ruin if he wants to defend the heavenly Tao." The ultimate God of punishment fell silent. Time passed quickly. Another 100,000 years passed. The calamity of the ancient desolate did not spread in the chaos. Only a few people knew. Hanju opened his eyes and felt the increase in his cultivation. He smiled in satisfaction. It was difficult for the ancient desolate divine spirit not to die with the ultimate origin Fien Celestial's talent. Han Ju first checked his interpersonal relationships. He was relieved after confirming that the portraits of Tao Sovereign and the other two were still there. Then, he sent a dream to the ultimate god of punishment. A few years ago, the ultimate god of punishment had sent him a dream and he had ignored it since he was busy cultivating. His principles could not be broken. In the dream, the ultimate god of punishment opened his eyes and sighed when he saw Han Ju. What a domineering method. He actually did not sense it. It would be too terrifying if such a method could kill the enemy. May I know why you're looking for me? Han Ju asked in a puzzled tone. The ultimate god of punishment said, I want to tell you about the ancient desolate. He didn't hide anything and revealed his conspiracy with the ancient desolate divine spirit. He wasn't afraid that Han Ju would leak it. After all, they were already standing at the peak of the chaos. Han Ju was speechless after the ultimate god of punishment finished speaking. This fellow actually trusted others with his life. What was he thinking? If Han Ju was the ultimate god of punishment, he would definitely join forces with the divine might heavenly sage to deal with the stronger ancient desolate divine spirit instead of directly admitting defeat and being willing to be a lackey. We can truly control the chaos if we follow the ancient desolate divine spirit. There are mysterious existences above the chaos. You should be able to sense that the Tao ancestor is one of them. If you insist on protecting the heavenly Tao, you will easily benefit the Tao ancestor. It's not worth it. Besides, haven't you already created a new universe? The ultimate god of punishment stared at Han Ju and said seriously. Han Ju remained silent. The ultimate god of punishment sighed. Besides, the ancient desolate divine spirit is determined. This matter can't be changed. Han Ju asked, why aren't you resisting him? We can join forces. The ultimate god of punishment shook his head. I haven't improved for a long time, and that ancient desolate divine spirit is extremely powerful. In front of him, I'm like a mortal. The difference is really great, so great that you can't even imagine it. The reason why he let you go earlier was not that he was afraid of you, but because he didn't want to waste time. Han Ju frowned. Is there really no one in the chaos who can resist the ancient desolate divine spirit? Laozi, the dark forbidden lord? Those unknown existences? They can't defeat him even if they join forces. The ultimate god shook his head. Han Ju fell silent again. The ultimate god of punishment said faintly, fellow Taoist, think about it. Give me an answer in at most 1,000,000 years. I want to protect you and build the chaos with you. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and showed a mocking gaze. Ultimate god of punishment, thank you for your kind intentions, but your cowardice can't change the chaos. What's the difference between you and the former primordial ancestor god? Will you submit once an existence stronger than you appear? Han Ju's eyes flickered. He would support a new leader of the divine spirits after destroying the ancient desolate divine spirit. People like Jiang Juesher, Han Huang, and Azure Heaven Mystic had good personalities and were never afraid. Unfortunately, these geniuses needed too much time to grow. Han Ju then used the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord to visit Divine Lord Peacock, Jing Tiangong, Shi Dudao, and the others in their dreams. He asked them to spread the news that the Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely sweep through the chaos and bring about a dark era. This was an ambush, making people think that the Dark Forbidden Lord was targeting the ancient desolate divine spirit because of his ambitions. He next sent a dream to Huang Zuintian in his true form, asking him to spread the threat of the ancient desolate. He wanted to create more hype and make the ancient desolate uneasy, making it impossible for the ultimate god of punishment to stop. The current Han Ju was not the same as before. His cultivation level looked down on the chaos and his subordinates were scattered everywhere. He didn't need to do things personally. Han Ju entered cultivation after doing all of this. No matter what, he could not relax his cultivation. Authority was supplementary. Strength was the foundation. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. The sages gathered in the Universal Hall. The foolish sword sage, great sage Void Soul, and Red Fate also came. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du recounted the ancient desolate matter, and the sages became excited. What? His hatred for the Tao ancestor falls on us. How arrogant! Very good. The heavenly Tao has been peaceful for a long time. It's time for some suffering. Now, there are more than 10,000 heavenly Tao pseudo-sages and 1,000,000 zenith heavens. How powerful are they? What is the ancient desolate? In the past, even the deity realm of the ruins of End was not the heavenly Tao's match. That's right. The heavenly Tao has 3 great Tao sages and the divine might heavenly sage who surpasses them. We can contact other worlds and resist the ancient desolate together. Let's say that the ancient desolate wants to destroy the heavenly Tao, and they are next. Everyone knows the heavenly Tao's kindness to other worlds. The ancient desolate is a forbidden land. How can it compare to the heavenly Tao? The sages discussed and expressed their opinions. They were not afraid of the ancient desolate. After the battle of the divine authority generals ended, the heavenly Tao completely transformed into an iron plate and also had the arrogance to look down on the chaos. Pan-Exion cursed. So be it. It's a good opportunity to show the heavenly Tao's power. The Pangu race's prodigies have already risen. Although they're not sages, they're not far from it. Qin Ling stood up and smiled. I'll personally go to the ancient desolate to gather information for the heavenly Tao. If the other party wants to sweep through the heavenly Tao, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Han Yu also stood up. I'll follow you. Seeing Han Yu stand up, Ji Xianxian, Yang Tiandong, Long Hao, Fang Liang, and a few other sages also stood up. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, we still have to consider this matter at length. We indeed have to arrange manpower in the ancient desolate. The sages had no choice but to sit down. At the same time, the ancient desolate divine spirit's existence spread in the chaos. The news spread extremely quickly. The ultimate god of punishment also learned about this. He opened his eyes and frowned. He muttered, strange. Why did the news spread? Could it be the divine might heavenly sage? No, the dark forbidden lord. Could it be those unknown existences? The expression of the ultimate god of punishment was extremely ugly. Although he was the leader of the divine spirits, there were too many existences in the chaos that he could not see through. The ancient desolate divine spirit wanted to resist those unknown existences. Among them, the dark forbidden lord was the most mysterious existence on the surface. From what those voices were saying, the dark forbidden lord was going to sweep through the chaos. Could it be that the dark forbidden wanted to fight against the ancient desolate divine spirit? Could the dark forbidden lord be related to the divine might heavenly sage? The ultimate god of punishment subconsciously wanted to visit Han Ju in his dreams and ask. But on second thought, so what if he asked? It had already happened. Very good. I want to see if you, the divine might heavenly sage and the dark forbidden lord, can defeat me and the ancient desolate divine spirit. The ultimate god of punishment said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. He was still the ultimate god of punishment who dared to kill the leader of the divine spirits. On the other side, the ultimate god of punishment has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Ju, who was cultivating, saw a notification appear in front of him. He was indifferent and continued cultivating. He would deal with them together. He had thought that they could create the chaotic assembly together, but it seemed that he could only do it alone. Since the chaos did not tolerate him, he would control it. Han Ju thought silently. He wanted to cultivate in peace, but people were always jumping out to give him trouble. Han Ju thought of the Tao ancestor. Perhaps the Tao ancestor was secretly plotting all of this, causing the heavenly Tao to never have peace. Of course, it was only a guess. Perhaps the Tao ancestor had shouldered more for the heavenly Tao. Under the old tree, Han Qing'er and Han Huang meditated side by side and opened their eyes at the same time. Qing'er, you've become stronger, Han Huang praised. But these words were extremely ear-piercing to Han Qing'er. Humph! Han Qing'er snorted and left. Han Huang hurriedly caught up. Qing'er, I'm not comforting you. I'm just habitually going all out. This is what Father taught me. No matter how much I look down on the enemy, I have to use my full strength once I attack. Han Qing'er was even more furious when she heard that. She said angrily, "Second brother, don't open your mouth if you don't know how to speak." Han Huang scratched his head. He knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed the topic. "Qing'er, do you want me to teach you a mystical power? I'm very knowledgeable about the divine might great heaven palm." Han Qing'er snorted. "Then I want your insights." The siblings returned to the old tree. Han Huang began to talk about his experience. Soon Han Qing'er was entranced. Although she was unhappy with Han Huang's talent, she was also very impressed, so she wanted to hear his understanding. On the other side, on a star, Jiang Juesher had just attained the Great Tao and was consolidating his cultivation. Liu Bei stayed beside him. He held a white disc in his hand. In the disc, a small figure was practicing his moves. His movements were sharp and fast. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and said, "Stop looking. It's meaningless." Liu Bei did not even move his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm like you? A great opportunity? My potential is mediocre. This mystical power is a huge opportunity for me." This disc was obtained by Jiang Juesher when he stopped the outsiders from invading the universe of stars. It recorded the inheritance of the race and contained a freedom technique. Jiang Juesher's expression was solemn as he said, "Recently, I've been feeling that something big is about to happen. It makes me very uneasy." Liu Bei said, "What are you afraid of? Who can hurt you in Master's territory?" Jiang Juesher thought of Hanju and relaxed. His mysterious master was indeed powerful and should be able to protect him. However, the uneasiness in his heart did not completely dissipate. He had never felt this way. Why? Jiang Juesher frowned and fell into deep thought. On the peak of the blue sky, Han Tuo opened his eyes. Etian was the same. The two of them looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Etian cursed. "Again? This uneasy feeling? Brother, what do you think? Could it be that some force is manipulating us?" Han Tuo frowned. "I'm not sure. Perhaps we will understand after we attain the Great Tao." Etian asked, "Should we tell the ultimate God about this?" Han Tuo shook his head. "Forget it, continue cultivating. Achieve the Great Tao as soon as possible and not for the Great Tao. Participating in the chaotic assembly is just to make the numbers." Etian felt that it made sense and nodded in agreement. The two of them continued cultivating, reaching ever closer to the Great Tao. The Great Tao Tower floated forward quietly in the chaotic void, surrounded by countless cities and islands. In the Great Tao Tower, Zhou Fan looked at the evil heavenly emperor walking over and laughed. "Your Majesty, long time no see. Why are you so free to visit me? Could it be that you have another opportunity?" There was another person behind the evil heavenly emperor. He was called the War Buddha. He was Chu Shuren's disciple, the Buddha spirit of the Buddhist world. He was now the divine general of the heavenly court. "That's right. It's a huge opportunity." The evil heavenly emperor laughed. His gaze landed on Mo Fuzhou beside Zhou Fan, and he nodded with a smile. Zhou Fan warmly pulled the evil heavenly emperor to a seat. "Tell me, what great opportunity? I've been waiting for a long time." Zhou Fan smiled. The chaos was vast. Although the Great Tao Tower had always been sailing, it might encounter very few opportunities. He often missed working with the evil heavenly emperor. He was also very curious about why he could always find resources, treasures, worlds with abundant inheritances, and goals while he could not. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "You might step into the Great Tao with this opportunity." Zhou Fan became even more excited. He listened carefully to the evil heavenly emperor. Mo Fuzhou was also listening. He looked at the evil heavenly emperor and sighed. He did not expect to encounter an old friend from the immortal world in the chaos. Felt like the world had changed. As for the War Buddha, he was expressionless, as if he was not interested in this matter. After a long while, Zhou Fan frowned and fell into deep thought. The evil heavenly emperor was not in a hurry. He began to talk to Mo Fuzhou about the past of the immortal world. I think it's feasible. The risk is indeed high. But how can there be an opportunity that doesn't bring risks? Even with my inheritance, you can at most attain the great Tao. It's almost impossible to take another step forward. A voice sounded in Zhou Fan's mind. It was Seven Tao Sage. Zhou Fan asked hesitantly, how dangerous is that ancient desolate? Recently, it has been spreading in the chaos. Countless Tao devils have gathered there. Weren't you overturned by the Tao devils in the deity realm of the ruins of End? It's indeed because of the Tao devils, but it's different now. The evil heavenly emperor is clearly fearless. I suspect he's being backed by an unimaginably mighty figure. Zhou Fan couldn't help but look at the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor sensed his gaze and smiled at him. Zhou Fan still trusted the evil heavenly emperor. The two of them had risked their lives more than once. He was worthy of his trust. All right, I'll do it. When are we moving? Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and asked. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. There's no hurry. I still have to rope in others. There's strength in numbers. I can't be rash. Zhou Fan smiled. I'm not worried about His Majesty. I'll wait for your orders. The two of them smiled at each other. By the way, have you seen Han Zhu's son, Han Huang? The evil heavenly emperor suddenly asked. Han Zhu. Mo Fuzhou's expression changed. Zhou Fan noticed the change in his expression and hurriedly laughed. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him. I have to say, your master really gave birth to a good son. Huang'er is even more talented than his elder brother. I heard that he has already attained the great Tao. The evil heavenly emperor sighed. What? What? Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan exclaimed at the same time. Mo Fuzhou was surprised that Han Zhu had become Zhou Fan's master. Zhou Fan was surprised that his junior had already surpassed him. The War Buddha's eyes narrowed. He had heard the evil heavenly emperor flatter Han Huang more than once. He was a little unconvinced, but he had never revealed it. Zhou Fan couldn't be bothered with Mo Fuzhou. He stared at the evil heavenly emperor and asked, when did little junior brother attain the great Tao? The evil heavenly emperor shook his head. I'm not sure. In any case, no matter how long he took, his potential is terrifying. Zhou Fan was silent. Year after year passed. The chaos surged. The dark forbidden lord created momentum. The ancient desolate stirred up a calamity, and so on, causing the chaos to be uneasy. 100,000 years later, there was still no movement from the ancient desolate, and the disciples of the dark forbidden lord were still spreading rumors. Many evil things in the chaos were pinned on the dark forbidden lord, as if it was not surprising that these evil things were done by him. Han Zhu opened his eyes and stretched in satisfaction. His cultivation speed was still very fast even though he had reached the late-stage Great Tao Supreme. This feeling of constantly becoming stronger was too wonderful. Should he increase his bloodline again in the next primordial chaos great creation? Han Zhu felt that it was feasible. He wanted to leave the living beings of the chaos far behind. Even if he became the strongest, he had to widen the gap between him and the second strongest in the chaos. Han Zhu habitually checked the emails. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and looked up. Above the chaos, a figure under the 7 supreme rules. A voice was absorbing the power of the 7 supreme rules. It was Ancestor Tiansu who had suppressed Divine Lord Peacock. What does he want? Han Zhu frowned and stared at Ancestor Tiansu. Ancestor Tiansu raised his right hand. His palm was connected to one of the supreme rules and kept absorbing its power. Ancestor Tiansu had perfected Great Tao Supreme Cultivation. He was the strongest Tao devil of the ancient desolate divine spirits. Very few were his match in the chaos. Now, no Great Tao Supreme dared to stop him. As for the ultimate god of punishment, he had clearly tacitly agreed. Unable to figure it out, Han Zhu had to ask in his mind, why is Ancestor Tiansu doing this? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's will entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing on a desolate land filled with fog. In front of him was Ancestor Tiansu. Ancestor Tiansu was kneeling, and a shadow floated in front of him. From the figure, who else could it be but the ancient desolate Divine Spirit? Divine Spirit, what can I do for you? Ancestor Tiansu asked indifferently. The ancient desolate Divine Spirit said coldly, "The divine might heavenly sage is stronger than I expected. We need to revise the plans. I need you to control a supreme rule and attract countless geniuses of the chaos to serve you. At that time, you will bring the geniuses and I will bring the Tao devils to flatten the heavenly Tao and sweep through the chaos." Stunned, Ancestor Tiansu asked hesitantly, "How can I grasp the supreme rules? I have my ways. In any case, you are a Tao devil. You are not afraid of death." "Yes." Although Ancestor Tiansu was puzzled, he still agreed. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "The Dark Forbidden Lord has become famous recently. I've interacted with him before and can't see through him. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. We probably have to pay attention to him. It's not only him. The 3 pure sacred worlds Laozi, the Life Lord of the Calamity Life Controllers, and the ancient deities at the edge of the chaos might all stop us." The ancient desolate Divine Spirit said calmly, "This chaos is very big, but also very small. When you master the supreme rules, you will understand that the chaos is already in our hands." Ancestor Tiansu was silent. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Control the supreme rules and make the chaotic prodigies serve him? What did this mean? A variable appeared above the chaos just as Han Ju was feeling puzzled. Ancestor Tiansu also felt it. He turned around and narrowed his eyes. Following his gaze, a sword light attacked from the chaos. A figure stood on the sword light. That person wore a green Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk. He had an immortal aura and sharp eyebrows. "Lousy." Ancestor Tiansu said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the Tao ancestor's first disciple." Laozi's expression was indifferent as he said, "Fellow Taoist Tiansu, this is damaging the chaotic order. I advise you not to insist." "Hee, fellow Taoist, you are really like your teacher. The supreme rules are important. If you insist, I won't care about our past relationship and will attack you." Laozi stared at Ancestor Tiansu. His tone was indifferent, but his words were extremely domineering and did not show any mercy. Ancestor Tiansu smiled. "Then attack. I'll kill you first and then give the Tao ancestor a huge gift before we meet." "Humph." Laozi raised his sleeve and waved it. The void under the 7 supreme rules instantly became as bright as day. A huge battle erupted. Han Ju sat in the Taoist temple and watched the battle with relish. This was a top-notch battle in the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Space collapsed, but the 7 supreme rules remained unmoved and were not destroyed. Although the battle was terrifying, it did not alarm the chaos. Only those at the Great Tao Supreme Realm could sense it. Ordinary Great Tao sages could at most sense the pressure and not see the highest plane where the supreme rules were located. At this moment, Han Huang suddenly visited the Taoist temple. Han Ju let him in. Han Huang came in front of him and bowed. Then, he looked up and asked, "Father, do you feel that someone is fighting up there?" "Where?" "Mio." "In any case, it's above. I don't know how high it is." Han Huang scratched his head. He stared at him and continued, "I'm sure my feeling is right." Han Ju said, "You have a good instinct. I'll let you take a look." He waved his hand, causing Han Huang's consciousness to arrive above the chaos and witness the battle between Laozi and Ancestor Tiansu, as if he was in a dream. Han Ju also continued to watch the battle. This battle lasted for half a day. In the end, Laozi and Ancestor Tiansu were both injured and retreated. From a strategic point of view, Laozi had succeeded. At least he had stopped Ancestor Tiansu. They were on par. Ancestor Tiansu's Dao devil body was extremely strange and undying. Laozi's sword Dao was extremely sharp and could cut through the great Dao. Han Huang opened his eyes and looked excited. Father, what realm is that? Great Dao Supreme. Han Huang clenched his fists and asked with a burning gaze. Han Ju nodded. Han Huang said excitedly, their mystical powers are so impressive. I only remember 30%, but it's enough for me to cultivate. Han Ju was stunned. You can learn their mystical power just by watching the battle? There are some mystical powers that I can't see through. I can teach myself the rest. Han Ju was a little stunned upon looking at his high-spirited son. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated him. As a primordial fiend celestial, Han Ju's comprehension was far inferior to his son. Could it be because Han Huang was born as a primordial fiend celestial? Father, are you also a great Dao Supreme? How are you compared to them? About the same. Impossible. I challenged you in the simulation trial. I can't see through your Dharma idol mystical power. Hee. Just because you can't see through it doesn't mean it's strong. Han Huang curled his lips, knowing that his father was bluffing again. In his mind, his father had always been the strongest. Even if the battle between Laozi and Ancestor Tiansu was extremely shocking, it could not change his thoughts. By the way, father, what are the 7 lights above those two? The moment I saw them, I inexplicably wanted to take them for myself. Han Huang asked with glowing eyes. Han Ju showed a frown. He wanted to take them for himself? Han Ju suddenly didn't know if he should tell him the truth. With Han Huang's desire for power, he might really target the 7 supreme rules. Han Huang smiled. It's fine if you don't want to say it, father. Perhaps my cultivation level is not high enough and I can't be that ambitious. Then I'll go back and cultivate. Watch as I learn the skills of those 2 brats. I'll teach them to Qing'er and the other disciples. With that, Han Huang turned around and left. He was carefree and had a completely different personality from the young Han Ju. Han Ju looked at his back, stunned. Would he have ended up with his son's personality if he kept choosing the first option provided by the system? Han Ju shook his head and laughed, not thinking about it anymore. Laozi's appearance proved that there were still experts in the chaos. It was not that they could not leave Han Ju. He had to continue cultivating and reach the perfected Great Dao Supreme Realm as soon as possible. At that time, it shouldn't be difficult to insta-kill the ancient desolate divine spirit. He could completely flatten the ancient desolate if he broke through before the ancient desolate divine spirit attacked. He wouldn't have to wait for the enemy to come every time. The battle between Ancestor Tiansu and Laozi did not cause a stir. After all, most great Dao sages couldn't spy on this battle. How could this battle spread among all living beings? Han Ju continued to cultivate. The years passed. 120,000 years later. That day, Han Ju was cultivating. In the Taoist temple beside him, Han Huang, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his eyebrows and muttered, "This feeling, bloodline resonance. A relative wants to attain the great Tao." He hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes. His will arrived at the door of the great Tao. The door of the great Tao stood in the darkness, looking majestic. At this moment a person was waiting here. It was the divine robed Taoist. Han Huang greeted him and asked, "Senior, who are you waiting for?" Divine robed Taoist immediately smiled and said upon seeing him, "Speaking of which, this person is related to you." Han Huang's expression changed as he asked, "Could it be my elder brother?" The divine robed Taoist smiled and nodded. He sighed. Master's 2 sons are both impressive. Han Tuo was a chaotic fiend celestial and a great Tao divine spirit. His talent and power surpassed all living beings. Han Huang was even more ridiculous. He had attained the great Tao in less than 500,000 years. Could be said to be unprecedented. "You know my brother? Tell me quickly," Han Huang asked excitedly. The elder brother was his closest family. He was naturally curious about this elder brother he had never met. The divine-robed Taoist smiled and nodded. Then he talked about Han Tuo. Chaotic fiend celestial. 5 great divine punishers. Supervised the chaos. Han Huang's blood boiled when he heard that. He thought to himself that they were indeed brothers. Han Tuo's deeds were what he wanted to do, but his father did not let him out. At this moment, the door of the great Tao trembled violently. Han Tuo was about to break through. Han Huang frowned and said in a low voice, "More than one person is breaking through? Ha ha ha. Brother, we're about to succeed." A loud laugh sounded. It was Tian. Han Tuo's voice sounded, "How can we not succeed if the two of us join forces? Actually, I don't need your help. I've heard that many mighty figures will stop their juniors from breaking through. Aren't I worried about you?" Hee hee. I don't know you? Are you worried about yourself? Actually, you don't have to worry at all. We are the divine punishers. Who dares to stop us? W.O. What if? The door to the great Tao opened, and Han Tuo and Tian slowly walked in. Just as Han Huang was about to step forward, figures appeared nearby. More and more appeared. Congratulations on attaining the great Tao. You're truly geniuses. You attained the great Tao in 7 million years. Of course. Otherwise, why would the leader of the divine spirits choose them? Congratulations! The two of you will definitely obtain the title of the Chaotic 10 Absolutes in the Chaotic Assembly. Dozens of great Tao sages praised Han Tuo and Tian. The 5 great divine punishers had traveled the chaos previously. The great Tao sages on the surface had seen them. Now that the chaos was peaceful, with the ultimate god of punishment suppressing them, they naturally had to give him face. Han Tuo had no choice but to start exchanging pleasantries. Tian curled his lips and did not speak. Han Huang looked at his brother who was surrounded by stars. He smiled and his eyes revealed a hint of envy. He also wanted such glory. He was born as freedom and had unparalleled talent. How could no one know? The divine-robed Taoist noticed his expression and smiled. Cultivate well. It won't be difficult for you to become a great Tao divine spirit when you participate in the chaotic assembly. Han Huang nodded excitedly and clenched his fists. Although the divine-robed Taoist's words were soft, everyone present was a great Tao sage and could hear him clearly. For a time, everyone looked at Han Huang and the divine-robed Taoist. Han Tuo's gaze landed on Han Huang and he couldn't help but be stunned. Tian was the same. His gaze wandered back and forth between them in surprise. Oh, could this be my younger god-brother? Tian instantly arrived in front of Han Huang and asked in surprise. God-brother. Han Huang frowned. Tian grinned. I'm the heavenly Tao's divine might heavenly sage's godson. Aren't I your god-brother? Divine might heavenly sage's son. The dozens of great Tao sages were moved. Han Tuo walked over and sized him up. What's your name? Han Huang looked at him and said, Han Huang, Xing Hongshuan's son. Han Tuo smiled and patted his shoulder. He praised, as expected of my younger brother. Your bearing is extraordinary. You're even more like a father than me. Han Huang couldn't hold it in anymore and said excitedly, Big brother, I've long wanted to see you. Not only me but also Qinger, your younger sister. Ha ha ha. I want to show off to her and let her attain the great Tao as soon as possible. This way, the two of us can meet here. Han Huang had never been so excited. Wait, when did you attain the great Tao? Tian suddenly shouted. He finally reacted. Wasn't this kid only born a few 100,000 years ago? Han Huang said, It's been a while. Han Tuo was moved. The divine-robed Taoist smiled and said, This kid was born as freedom. He reached the great Tao in less than 500,000 years. Whoosh. The surrounding great Tao sages were all in an uproar, not daring to believe their ears. Achieving the great Tao in less than 500,000 years? Impossible. Even Pangu and the Tao ancestor were not so exaggerated. Many great Tao sages immediately had ill intentions. but they gave up when they thought of how this child was the son of the divine might heavenly sage. The divine might heavenly sage was the strongest in the chaos. He was a terrifying mighty figure who had killed 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike, an existence that surpassed giant god Pangu. Han Tuo frowned slightly when he saw people around. Seeing this, the great Tao sages bid farewell. Some passionate people went forward to strike up a conversation with Han Huang and then left. They were quite tactful. Soon, only Han Tuo, Etian, Han Huang, and the divine robe Taoist were left. Han Tuo looked at the divine robe Taoist and frowned. The divine robe Taoist was a great Tao divine spirit and was equivalent to Han Tuo's subordinate. Han Tuo naturally did not have to give him face. It's fine, big brother. This senior was the one who received me when I attained the Tao. He's on good terms with our father. I asked our father and he said that we can trust him, Han Huang said. Han Tuo's brows relaxed. The divine robe Taoist praised. With the two of you, the name of the divine might heavenly sage will only become stronger. Etian wailed. I was actually surpassed by a junior. Sigh, brother, we might as well cultivate with your father. Han Tuo was silent. He had to admit that following his father might be easier. However, he did not want to be protected by his father forever. He looked at Han Huang and said, in the future, you have to maintain your previous cultivation attitude and not slack off. Don't let me catch up to you. These words were sincere. Han Huang was touched. Of course, I'll definitely be invincible when I'm ready to come out. At that time, if you don't like anyone, tell me. I'll kill him. Towards the end, his tone was filled with killing intent, causing Han Tuo and the divine robe Taoist to be stunned. This kid had such great killing intent. Etian was amused. He hooked his arm around Han Huang's neck and smiled. I like your temper. If I, your godbrother, am unhappy with someone, will you help me kill them? No problem. Wait for me to be invincible. When will you become invincible? I don't know when, but it will definitely happen. Damn it, so you're bragging. In the Taoist temple, Han Huang opened his eyes and smiled excitedly. He immediately rushed out of the Taoist temple and appeared in front of Han Qing'er. Qing'er, I saw Big Brother and Godbrother, Han Huang said excitedly. Thinking back to their previous encounter, he was still very excited. Stunned, Han Qing'er asked, where did you see them? Han Huang did not hide anything and told her everything. Han Qing'er felt extremely complicated. The big brother she had always admired was actually not as fast as her second brother. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Why was their second brother so powerful? Han Huang smiled and asked, Qing'er, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want to see Big Brother the most? You didn't see how impressive he was. When he broke through, dozens of great Tao sages went to welcome him. All of them were very respectful towards him. Han Qing'er's curiosity was piqued. Why? Brother is now the leader of the 5 great divine punishers. He oversees all the great Tao divine spirits, and they control the chaotic domain. One of my seniors is a great Tao divine spirit. The heavenly Tao is under the jurisdiction of the great Tao divine spirit. Can be imagined how high brother's status is. That godbrother is also a divine punisher. It's equivalent to 2 of the 5 great divine punishers being our brothers. Han Huang smiled proudly, as if he was a divine punisher himself. Han Qing'er became more and more curious and began to ask him about his understanding of the chaos. Han Huang told her everything he knew. He had never been to the chaos, but he could spy on much wider areas than Han Qing'er. In addition to the story of the divine robe Taoist, Han Tuo and Etian, his understanding of the chaos could be said to be very rich, as if he had personally traveled. After a long time, Han Qing'er sighed. I really want to go out, but father is right. We'll easily cause trouble for him if we go out now. Han Huang patted her shoulder and smiled. It's fine. When I reach the great Tao Supreme, father will have no reason to stop me. At that time, I will protect you wherever you want to go. I am not afraid that you will cause trouble for me. Han Qing'er rolled her eyes. This kid had wanted to be a younger brother since he was young. But now he was like an elder sibling. Although she was a little jealous of Han Huang, she also trusted him. She believed that he would protect her. Han Huang had never hurt her ever since he was young. The siblings began to fantasize about wandering the chaos in the future. Han Ju opened his eyes. Another 100,000 years passed in seclusion. His ultimate origin power kept increasing. During this period of cultivation, he focused on the power of the ultimate origin fiend celestial. Apart from being stronger than supreme power, the ultimate origin power definitely had its own unique ability. It was just that he needed to study it. He was the first ultimate origin fiend celestial in the world. His bloodline had just been formed, and it was impossible for him to completely master its profundities. The ultimate origin fiend celestial was like a huge treasure trove, waiting for Han Ju to find its mysteries. He had discovered a characteristic of the ultimate origin power in the past 100,000 years. It could negate the power of rules of the 3,000 Great Tao. This trait alone was very domineering. It was extremely compatible with the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. The Divine Might Great Heaven Palm seemed to be made for the ultimate origin fiend celestial. The Divine Might Great Heaven Palm's profundity was to destroy everything. Could destroy rules. The primordial world in the depths of Han Ju's soul changed drastically. Countless stars began to transform into a sea of stars. One was a sea of stars, causing the primordial world to become dazzling and magnificent. More than 2,000 balls of fiend celestial chi were scattered in the endless sea of stars. It was only because they were becoming stronger and stronger that they resisted each other. Han Ju had a feeling. When the primordial world formed rules, the primordial chaos would become reality. The 3,000 fiend celestials would be the first batch of living beings or even creation deities. At that time, Han Ju would be like the ninth chaos that created the chaos. He would be supreme and look down on all living beings. He was quite excited just thinking about it. Han Ju opened the emails and started to check on his friends. He noticed that Han Tua and Etian had attained the Great Tao. It was not surprising. After all, the two of them were chaotic fiend celestials and had the providence of the divine punishers. It'd be ridiculous if they couldn't attain the Great Tao. Recently, Zhou Fan and the evil heavenly emperor had become active again. Han Ju was actually looking forward to what they would do. After reading the emails and confirming that no one around him was fine, Han Ju continued cultivating in seclusion. He only had one goal now, and that was to break through to the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. He had a feeling that after stepping into the perfected realm, his strength would soar again, equivalent to breaking through a major realm. On the star, Zhang Juesher suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Liu Bei couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Zhang Juesher said, "Follow me." With that, he vanished. Liu Bei hurriedly chased after him. The two of them came to a star in a corner of the universe. This star was covered in flowers and trees, and there were mountains and lakes. It was a complete world. Zhang Juesher stood beside a lake and looked over. He saw a lotus flower slowly blooming in the center of the lake. The lotus was crystalline, with snow within a radius of 100 feet. It was like a barrier that was incompatible with the surrounding world. Liu Bei appeared and frowned when he noticed the lotus. Life force. This lotus wants to transform into a spirit. Liu Bei muttered to himself. Zhang Juesher smiled. Congratulations, brother Liu. This world is about to succeed. Only when living beings were born would the world be formed. The spirit of heaven and the spirit of earth gave birth to all things. Liu Bei smiled. This is worth celebrating. Why don't you take it in as your disciple? Can be considered an inheritance. This is considered my son too. Zhang Juesher hesitated. At this moment, a pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on the white lotus. This is. Zhang Juesher was moved. The aura of creation. He couldn't help but recall the situation when he obtained a great opportunity. All right, I'll take in this disciple, Zhang Juesher said with a burning gaze. Liu Bei cursed silently. Would you have rejected me if not for this? Chaos, ancient desolate. Suik. In the void, the ancient desolate was surrounded by chaotic chi and was faintly discernible. Even in the vast and endless chaos, the ancient desolate looked extremely huge, like a chaotic beast that had split the world apart. Han Yu, Qin Ling, and Long Hao stood on a meteor and looked at the ancient desolate from afar. Countless ghosts circled above the ancient desolate, roaring silently in the mist. Their scalps tingled. The ancient desolate is ahead. Should we go in? Qin Ling asked as he took out a spear wrapped in a golden dragon. Long Hao shook his head. Don't be anxious. Look around. There are other auras nearby. It seems that the heavenly Tao is not the only one who is afraid of the ancient desolate. Han Yu said, of course. The ancient desolate divine spirit's main goal is to control the chaos. Trampling the heavenly Tao is only revenge. If the lips die, the teeth will feel cold. The master of the world should understand this logic. Qin Ling frowned. Should we join forces with the others? At this moment. Swish. A black arrow shot over from the depths of the ancient desolate at an extremely fast speed. It traveled for billions of kilometers and targeted Qin Ling. Qin Ling raised his hand and blocked the black arrow with the tip of the spear. The black arrow dissipated and transformed into a black mist that tried to surround him. Crap. Qin Ling's expression changed drastically. He discovered that he couldn't move and could only watch as the black mist drowned him. Han Yu and Long Hao immediately attacked the black mist.